Welcome to My Watches with Ben. Today's video is on the wristwatch type of traveler watch, i.e. dual time and world time watches. It's the second in a 3-video series on pilot watches. And although I'm covering pilot watches, obviously the traveler watch is useful to a lot of other people as well. Today I will show you what I consider to be the best travel pilot watch out of 487 watches from 287 brands. There are timestamps in the description, so if you only have a small amount of time to watch, I suggest you skip to the top 10 right at the end. So you can tell it's a very long video. But if you have the time to watch the whole darn thing, I recommend you do that because you're gonna see a ton of cool watches. Just stuff you've never seen before, I'm sure. There's a lot of different types of like dual time watches you probably are not familiar with. There's gonna be so many sweet watches in this video. If you're like me, you're probably not gonna remember the really cool ones. So my pro tip is take a screenshot, or if you're watching this thing on a TV, take a picture of like when you see something really cool, so that way later on you can watch a review on it. This is very high level. I'm not getting into a ton of specifics on these watches, but if you see one you like, definitely check it out. That'll help you to watch a video later, because I cannot keep track of all these watches in my head. So what is a traveler watch? It's a watch that displays the time in your current zone, in addition to displaying the time in some other time zone simultaneously, 2 times at once. Right now it's saying 10:45 here, and it's also saying 6:45 in Paris, 6:45 p.m. The purest version of a travel watch is just having 2 watches, one on each wrist. I don't have one on each wrist. In the military, they often just have a bunch of clocks on the wall, and they'll just say above the clocks what the times are. It's very simple, it's very easy to understand. We're all used to reading the time off a clock, so you see the time on a clock and it says where it is. It's very easy to understand it. Yeah, we obviously can't carry around a bunch of clocks, and if you don't want to wear a watch on both wrists, then you're going to need a traveler watch. 2 or more times, 1 watch. So famous traveler watches include the Rolex GMT Master 2, the Patek Phillipe 5231G, the Casio Royale, the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Dual Time. There's a bunch of others. In addition to those famous watches, I'm going to cover a bunch of watches you probably have never heard of, such as the ETT Funk Solar Drive Professional, or the Haim Viajero, the Seiko Couture, the Arcan Alterum, the Epos 3400 LE, and the Vesuviate Attivo Duplex. Those are all cool. You're going to see in this video, the benefit is you get to see everything that's out there. At least that's what I tried to do. And there's a lot. There's a lot of travel watches out there. There's a ton of hidden gems. Those bubble up to the top. I separated the watches into types. Like this one right here is a 12-hour rotating bezel. It's a very simple style. It's very easy to use. That's one type. GMT, that would be another type. I came up with 16 types. I think there's 16 types. They all have different functionality. 16 distinct types. So you may not be aware of all the types. There's a lot of types of watches. And speaking of hidden gems, yeah, there's a true world timer watch for $755. That's on pre-order. The price is going to go up, I think, $100. But anyway, under $1,000 you can get an actual world time watch. That's amazing. There's also some traveler flyer GMTs under $500. So yeah, there's some good stuff out there you may not be aware of. So why did I make a video about traveler watches? Well, this watch type is extremely difficult to navigate. It's hard to compare the different types to each other. There's a ton of bad options out there, especially in the lower price ranges. Watch brands just slap the word GMT on it, and they just watch the fat stacks of cash roll in. Like, all you have to do is say GMT, and people are just throwing their money at it. And a lot of these are not actually GMT watches at all. And I'm not talking about the office versus the travel thing. I'll get into that, of course, but no, I'm talking about something else. There's GMT there are watches that say GMT on them they don't have GMT functionality. They just don't. So, and I'll explain that later. I personally have purchased 4 travel watches that I don't like. When I travel, I'm really disappointed with these. Anytime I use them when I'm actually traveling. Yeah, I actually regret that I spent money on them. I really wish I hadn't spent the money that I spent on them. So don't be like I was. Get a good one. Get one that when you travel, when you go on an airplane and you go to a different time zone, it's easy to change that time and keep your home time displayed. I was obsessed with world time and I really wanted a world timer. So I ended up with a couple of these like city bezel watches where you can turn the cities. And they suck, okay? They just suck. I literally hate using them. There is one, the Zelos Thresher, that it's okay, that gets a pass. But most of these city bezel ones, okay, the thing is you look at it and you can't tell what time it is anywhere else. At least this one here. This is a 3-hander with a 24-hour movement. It's literally a single time watch. It's not even dual time because this thing is never right. And the cities are always in a different place. Yeah, I'll get into the downsides of this a little bit later. So I came into this video with low expectations. I really didn't think I could recommend very many travel watches. I thought there were going to be a lot of bad ones. However, out of the 487 total travel watches that I looked at, 249 of them were actually recommended. It's 51%, a little bit over half. So that surprised me. I thought I was only going to be able to recommend like a third or something. But over half, 51% of the travel watches are recommended. So that was genuinely a surprise to me. I didn't think that would be the case. Just based on my personal history trying to find a travel watch and getting a bunch of ones I just don't even like. So there are a lot of good ones if you know what to look for. And that's the point of the video. I'm going to help you find good ones. So in this video, each of the watches are going to receive a score out of 100. You can think of it as a grade. You know, if it's 85, well, that's a B grade. It's a good grade. And the score determines if I recommend it or not. I'm not going to recommend the C-, 72 and below. I don't recommend. So I'll cover 5 different price ranges, and in each price category, I'll start off with the top 5, the best ones basically, and just go from best to worst from then on. So if you just want to know what the best ones are, you can just skip from price range to price range. Timestamps are your friend here if you just want to see the top 5s. And I set the dollar amounts for the price ranges so that there was like equal size price ranges. So there's about 96 or so watches in each of the 5 price ranges. Here's some of my philosophy of the Traveler watch, so you understand where I'm coming from. So the Traveler watch market is very, very broad. There's a ton of different aesthetics you'll see in the market, you know, because travelers include businessmen, pilots, soldiers, diplomats, athletes, politicians. The list could go on and on. A lot of people travel a ton, a lot of different people, and they like different styles. So I included all the styles. The piloty, military, sporty, dressy, flashy watches, more technical watches like Casios and stuff. I did kind of limit the dive watches. There's a lot of dive watches that just have, 12-hour bezels, dual time bezels. I didn't put those in necessarily. But yeah, there's a lot of aesthetics in the video. And then in my scoring of like the aesthetics, what looks best, I did kind of favor pilot style because this is part of a 3-video pilot series. So it is a pilot watch series that I'm doing. So the pilot watches definitely rate highly. And speaking of pilots, the Omega Aquaterra World Time, the Patek Phillipe 5231G, those are great options if you're like the CEO of NVIDIA, or you're a movie star or a professional rapper. If you're a professional pilot, like a commercial long haul cargo pilot or a short haul pilot, or their crew members, or like if you're a military pilot of a C-130 Hercules, these sorts of things, you're not going to be wearing the Patek Philippe or the JLC or the Jacob and Company. If you wear a watch, you're probably going to have something more reasonably priced, like a Casio or something like that. For reference, in my home state of Colorado, where I am right now, according to ZipRecruiter, the average salary for a commercial pilot is $96,000. That's their average salary. With a wife and kids at home, that $76,000 Patek Philippe 5330G with the denim strap, that's not even an option with decades of diligent saving. Unless you tell the kids they're on their own for college. You're not going to be getting that Patek Philippe. And furthermore, I don't even think professional pilots would feel comfortable wearing a watch that expensive. And if you did, your buddies would probably make fun of you for it in that particular profession. But yeah, this video is not hyper literal in terms of the pilot thing. It's kind of like watch pilot style. That first video on simple pilot watches, it was mostly Fliegers and stuff. How many real pilots in 2024, professional pilots, are actually wearing Flieger watches? It's probably pretty low. It's sort of a watch enthusiast thing. It's a style that was historical and all this sort of stuff. So let's not overanalyze the watch types. it doesn't have to match up with reality exactly. So there's a balance to all of it, but I do lean on the pilot aesthetics a little bit. And I am trying to consider what an actual pilot would find useful. So what are good things to look for in a travel watch? Well, you want it to be comfortable on your flight. You want it to be a comfortable size and weight. So that's built in the scoring. Lighter watches between 38 and 42 millimeters, those get the best score for comfortability. It should look nice as well. There is a little bit of conspicuous consumption. So, if you're a passenger and you're a traveler, that Patek Phillipe is going to catch other travelers' eyes. I do think that is part of the travel watch situation. But yeah, primarily the utility of the watch is extremely important, and that watch needs to show you 2 times at a glance. That's what I was calling the prime directive of this watch. When I was conceptualizing all this stuff, I realized early on that was a very primary thing to me that was important, is that you be able to glance at this and see your time back home, as well as the time where you currently are when you're traveling. The watch needs to be correct when you glance at it. So here's some definitions. Traveler, I'm defining as someone who traverses time zones and stays overnight away from their families multiple times a year. Traveler watch is really useful so you can see the time back home, especially if you're in far off time zones. Even if you're only a couple time zones away, it's really nice to know that it's dinner. And yes, everyone can do it in their head, but to see it at a glance, it's different. It's less mental work. It's nice. Dual time, I'm defining as seeing 2 time zones on one watch simultaneously. Again, at a glance, no need for mental calculation. You can see it with your eyeballs right here. World time is seeing the time in 24 principal time zones at a glance. I'm only saying dual time and world time. Those are kind of the 2 options. And so if it's not world time, it's dual time. The diesel Mr. Daddy with 4 little clocks on it, I'm still considering that a form of dual time because it doesn't tell you the time in the 24 principal zones. But yeah, that was the philosophical groundwork for the entire video. So hopefully that'll help you to understand where I'm coming from. And now I think I've done pretty much all I can standing here in my music room. So I'm going to show you some slides now. All right, the first price range I'm going to cover is budget. And that's everything under 300 bucks. And its examples include Casio, this one in the center, Timex, Citizen, Momentum. We got Momentum over here. And Nixon. Is Nixon on here? No. Yeah, stuff like this. Next, we got affordable. In the affordable category, you're going to see Seiko Arnie, apparently. Marathon. You're going to see Citizen. Is there a Citizen on the screen? I'm not seeing the Citizen. There's some Citizens in here. Man, Citizen's in like every price range. But yeah, there's going to be micro brands like this Islander, this sweet Islander, T-Sovit, Vesuviate, Ativo Duplex is in here. Next, we have the quality price range. This is 625 to 1,500 bucks. Yeah, this one is nice. There's some awesome stuff. Got the Citizen here, that Zelos Thresher I mentioned earlier, with the Cities bezel. Like I said, I do actually recommend this one, but yeah, you've got the steel Marathon, not the plastic one, Traska, those kinds of things. And now we're in premium. Premium is 1,500 to 4,750. And remember, I just set these based on the prices. Yeah, traveler watches go crazy expensive. So you'll see that. In premium, you're going to see Tudor, but not yet Rolex. So that's kind of this category. It's like the Tudory category. You got Frédéric Constant. You got this Tissot crazy thing with the cities. It's hard to read. Raymond Weil. This is another Cities bezel. The Glycine Airman. I don't know why the MSRP is so high. My Glycine was not that expensive. But anyway, that's a premium. And finally, the 5th category is luxury. There's that Rolex with the Pan Am colors. Rolex GMT Master 2. Supposedly started the travel watch thing entirely, probably. And yeah, a lot of cool stuff. Alonga and Zerna. Vacheron Constantin. There's going to be crazy millionaire watches in this price range. Patek Phillipe. I don't even see a Patek on the screen. That's weird. Anyway, Patek Philippe's in here. Jaeger LeCoultre or however you want to say it, JLC. Speak Marin, just ridiculous watches. There's one, oh my goodness, there's one that's like $300,000. Not even kidding. There's one that's the price of a house, so you'll see that. After I cover the 5 price ranges, there's going to be a runoff round which culminates in the top 10 of all price ranges. Just what I think are the best watches. And in that final round, there's more subjective factors, and there's also affordability. You know, is a real pilot going to wear a JLC? Probably not, but you will see. Am I going to actually say that a pilot should buy a JLC? We will see. And there's going to be some bonus rounds at the end too, just like top 5s of whatever, as I've done in the past. It'll be fun. So if you don't see your favorite travel watch in the video, I'm so sorry. I tried to get them all. I really tried to Pokemon get all the watches for travel watches. Although, okay, I take that back. There's maybe 10 or so GMTs that I cut. I really wanted the video not to be too crazy long, so early on I was like, man, I've seen so many of these office GMTs. We've seen enough. So I cut like, I don't know, 10 or something. If you don't see the one you love, just let me know, please, in the comments. I really do appreciate that. And if you disagree with me, that's fine too. Like I'm fine with dissenting opinions. Don't be shy. A well-reasoned argument can even assuage my opinions. It definitely happens. If there's watches that I missed, there'll be a pinned comment that will list the watches I missed, or if I had any errors, let me know. You know, corrections, I'll put that in the pinned comment as well. That's what I've done in previous videos. Now I'm going to show you the 16 different watch types, traveler watch types. And after that, I'll briefly touch on the scoring system. And then we'll be on to the budget category. Now for the 16 types.
Oh, what a tune for crooning. It's got the whole world spooning.
All right, different watch types. And yeah, I posted this on Watch Crunch. Yeah, and people were receptive to it. They liked this idea. So yeah, with these watch types, I separated them into different types to just kind of pre-populate the utility portion of the score sheet, so I wouldn't have to like think about it deeply every time. I still made adjustments depending on the watch, but yeah, in general, you put 2 tiny clocks in, and the scorecard knows that these are not obstructing each other. It knows that there's no AM PM by default. There are some of these that have AM PM, and I can put that in, but it helped me out to categorize these. My goal is to go through these quickly. I think I'm probably going to linger, but if you want more details, check out my Watch Crunch posts. The first watch type is linked in the description, and you can find the rest from my profile. I'll cover all these in detail, but this is kind of like, you can see them all at once. Yeah, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this slide because I'm going to do these all individually. All right, type number 1, 2 tiny clocks. Pros, it's easy to set the time, it's easy to read it, and there's no obstructions. The clocks are totally free. This is the one where, yeah, there's just 2 clocks side by side. 30-minute offsets, no problem. You know, if your mom likes to keep her watch 5 minutes fast, you can set one of these things 5-minute fast. So you have mom time and real time. Whatever you want to do. 2 times, whatever they are, you have them on the watch. Cons, there's no additional info available. By that I mean, you don't have time zones, you don't have a little bezel, you can calculate stuff or whatever. And then a lot of times with this category, you're missing AM, PM on your home time. I like to do Rome for home, Arabics for away. That's kind of a convention you can use. But you see there's no AM, PM on this Roman's clock down here. A lot of times these look kind of funny too, that's another con. And then on this one where you have 2 second hands, that may drive you absolutely nuts. The second hands are not synchronized with each other. I could see that bothering me, to be honest. They easily could just take the darn second hand, take one of the second hands off. Do we need 2 second hands? Yeah, in the video, you see there's, oh, I'm gonna have to do the math on these darn things. Oh, why did I do that to myself? 33? Oh man. All right, I'm not above pulling out a calculator. I'm an accountant, you always use your calculator. All right, there's 43 watches and 26 are recommended. 60% of these tiny clock ones. They're not winning awards, but they do pretty well. They're useful for travel, very useful for travel. Here's the utility score here. It's actually pretty good to have a -13. Yeah, bonus for 30-minute zones, missing AM, PM. This is the score for this particular Charles Hubert right here. All right, next one. Traveler or Flyer GMT. This is the second one. I'll just start off with this at the top. Look, 35 in the total video. All but one is recommended. I think the one that's not is like humongous or something. There's some reason it didn't get recommended. But yeah, this is absolutely awesome. That Rolex GMT Master 2 kind of started this thing. There's a lot of pros. Easy local time setting. When you go to change that time, you can jump the hour. Very easy to set the time. Big numbers to read on this bezel. That's really nice too. Sometimes you have tiny numbers on the dial. Those are harder to see. These are nice and big. You can quickly tell the time in any zone by just putting the offset at top. For example, France is 2, so you rotate that bezel, put the 2 on top, and now your GMT hand will be pointing at the time in Paris, which would be 10 o'clock in this example. It's a very simple form factor. The bicolor bezel is really intuitive to see the day and the night. Major con is the date setting. The date setting is done with this local hour hand. So if you don't keep your watch topped up, if it's sitting in a drawer and you want to set that date, you're going to be spinning that hour hand around and around to get the date to advance. And another con is you have to remember your offsets. You have to remember, I said 2 is Paris. 2 is Paris during daylight saving time. In standard time, Paris is a 1, not a 2. So you have to remember your offsets. You have to remember Honolulu's 14, Tokyo's 9, whatever it is. You got to remember these things. But yeah, this gets a great utility score, only -7. Oh, I'm going to go over local time setting. Yeah, this is a good idea. Here's our scenario. And look up here at the top to see, this is your watch. You're on the plane. It's 7 o'clock. I'm a Denver man. I have a Rolex set to 7 o'clock. And I'm landing in Paris, and the pilot says, hey, it's 3 o'clock p.m. It's 1500. So here are the steps you take. This is an optional step. The first one is to adjust the bezel. 18 is Denver. I'm interested in Denver as my second time, so I'm going to put 18 at the top. The reason why you might want to do this first is because then you can validate that this is correct. My local hands say 7 a.m. And guess what? The bezel, when I put 18 at the top, the GMT hand is also pointing to 7. So that's just validation that 18 is the correct offset for Denver. You don't actually have to do that if you're just confident all the time that it's set right and you know your offset. But anyway, after that, you just adjust your local time, move that little Mercedes hour hand, just flip it around to 3 o'clock. And the date won't change on this one because it's 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. So the date doesn't switch. If you were going past the date, then this would flip over. So that's nice. And then there's office functionality to this as well. Here's another example. I'm sitting at home. I want to check Honolulu time. I've got my Rolex GMT Master on my wrist. 14 is the offset for Honolulu. So all I do is I crank this thing over, put 14 at the top, and my GMT hand will tell me the time in Honolulu. It's 7:30 a.m. It is 11:30 a.m. in Denver, 7:30 a.m. in Honolulu. Hawaii does not do daylight saving time, so they're always 14. That's an easy one to remember. There you go. Next is the office or collar GMT. Yeah, I anticipate this is going to be where people disagree with me on the penalty I'm giving here. So the way these ones work is when you set your local time, that GMT hand moves with the hour. Oh my goodness, not the best. It has the same pros as the other one. It just has an extra con here. And a lot of times these have unidirectional bezels. That might be the main thing that is causing a lot of these to be not recommended. I recommend 39 of these things and don't recommend 41. So a lot of times they have uni bezels. I have 2 office GMTs and they have unidirectional bezels. That's the thing I hate the most. I'll show you how to set these. It's not that big a deal. It's still not ideal. The Traveler is better. The Traveler GMT is better for actually traveling. And that's the thing. If you're sitting at home, who cares? It's when you start to change time zones that this becomes a problem. The Traveler GMT is better for traveling. So yeah, this gets a lot lower score. It's really just the 10. It's a multi-step on this one, so it's a -10. All right, let's go to that time setting. So here's the example on how you do the office or collar GMT. Actually, you know what? What I like to do with this is just put the triangle over the GMT. That's what I like to do, but that's a 4-step time setting. This is only a 3-step, what's on the screen here, but you have to remember something. 3-step and you remember something, or 4-step and you don't have to remember anything. So let me just do what's on the screen, and then I'll explain the other one. So first I adjust that bezel offset to Denver, 7. I know it's 7 in Denver. I got to keep that in my head. Pilot said it's 3 p.m., so I adjust my time to 3 p.m. Step 2, adjust time to 3 p.m. My GMT hand moved. This is no longer correct. This is telling me who knows what time zone. This is random incorrect information. And that's something that bothers me. You can tell. But anyway, next I need to adjust the GMT hand. I put the crown, pop it all the way back in, pop it to the first position, and flick forward the GMT until I get to the 7. And that's step 3. I fixed my GMT hand. Now I'm done. That's it. I'm all done. If you don't want to have to remember that it's 7, because it's never whole numbers, you'll land at 738 or whatever, and so that can be a little confusing. What I like to do, what I actually do when I travel, is I put the little triangle over the GMT, then I adjust my hands, and then I just put the GMT hand back to pointing at the triangle, and then I do my offset, whatever offset I want, which is 18 for me right now in daylight saving time. Of course, Denver's a 17 during standard time. So that was the officer collar GMT. The big issue for me is that uni bezel. That's what's so annoying. I'm on the plane and I'm cranking this thing around. I just feel like a dork. I don't know. I prefer to just be able to adjust it forward and back. But yeah, the really cool thing about GMTs, any GMT, including an office GMT, is that there's kind of a universality to it. Everybody on the planet who has a GMT watch, if they're using it correctly, then that GMT hand is the same for everybody. It's always the same, no matter what part of the world they're in. And you could take any one of those people's watches, put the offset on top that you like, and get the correct time. Like, they could toss you out of a plane randomly someplace in the world, and you would be able to tell the time in every time zone. You don't have to know the local time zone. That GMT hand is always correct. It's always true. It's one thing I really like about GMT watches. Fourth type is this 3-hand 24-hour bezel. And there's only 10 of these in the whole video. These have a 24-hour movement, or a GMT movement where you don't get 4 hands. Either way, they put the hour hand goes around once per 24-hour scale. Famous one is this Glycine Airman right here. And the pros, big numbers, easy to read, just like the other one, simple form factor. One con with this is it's harder to use than the GMT. So it's only slightly less. That GMT was getting a -7, this is getting a -9. These are still really sweet. I still really think these are cool. The Glycine Airman technically has the same functionality as a regular GMT. Mine is set to Denver time. In Denver, it's almost 10 a.m. If I want to know the time in, say, Paris, instead of putting the 2 at the top, like I would on a GMT, because it's daylight saving time, I need to put the 2 over Denver time. Because it's a Denver watch, not a GMT watch. So Denver's 18. I put the 2 Paris over the Denver 18. And now I know that it is almost 6 p.m. in Paris. It's almost 1800. Now let's check out Tokyo. Tokyo's 9. So I put the 9 Tokyo over the 18 Denver. This is telling me it is almost 1 a.m. in Tokyo. I'll do one more. Honolulu is 14. Put the Honolulu 14 over the Denver 18. And it's telling me it's almost 6 a.m. in Honolulu. So there you go. Exact same functionality as a GMT, provided you know your offset for both zones. If I go somewhere else, all you do is when the pilot tells you the new time, you put the old time, the bezel time, over the new time, whatever the new time is. And then you change the hands to the new time. And wherever you go, your bezel will always stay the same. Just update that bezel for the new location everywhere you go. And you can always have your home time with you. All right, our 5th watch type is the 4-hand cities bezel. Oh man, I hate these darn things so bad. Yeah, I hate these so bad. When I became obsessed with world time. I think I already mentioned that. And this is the one I got from Watch Gang. I really wanted a world time watch. I thought this was gonna be so cool. I was like, okay, I know you have to keep updating it. It's never gonna be correct. Like on this example, if this yellow hand is GMT, you just take the GMT, put it over the yellow, and boom, there's world time. I thought, that's quick and easy. What's the big deal? Well, it's a unidirectional bezel. And the bezel goes counterclockwise while time goes clockwise. So in a half hour, this yellow hand's gonna be over here. It's gonna be wrong. It's gonna be totally wrong. So you have to, no, let me do the thing. You have to go all the way around. And if you go too far, darn it, you gotta go around again. Very carefully. Oh, I went too far, do it again. Like, The unidirectional bezel is really probably the main issue with these things. And actually, that's why the Zealous Thresher is fine to me, because it does have a bidirectional bezel. But yeah, there's a lot of cons on this thing. Let me just read what's on the sheet. The dual time is simple, and if you have one of these, don't set it to GMT unless it's like standard time and London is the second time zone you're tracking. Okay, then it's fine. But like, don't do that. At least have at a glance something that's true with this darn watch. So I would set this GMT hand to like whatever city you're interested in. If you're interested in East Coast, put it on East Coast. And then when you want to see world time, you're just going to have to change it. Like East Coast, you put JFK. That's the East Coast time zone. That's the airport. You put that over the hand, and then you get your world time. But at least you have dual time. And the dual time is simple. It's got tiny little numbers, but, it's simple. Yeah, there's penalty, small numbers. There's some world time capability with manual extras. That's what's in the scorecard, manual extras. So it's not at a glance. I think your watch should be at a glance. The thing is, when you're in meetings and stuff, when you're traveling, you want to be able to just kind of see what time it is back home. That's the main function of a travel watch, in my opinion. It's just, what time is it back home? When you've got these bicolor things, the yellow and the gray, it's really intuitive. So I would set this thing to an actual, whatever home is, just set it to home. Or when you're at home, set it to something interesting to you. But that way you'll have at least dual time capability on this nominally world time watch. These typically have the unidirectional bezel, and that's why so few of them are recommended. The cities are always in a different spot. That was what frustrated me about this darn thing, is that I would look down at the watch. Oh, and I don't think I told the story. I was going to convert this to a bidirectional bezel because it just has a spring in there. And if you bend the spring a little bit, you can turn it into a bidirectional bezel. So I was trying to pry the bezel off, and I wrecked it. And now you really can't even turn it, which is fine. I don't mind that this thing is broken. It was so aggravating to use. It looks really cool. It looks like it would be really cool. It is not really cool. It's got that Ronda 515 quartz movement in it. It is not really cool. Yeah, the cities are always in a different place. So you look down at this and you're having to read all these tiny little cities to find the one you want to adjust this to be world time. And it's not an enjoyable experience. Cities always being in a different spot is extremely annoying. Usually they have the office GMT movement, so it's like the worst of all worlds. The first time I tried to travel with this, I went to Maine. It was so confusing. I didn't think about it beforehand. I was completely lost. I didn't know what I was looking at. I had no idea if my watch was correct or not. Because I was trying to have the yellow be the GMT. It says GMT on the dial. It's the GMT thing is highlighted yellow. It's like, that's how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to set this thing to GMT, aren't you? And I was so confused. I didn't know left from right. I didn't know what was going on. It's got tiny little numbers. Tiny little city text is kind of annoying. That's a problem with world timers in general, is that it's hard to put that much information on the watch and have it be easily readable. But yeah, I don't recommend these. Minus 35. I'm surprised 2 of them actually are recommended, but a couple of them were able to get in there. And you'll see that later on. Okay, time setting. Okay, I don't know if I need to beat this dead horse. Yeah, I would use the cities as an aid. Adjust that bezel first. This is just what I think is probably best practice. So I put that Denver over the 7 a.m. It's the same scenario as earlier, so it's 7 a.m. Put the Denver over the 7 a.m. to just help out, make things a little bit easier. Adjust my local time. And then at this exact moment, this is correct. This Raymond Weil. This is correct at the moment. And yeah, sorry, I have a Frankenwatch up here with a random dial on it. The world timer is actually correct, even though this hand is totally wrong. So then step 3 is just fix the dual time hand. Put it over to 7. I'm not calling it a GMT hand. I think you should use it as a dual time hand. Just think about it as dual time, not as GMT. I think the GMT is going to be the wrong thing to do. If you have the world time bug and you really want a world time watch, I suggest you just get a world time clock. You can get these things on eBay. I don't remember how much this thing was. It's like maybe $40 or something. And it's literally world time. And it's on my desk and I can look at it. It's nice and big. I can see it. Just get one of those. It definitely scratches the itch. I would do that. Over one of these city bezel things, don't get the city bezel. All right, this is another not good one. This is type number 6, 3-hand cities bezel. And there's 20 of these in the video. I don't recommend a single one of them. Supposedly world time capability. It's only after manual manipulation, manual extras. You got to fiddle with this thing to have any world time capability. You have to do mental calculations, 12 versus 24. Cities are always in a totally different spot. You don't know what you're looking at. On this one, there's not even good contrast on this Rado overpull. Sometimes they don't even have the 24-hour scale. That is abysmal when that's the case. This is not telling me anything about daylight saving time. It's not helping it at all. So yeah, this one gets a minus 41 out of 55 total utility points. There's no possible way I can recommend these things. They're bad. You shouldn't get them, in my opinion, for traveling. All right, this next one is really nice. 3-hand 12-hour bezel. Very simple. It's just a dual-time bezel. There were a lot of dive watches that just had dual-time bezels. I don't know if I got them all in this video. I feel bad about that. I should have gone to my dive watch video, like that spreadsheet, and just grabbed the ones that said they had dual-time bezels. I don't think I did because this number seems kind of low here. There's only 31 of these in the video. Oh, most of them not recommended. That's weird because these are simple and intuitive. This Hemel airfoil I have on my wrist, that's what that is. It's simple and intuitive, and there's big, large numbers on this bezel, easy to read. Main downside is you don't have AM PM, and that kind of is a big deal, actually. And you have to use calculation. Offsets are really handy with the GMT. I do love that. And you can't use offsets with this. You have to, well, you take the two offsets and you take the difference between them, and that's what you're going to put at the top. Yeah, this Marathon actually does pretty well, only a minus 15. It's not top of the pack in terms of utility, but it's still good. All right, the 8th one is this 4-hand 12-hour dual time. And I recommend most of these. They're very simple to set, simple to read. On this particular Parmigiani, the button hour setting is really fun. I can't say from personal experience, but I bet it's super fun. The cons, AM PM is usually missing. Sometimes they have a day-night indicator for the home time, but there's no reference for additional zones. So it's like pure dual time, like the two tiny clocks thing. It's all you get is dual time. So yeah, minus 17. All right, the 9th type is 4-hand 24-hour dual time. You'll see the vast majority of these are not recommended. Offhand, I'm going to say most of these things say the word GMT on the top. You'll notice I'm not calling it a GMT watch. It is not a GMT watch. Why would you set this hand to GMT unless you're a crazy person? Or unless the second time zone you're tracking is London and it's standard time. Yeah, don't set it to GMT. Why does it call GMT? Again, it's so the fat stacks of cash. They just want fat stacks of cash. Pros, these are actually not that bad. The Rolex Explorer 2 actually does really well. That's what this Nezumi looks like, is the Rolex Explorer 2. Pros, dual time is very simple. Often with large numbers on the bezel, like this one. Very easy to read it. It looks great. It's a cleaner look than a GMT, usually. So that's nice. The cons is that they often have the office GMT movement. That's the other thing. I bet most of these things have that darn Seiko NH34, which is difficult for time setting. It's actually a little bit more difficult than when you have the bezel, because like I said, you can use that bezel to kind of help yourself out. You can use the little triangle, whatever. With this one, it's totally memory, or you could write it down or something, what's my home time. But setting it is going to be annoying. Yeah, I forgot to mention, the other benefit to the Traveler GMT movement is that, you hear the pilot say, "It is now. The local time is 7:34 a.m." And you're like, okay, I heard the 7. I heard it's 7 something. Let me just finish my drink here and put my tray up or whatever. Do other weird stuff you have to do first. And then I can set the watch and just flick that hour hand over. You're good. You don't have to remember the 34. It doesn't matter if you set it 5 minutes ago. Just change the hour to what the new hour is. With these office ones, you're going to have to, the second he tells you, you're going to have to take off your watch or try to do it on the wrist and change your time to try to get it correct. Because is he really precise when he says it? Does he say it's 7:34 now? It's not going to be precise. It's going to be a little bit loose. And the thing is, while you're setting it, you're having to hack that movement. The benefit of the Traveler GMT is you don't hack the movement. But yeah, that comes in with these ones. This particular one is a Miyota 9075. And so you have that single step time setting. And it's not a bad score. I think this Nezumi actually does pretty well. It's in the recommended for sure. The 10th type is the mini analog clock. So you see your home time is up here in this little thing. Simple to read. 30-minute offset, no problem. In fact, this is like a 10-minute offset that they have shown here. Just so you know you can do it. I love when they do that. A lot of times they'll have these exactly the same, and it's like, what? Show me what the watch can do. I don't want to see these the same time. So yeah, it's cool that you can do whatever offset you want, minute offsets. So cons, sometimes the main hour and minute hands are covering the home time, and so it's obstructed. Often these are missing the AM PM. This one has an AM PM indicator here, 24-hour deal. The last one is they look kind of busy sometimes. This one is extra busy because you've got a small seconds here. Yeah, these actually score pretty well. It did better than the last one. -11, that's pretty darn good. And I recommend 24 out of the 28 I cover in the video. The 11th one is the dual time hour indicator. Pros, it's a very simple look. It's a clean look. These come in a bunch of different kinds. Sometimes it's a little hand for the hour indicator. Sometimes it's this thing. It's like analog thing where it's just like a bathroom scale style. Sometimes it's like a jump hour. Those are cool. The cons, a lot of times these have those office GMT movements, so it's annoying local time setting. There's no reference for additional zones, small little dual time numbers, sometimes obstructed, no 30-minute zones. This particular one, this SWC, is not scoring well. Some of them score a lot better than this one. Not a great one. This one's not recommended. But as you can see, most of these actually are. Most of the 28 I looked at. All right, the 12th type is the mini digiclock. It's just a digital clock here to look at. These ones do so much better than the analog in general because a lot of times they have programmed time zones. Like this one is saying UTC on it. Like whatever time zone you put, it's going to tell you what it is. A lot of times they're atomic timekeeping. 30-minute offset, no big deal. Do whatever you want. This one clearly has a 2-minute offset. That's kind of weird. Cons, sometimes the clock is obscured by the hands. Sometimes it's complicated to use the thing. It has a huge user manual because there's all these alarms and weird stuff. Only 22 of these in the video, and I recommend most of them. 13. It's a good option. All right, the 13th type is the push-button city dual time. Very small number of these, only 6, and I recommend all of them. We've got the Nomos Zurich here. Pros, it's very simple to read, and it's easy to use. We've got the cities of the world programmed into it. There are going to be daylight saving time issues with this one, but the thing with the cities is that you're going to just set this to whatever time it is where you are. So you push this little button and it's going to flick the hour hand. And your home time is constant here on this little 24-hour scale. You see the little house next to it. Very simple. So it's 10 a.m. at home. Easy to understand. And I guess home is London for these guys. Very cool. I also like they have Berlin instead of Paris. That's cool. Great utility. 49 out of 55. Awesome. Number 14 is the true world time. By true world time, I mean this 24-hour scale is constant. It's not going to get interfered when you adjust the local time with this hour hand. And these cities are constant as well. Some of these ones you can change where the cities are located. You could put the one you like at the top, but you don't have to. You can leave the cities how they are and just they're always that way if you like it that way. I like the consistency of the cities with the true world time. So pros, simple local time setting. You just jump the hour. Principal 24 time zones are available at a glance. I see Chicago, it's 1800, 6 o'clock. I see in Los Angeles, it is 4 o'clock. Very easy. Very quick to read it and know what time it is anywhere in the world. A lot of times there's the day-night thing, which looks a little cheesy on this young hands. It's hard to see what time it is, but it's nice to see day-night sometimes. City consistency, I mentioned that. Cons, daylight saving time, at least on this one, there is. Some of these do. It's actually not even that hard to show the daylight saving times. The ones that have it, it's just a little line and a little triangle thing. It's actually not a big deal. I don't understand why they don't all do that, because it's a huge issue for like half the year. So what are we doing? It's not a big deal to put that on here. Tiny numbers and tiny city text, that's a downside to this. But yeah, world time gets a great score. And yeah, these are all recommended, the true world timers. The 15th type is what I'm calling office world time. And it's just it's a world timer with like an NH34 type of a movement, where when you change the local time, it's going to mess up this ring and you're going to have to fix it. There's 2 ways you can fix that the ring here gets off. You can either move your cities, or you can pull the crown to the first position and adjust the ring, just in one direction. Your pick, whichever thing annoys you the least. It's actually not a big deal either way, because you have these cities for reference. That's what's so nice about these city things. Like literally, wherever I am, say I'm in Los Angeles, I know what time it is in Los Angeles, so I can fix this ring very easily. You don't necessarily need to consult your phone or something. You can do it just offhand with the watch you have on your wrist. But yeah, this is the Heim Viajero. That's one of the office world timers. It's a recommended one for sure. I actually don't remember the one that's not recommended, but most of them are. Again, downsides to world timers is tiny numbers and city text. And daylight saving time is an issue. Yeah, that score's all right. City itinerancy is the penalty here. I mentioned before, when the cities are not in the same place when you're going to different time zones, that's annoying. I say as we go to one where the city moves, and I don't give it the penalty. I'll explain why. This is the push button world time. That's the 16th one. Is that the last one? What the heck? I've been saying throughout this video there's 16 of these types, and there's actually 19. What am I doing? I don't know what's going on, people, but anyway, this is number 16. I apologize. There's 19 types. But yeah, it's a push button world time. There's only 5 in the video. They're all recommended. Very easy to set the time. You just push this button until the city you're in is up there, and you're good. Fun to use. Push a button and see the thing flip around. It's really cool. 24 zones at a glance. Often has global day-night. I love this. You see daytime in North America and just getting dawn in Japan here. So cool. I know it's not a map. I know it's a projection or whatever. It's so cool to see that. Very cool. Cons, daylight saving time. Again, they did not put a thing to show. And it's tiny numbers again. Those are downsides. Great score. Yeah, this particular one, this Montblanc, you see only a -5 for utility. I think that's the best one we've seen so far in terms of just raw utility score. So very good. These are rated highly. The 17th type is the rotating world map. Yes, I know it's projection. Tim Masso at watchbox.com. But yeah, the pros, it's a simple local time setting. It looks gorgeous. I literally only know that because Tim Masso at watchbox.com told me that. The 1917 company. Okay, so all this, the only dual time you get, the only world time you get is just the projection thing. Like so it's a little bit imprecise, but how precise do you have to actually be? So there's only 3 of these in the video. I recommend 2 of them. Yeah, geographic shapes are imprecise. World time outer indicators. This is one of one, this Moritz Grossman. Literally there's just a jump hour disc, but the disc is just covered in numbers. And every time the hour changes, it's just one disc that rotates. And you see the times in these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, these 6 time zones, in addition to whatever time it is that your local time. They chose cities that don't observe daylight saving time. Arizona does not observe daylight saving time, so Phoenix is right. Because at first I was like, why is New York not on here? And that's why. So it's always right. This is always telling you the truth, but it's also a little bit weird to see Phoenix for North America. So yeah, con is incomplete world time info. That's a neat one. Single time. This is the last one. And this is a really good single time version. This is a good example. So the way this thing works is you turn the bezel, flip it to Paris, put Paris at the top, and this hour hand is going to jump up to the 11. This thing's going to go up to the 23. So the thing I don't like about this particular one is the 24-hour scale and this hand, they're slave to each other. There is no local time. Well, it's all local time. All you get with this is local time. And then when you fiddle it with it, you can see the time in other time zones, but then you've lost your local time. You don't have your local time anymore. So that's why I'm calling it a single time watch. There's only one time displayed, and that's whatever time it says up here. So it's showing you UTC right now. If you turn this, it's going to change the time. These things look really cool, this IWC time zoner, but yeah, there's no at a glance dual time. The quartz versions of this, well, there's other types of single time. I just all lump them in a single time and figure them out, their scorecards individually. This is one of the best ones. Most of the time, what these are is it's just like cities are listed on the watch as reference or something, but it's just a 3-hander. The reason I'm including them in the video at all is because they purport to be world time or dual time, and they actually aren't. So they deserve to be publicly shamed. So that's the last type. That's the last watch type. I know this was a very long segment. I'm going to show you the other parts of the scorecard. I'm going to keep it pretty brief. So here's our normal scorecard. Here's the scorecard, the actual scorecard for the Vacheron and Constantine. There's little medallions it can get. This has the highest score for this type, the 4-hand 12-hour dual time, in part because this AM/PM indicator. But yeah, the total score of 92 at the bottom, that's the bottom line. But you'll always get the colors you can get. So the big squares are for the dials. And then this gold here, that just indicates there's a gold case. But yeah, it'll list the price, the type. Protection, that's a small bit here at the top. Water resistance is a factor. Sapphire crystal scores better than mineral, which scores better than acrylic. Impact/magnet, it's whether it has extra anti-shock protection or anti-magnetism. And so that'll be reflected here. Only 15 points for protection. It's not as huge of a deal for a travel watch, in my opinion. I think that's kind of a low priority. It's not like a working, well, I was going to say it's not a working man tool watch. You're working, you're just not like, you're not on a construction site or something. Like, okay, let's go on to practicality. So it's going to give a score based on the weight. This is kind of an average watch weight. These are approximated based on pi r squared, the materials that are used, the density, the thickness, the height of the crystal, whether it has a display or exhibition case back, what the strap is. I tried to include as many elements as I could. I weighed a ton of watches and watch parts and stuff to just try to get this as close as I could. And this time I just did it at a range. So it's probably like 85 grams or something on the leather strap. So that's the first thing. If they're really heavy, they get a penalty. If they're super light, if it's like 40 grams, it's going to get a bonus here. And you'll see that as the video progresses. Size, this is an ideal size, 12 thick. Well, 12 is not necessarily ideal, but there's no penalty for 12. If you get larger than 12, you get penalties. If you get smaller than 12, you get bonuses. And in terms of the diameter, 41 is considered to be in that zone. 38 to 42 is sort of generally accepted to be kind of a good size for a watch. If you start to get super small, 35 millimeters, you're going to get a penalty. If you get super huge, 45, 49, whatever, you're getting penalties, big penalties. So this is good. There's no penalties. It's a great size. The strap material is here. You see, I'm wearing a tie just for fun. I thought, like, this is sort of a business style watch. Why not dress up like in business clothes? So yeah, anyway, alligator leather is totally appropriate for this watch type, in my opinion. It gets a bonus. Alligator leather gets a bonus. There's a little bit of conspicuous consumption going on here where you're trying to impress people with the travel watches. That's just like the fact that I divided it into 5 different price categories, and the top one is like basically 5,000 plus, and there's a ton of watches that are 5,000 plus. Like, this is a rich person type of a watch, or it can be at least. So I think alligator leather's a bonus. The ones that get a penalty are like bracelet with no extension or NATO strap. I think NATO strap is not good for a travel watch. Okay, and the movement, I'll get into that in a second. This automatic movement that has been adjusted and has a power reserve of 60 hours is getting a -3 penalty. I'll show you that in a second. What all goes into that. It's actually a lot of stuff. It's more than just 3 elements. But okay, subjective bonuses. I did brand strength. And okay, people correctly pointed out that brand heritage doesn't necessarily mean like what is the fanciest brand. Like, brand heritage is a lot more than just that. And I'll admit, I was wrong in the last video. So this is based on it's called watch charts popularity. So watch charts is like people are checking the value of their watches or whatever, they're checking the watches. It has popularity of brands on there. And so I just took an external source. I'm not involved at all in this thing. And it's just how they're ranked within that external source. So Vacheron Constantin is a 9 out of 10 for brand strength. And yeah, there's only 3 possible points for brand strength. So it got all of them. And then looks, that is completely subjective. That's my personal opinion. And I tried to sort of advantage pilot watches and dress watches. Pilot watches over dress watches, but if it's a really good looking dress watch like this one is, it's going to get a 10 out of a 10. It's a really good looking pilot watch with high finishing. It's going to get a 10 out of a 10. And so there's 4 points allocated to looks. There's a lot of subjective bonuses here. And so that's why there have to be penalties. So there's penalties for stuff, and then there's a bonus, and it all works out in the end. Everything makes logical sense to me. And here's the score of 92. All right, let me show you what's in that movement. So I have movement types, and then I have the accuracy of the type, the quality of the type, and whether or not there's a battery change needed. And then there's shock. So this is the total penalty you'll see on the card, but there's also power reserve. So let me find that last one. Okay, so this was an adjusted automatic movement. Power reserve of 60. So let's find that on here. Adjusted automatic -1 penalty with a power reserve of 60 hours. So that's somewhere in here. Apparently that's -2. So the total penalty you see on the scorecard right here is a -3 for the Vacheron Constantin, because the power reserve is only 60 hours. Travel watches, you really should have a power reserve of just like infinite. That's what you want. You don't want to be pulling this thing out of the drawer and isn't set to the right time, in my opinion. So quartz is actually kind of favored. But you'll see quartz movement, quality is low, -4. So battery change, -5. And so yeah, the quartz, and then I think it gets a 1. So quartz movements, you'll see a -4. It needed to be sort of balanced. Okay, there's rhyme to all of this. I thought about it carefully, but anyway, what you see before you is giving you some picture of like what all goes into the movement. There's a lot of stuff. And this shock resistance stuff, I'm sorry, it's a little confusing. Maybe I should have just combined all of it. But shock resistance is up here in the protection category. And like this one has no shock resistance. So that's why it's a -1 here. Do you see the -1? So this adjusted automatic with no shock resistance, no suspension system protecting that movement. It's getting a -1, -1, and then it's a 68-hour power reserve, -2 over here. So it's -3 and -1 equals -4. It's a -4. The best movements are going to be ones that are solar and atomic. Those are going to be so darn good. Solar and atomic is awesome. I'm sure nobody will disagree with this at all. I'm looking forward to nobody ever disagreeing with this. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best to be objective. That's it for the scoring system. That's it for the types. And now we're going to go on to traveler watches under $300 budget. Here's that overall distribution of the 487 traveler watches. You see, I mean, this isn't looking like the other ones. Normally we just have a bell curve. Here you've got kind of double curves. You've got like a curve with sort of a C+ spike over here. You've got another curve with a D or D- sort of spike over here. There's some good ones and there's bad ones. There's like definitively bad travel watches that are their own bell curve that's kind of in the bottom. So it's kind of a weird looking thing, but this is how it all shook out. We do have an A+. I went down below F just so you could kind of see the shape here tapering off. It makes more sense in some of the categories, but yeah, categories that have exceptionally low grades. But yeah, let's see how this looks in the different price categories. All right, right here you see the budget. That's the one I'm about to cover. Tiny amount of greens. There's only 9 good ones in the entire under 300 category. I said there were good ones. There's really not that many. The yellows, you can make the argument those are okay. Unfortunately, this type of watch, it's just, if you can spend a little bit more, I think you're going to get a much better watch. Well, and if you're careful about your purchase, because in all price categories, there's a ton of reds. Affordable, 300 to 625. It's kind of looking similar to budget. That F spike is out of control, 18. I mean, some of these G's could have been F's over here. So yeah, it's not worse than the budget one. The budget one is really bad. Quality, same kind of story. I don't have the percentages offhand, but we can eyeball it. It's looking like half of them, more than half, are not recommended. That's certainly the case in the budget one. Premium, this was like the Tudor sort of price range. Tudor's going to be in the green for sure, but there's still a lot of stinkers. Luxury is where it's starting to look a lot better. You've got a nice B spike. You're spending $5,000 plus, you're going to get a nice traveler watch. If you roll the dice, you're more likely to get a better traveler watch if you're spending a ton of money. But still, there's pitfalls. There's landmines to be found. There's no F grades in luxury. None at all. But there's still some bad stuff going on. Yeah, I would stick to the greens. In any price category, stick to those greens and it'll be good. All right, traveler watches under $300. Let's start with 5th place. In 5th place, we have the San Martin Retro Pilot SN0127. Price of $199. And this is one of those 3-hand 12-hour bezel watches. It does have a friction bi-bezel, so you can turn it either way. Similar to my Glycine Airman, it turns either way. Downside is mineral crystal. You do get anti-reflective coating, that's kind of nice. It's only 12 thick, 39.5 diameter, great size. It gets the AM/PM penalty because this 24-hour deal here is just for the local hands. It's not for the bezel. I don't even know how you would coordinate that with the bezel, but yeah. Seems like a good option. Total score of 81. In fourth place is the SKX Mod Casio Royale build number 15. It's $250 for this particular build, and it's a mini digiclock. I could have called it two tiny clocks. I honestly can't remember why I went one way versus the other. Some of these could be multiple categories, I suppose. But anyway, I'm calling it a mini digiclock. Confusing. These are definitely confusing to use. I said AM PM missing because your home time is going to be this analog thing here, and that does not have 24-hour. The dominant timekeeping is down here. This is the secondary timekeeping. I suppose you could swap it, but if you're traveling, that's kind of the whole point of this thing with the world map and stuff, is that you put it on these different places you're going to. Like, that's kind of the point. And your home time is the one, like, you don't need to know what it is because that's home. You know where home is. So it is missing AM PM. Might be nice to have dual digiclocks. That would be pretty cool if they had an SKX. If Casio made one of these that was like a little digiclock over here, that'd be nice for home. And if it said home on it, that'd be pretty slick. I would love to get one of these ones. The reason why the SKX mod is in here, you get sapphire crystal. The normal Casio Royale has a resin glass crystal. So yeah, big difference. Sapphire crystal's way better. That resin glass is gonna get scratched up like you will not believe. It's not great. So yeah, get the sapphire, get the SKX mod. I think it's totally worth it. These are already made for you. You don't have to assemble anything. You don't actually have to mod a watch. You can just buy a completed watch that looks just like this. It's got the really nice bracelet. That's what I recommend you do with this one. And yeah, you can do 30-minute zones. You have program zones. Very cool. This one has such a cult following, the Casio Royale. I think you should get one. Total score of 82. In third place is the Mondaine Helvetica. Price of $191, and it's a mini anaclock. And they did it the right way. They didn't put a second hand on this little tiny clock. So you're not going to have synchronization issues. You just have, it's hard to see that second hand, but you're only going to have one second hand. This is really classy. I really like how this looks. The numbers are slightly offset. That's kind of weird, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. But two crowns, very simple to use, simple to read the time. You can do whatever offset you want. You have your 30-minute zones. You are missing AM PM on your home time. It's not the end of the world. 8.5 thick, beautiful wearing proportions. It's going to be nice and light. It's going to be quartz. You don't have to worry about it being ready. It's going to be ready to go. You have to worry about battery changes. That's one downside to quartz. This is a good option, though. Total score of 83. In second place is the Casio MTP W500L-2AV. Price of $189, and it's a mini anaclock. It says local up here, but this is actually your home time, most likely. When you travel, you'll set your home time to this thing, and you'll change the dominant hands to be whatever your local time is. So I don't know why they put local here. It doesn't make sense to me. But you can see this middle hand, actually just, you see the red and the red. That's a visual cue that this hour hand indicates Tokyo time. This hand does not move. It just points at whatever city you've chosen. Your running seconds is over here. This does have an alarm if that does something for you. I do not want alarms on my watches, but I suppose some people may like that. But yeah, this thing is so cool. I had no idea this existed. And it's my pick for mini anaclock. Each watch type, I put this little purple seal on the ones that I would be most likely to purchase myself. If I was going to purchase a mini anaclock, this would be the one I would get. So it's in the lower price ranges that you see a lot of these purple seals. This does get a penalty for daylight saving time issues. So that's something to be aware of. It's cool to have the program zones. Great option, total score of 86. And in first place, the best watch in the budget category is the ETT Funk Solar Drive Professional Men. Price of $155, and it's a mini digiclock, if you couldn't tell. Clearly there's no daylight saving time issues. It knows. It is an atomic quartz watch. It's actually kind of large. I forgot to mention that on the Casio. That Casio was like 44. That is one downside of the Casio. This one's a 43, a little bit big, I'll admit. For travel watch, I think they should be between 38 and 42 for traveling. This one's 13 thick, so it's not too crazy. Average dive watch is like 14, so it's still smaller than like a dive watch, but I suppose you expect that. But yeah, it's a solar quartz and it's atomic. It's awesome. It gets a penalty for the hands sometimes obscuring the clock. I don't think it's going to be that bad, though. This is huge. It's a positive display. It shows you your battery. I mean, this thing is super cool, but it does get a penalty for being confusing to operate. You know, the manual's going to be in German. This is some German watch. Good luck trying to find a review on this thing. All I could see was like cheesy, like there's a train going and then the watch is like zooming in and it's weird music. They don't show you anything about how it works or like, yeah, that's all I saw. I could not find anybody who like bought this and was saying, I love this watch, here's what it does. So if you get this one, you may be rolling the dice, but it looks pretty darn cool to me. Total score of 87. All right, so those were the top fives. And here's an overview of the rest of the market. So you kind of see what you're getting into if you want to watch the rest of this. You can always just skip ahead to the next price category. But look at all these reds. And what I'm going to do when I get to the reds is I'm just going to say the name of the watch and move on to the next. It's going to go pretty quickly. I could jabber on and on about each one of these watches, but I'm trying to keep the video a reasonable length. So don't be shocked. I'm just going to zip through these reds. But yeah, you see we've got a few greens, some yellows. There's some cool yellows. And then a ton of reds that I'll blast through. All right, let's keep going. In sixth place is the ETT Funk Solar Drive Professional World Timer. Price of $166. And it's a mini digiclock like before. Again, super cool with radio controlled. This one even tells you like 2 time zones apparently, Berlin and UTC. Does that make logical sense? No, this is 10:10, that's 9:59. I don't know what's going on with their watch that's on display here. Maybe this bezel turns. I actually don't know. That was not a factor for travel watch, whether or not it has a functional slide rule bezel. I don't think so, because you have a compass on the inside and then slide rule on the outside. That may just be for show. Sorry, I'm only just now realizing that. That did not factor into the travel watch capabilities. Because you do get programmed time zones, you get your atomic timekeeping, you get your solar quartz. So this is very nice. No brand strength whatsoever. Who knows who these guys are. It doesn't look all that great to me. Score of 86 could have been in the top 5, but there's a convention on these videos that I have where there's just one watch from each brand. Like a brand can only have one watch in the top 5. So that's why this one is 6th place. So I wanted to have more brand diversity because the top 5s end up going to the final runoff. All right, in 7th place is the Casio Baby G BGA 290SS. $203, and it's a mini digiclock. Tiny little clock down here. Right now they're showing the date, June 30. It's a good size, 39 millimeters. I think these are marketed towards women. I think this is suitable for a man too. Maybe take it off of the white silicone or keep it on. I mean, guys can wear white silicone, that's fine. But yeah, it's a resin. It's a resin band. It's not too crazy thick. I think the operating it is super confusing. The manual is not fun. So that's not great. And the hands are going to cover this sometimes. It does account for daylight saving time. And it has programmed zones. So if you know how to use this thing, it's going to be really cool. And it comes in a ton of girly colors, as well as this more masculine one that I put up here. Total score of 84. In 8th place is the Glycine Airman Contemporary GL1023. Price of $200. And it's a 3-hand 12-hour bezel. It's similar to the Glycine Airman, just a straight up old school Glycine Airman, except there's a 12-hour watch, just a 12-hour bezel. And that is extremely useful and simple. And what's the problem? There's not really a problem with it, except you don't have AM PM. And yeah, no, I covered it in the watch types. There's some downsides for sure. But this is cool. How's it only $200? I think it's because Invicta bought Glycine. Yeah, the thing with Invictas is they'll say they're $1,000 MSRP. You go to buy it, it's $189. And you're like, whoa, dude, it's like 90% off. Or wait, my math skill is horrible. It's 80% off. Anyway, yeah, so you can get some cool deals. It is a quartz watch, but quartz is actually not that bad for a travel watch. Typically ready to go. If you don't want to be in a situation where your watch is dead, change all your batteries every couple of years or something. And this is a wild card. It's a 7-pointed star with the WC that indicates it's going to be in the runoff round at the end. It has a chance to be in the final top 10. Total score of 80. In 9th place is the TD Lugano Dual Time S. And it's the last of the ones I can call a good grade. It's priced of $225, and it's 2 tiny clocks. Look at the tiny clocks. Only 8 millimeters thick, 40 millimeters diameter. That's going to be really nice. Again, super easy to set these 2 little clocks. Secondhands are going to drive you nuts. No AM PM on your home time. Yeah, 30 meters mineral crystal. That's not great. It's still a viable option. You know, if they beefed up the specs, this would be a contender. It is a bit much though. $225 for Tempe de Lugano. I don't know, guys. Yeah, that's a bit much. All right, let's go to the yellows now. In 10th place is the Casio. And it's $96 for this particular one. And it's a type of mini digiclock. Yeah, this is a resin one. And you get a mineral crystal, which is not ideal. But you get 200 meters water resistance. That is fantastic. And you get a little second time zone here in this little digital display. They actually do have programmed zones in this. I was surprised to find that out because it's such a tiny little digital display. It's going to be confusing to set this thing up and to use it. If you learn how to use this, I think it's pretty cool travel watch. Probably not for me, just because I don't like the confusing ones, but I know some people are fine with it. So I didn't give confusing such a huge penalty. It's got a lot of cool stuff going on there if you can figure out how to use it. Comes in a lot of colors. You can get steel versions of this as well. Total score 79. In 11th place, the Crafter Blue Traveler. Price of $255, and it's a 3-hand, 12-hour bezel watch. Similar to that Hemel I had on earlier. Kind of normal weight, a little bit thicker than I like to see. It's a 42. Does have a bidirectional bezel. The reason why it's recommended. If it had a uni bezel, it would not be recommended. I think this type of watch should have a bidirectional bezel. Score 79. In 12th place is the Citizen AO 3005 56B. $161, and it's a 2 tiny clocks. It's looking a little bit weird. The bracelet is looking gross. I would want to change that out. But yeah, it's just 2 little clocks. I think it's kind of nice how they did it. It's still a circular form factor. It's okay. They could have made these numbers bigger though. These are tiny numbers. It's absurdly small. And there's really no reason for it. They could be larger. Only 11 thick. It's an okay watch. It's a C+ grade. It's suitable for your dual time purposes. Score 79. In 13th place is the Casio LF20W 8A2. Priced $30, and it's a 2 tiny clocks. You can get like a white one or a gray one or a black one. They'll have a kind of like a gray, just a normal digital display like this. It's not as crisp as in this photo. At Walmart, I actually handled one of these things. I thought about buying one. It just seems a little too cheap for me. And it is kind of washed out. It's not as crisp as it looks on here, these LCD displays. It is cool though, and it's only $30. You could certainly do way worse. Like this is 13th out of 100 or whatever watches in this price category. It's nice and thin, it's nice and light. 23 grams, are you kidding me? That's gonna be so awesome. This is looking like a really good beater watch. I would definitely consider this. If I already didn't have a bunch of beaters, I might just get this one for that. That's really cool. Resin glass crystal. Yeah, like I said, if you're traveling, this might be really sweet. Total score 79. In 14th place is the Zeppelin LZ 126 Los Angeles dual time. $270, and it's a mini and a clock. And it's very simple to set this thing. Look, you just have 2 crowns. Sweet. Cool option, score 78. 15th place is the Timex Command and Counter. $75, and it's a mini digiclock. Timex is sort of stealing the Casio's homework. Look, it's the same like parallelogram cutout digital display. Same date thing. Are you kidding me? Look at the Casio and then look at the Timex Command. That's pretty blatant. That's pretty blatant what they're doing here. It even has like a G-Shock type of a shape. Oh, Timex, what are you doing? Casio is $96. I think Timex is onto something here, but it's stupid thick, 14.5, and then 45 diameter. I would go with the Casio over the Timex. The Timex looks a little bit fresh. It says shock here, like a G-Shock. Oh man, Timex. Really? Oh, Timex. Yeah, this is a little bit gross. I don't know. It looks kind of cool. If the G-Shock didn't exist, if the Casio didn't exist, then yeah, I'd be like, wow, Timex, so original, so cool. They're taking a lot of inspiration from Casio here. Score 78. In 16th place is the Carnival Dual Time 8762G. One of these Chinese mini anti-clock watches. And you get a day-night. Yeah, maybe watch a review if you're interested. Score 78. In 17th place is the Charles Hubert Premium 3854W. 175 bucks. Two tiny clocks. What more to say? Score 77. In 18th place is the Charles Hubert Premium 3520A. Price of 125 bucks. And it's a two tiny clocks. It looks similar to that Red Star. We'll see a Red Star later. But this one's super simple and it's a lot cheaper. You just have two crowns. Much easier to set, much easier to use. Again, the second hands are going to be annoying. Score 77. 19th place. This might be the cheapest of all. The Julius Double Time. $9. This is what I'm talking about. If you just want a dual time watch for super cheap, just get one of these Chinese cheap watches like this. Why not? It'll work until it breaks. The case is zinc alloy. So maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Might be worth a try. I have no idea. It probably doesn't look this nice in person. 20th place is the Casio Royale. This is the metal one, 43 bucks. Is the metal one 43? I thought the metal one was more expensive. I don't know. I may have gotten that wrong. I apologize if I did. But yeah, mini digiclock. We already saw the SKX mod. This one's similar, but it's got this horrible resin glass crystal, which you're not going to like. It's going to get scratched so easily. Which is why this SKX mod exists. Yeah, score 76. In 21st place is the Joshua & Sons Dual Time. 61 bucks, two tiny clocks. It's a wild card. Hey, sorry for interrupting. Yeah, I'm in the editing process right now, and I just found out that this Joshua & Sons has a diameter of 49 millimeters, not 39 millimeters. And therefore, I can't possibly recommend it. So I'm not going to reshoot everything and re-edit everything, but Joshua & Sons has a much lower score than you see on the screen. It's not a 75, it's a 68. So it's also not a wild card anymore, and it's not Ben's pick. Instead of this one, my pick is actually the Charles Hubert, the nice rectangular one that looks really good. Back to the video. Bracelet. Score 75. 22nd place, the Vostok Kommandierski. One of these ones with a dual time bezel. Very cool. 117 bucks. It's a three-hand, 24-hour bezel. I've got this one like this with just an elapsed time bezel. Man, I wish I had the dual time bezel. That would be so much cooler. These types of watches really lend themselves to this. You know, the Glycine Airman style. It's a cool way to go. And I like that it's a bicolor bezel, so you get the day-night. So this is a great option. It is very thick. And the NATO strap is costing it points. Put it on leather, that would be nice. Total score of 74. 23rd place is the Sanda Double Time, 17 bucks, two tiny clocks. Another Chinese two tiny clocks. I think these are good enough to use for your dual time purposes. Score 74. In 24th place is the Van Banner VBAD 211. Price is 287 bucks. It's an Office GMT, and I actually recommend it. I do recommend Office GMTs. As I covered earlier, I actually recommend a little under half of them or something like that. Just the fact that it has an Office GMT, it's okay. You put the triangle over the thing, you change your time, you adjust the GMT hand back to the triangle, then you move it to your offset. You can set them pretty quickly. It's not all that big of a deal, especially if you have like an NH34 or something. That darn Chinese, the Mingzhu movement or whatever weird movement, the Chinese one, those ones suck. But this one is a Seiko NH34. I think you're gonna like it just fine. But it's only barely a C. Score 73. In 25th place, the Festina Dual Time. It's 165 bucks, and it's a dual time hour indicator, retrograde. Its shortcomings are 30 meters and mineral crystal. I think that this is actually really cool, what they did here. It's a little bit weird with day-night, because day is like the middle part of it, and night is the outskirts. But it's really cool. These are independent of each other. The fact that it's on this is not... It's actually a dual time. That's in the name, and you can separate these. I just wish on the product shots they would show the fact that it does. They're showing how it looks at home, but they should show you how it looks when you're away and you have these on different things. Yeah, pretty nice. Total score of 73. In 26th place is the Certina DS Multi 8. 294 bucks, and it's a mini digiclock. And you only get one alternate time. You just get T1 and T2, and it'll just show you the time down here when you're in that mode. This is showing how you can swap the two of them, which is kind of cool. Like, if you tend to go to the same place, you can show that alternate time. When you're at home, you can show the away time here. And then when you travel there, there's the ability to just swap the two of them. Your main hands will go to that local time, and your home time will appear down here. You can just swap back and forth. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, there's no programmed times in here. So it's kind of low scoring. It's barely kind of making it in. But it's a viable option. Score 73. In 27th place is the Dominatore del Mare Fano Retrograde. $200. Get a dual time hour indicator. A retrograde one, like that last one. There's some quartz movement that does this, that's the same on that Festina. They're both using the same thing. This one you can see they actually set it to a different time. So this is 12 o'clock on your dual time, and then 10 o'clock on your normal. This one you also get a bezel. So yeah, you get a lot of capability with this. I really do like it. I think this is a cool option. They have a black one and this green one. Very interesting option for $200. The brand, who knows what Dominatore is, fine size. I would swap it off that NATO personally. Score 73. And now we're to the reds. I'm just going to say the names of the watches. Aviate Hawker Hurricane Dual Time, C- grade. SWC, Swiss Watch Company, ARC GMT, C- grade. In 30th place, 28th of the ones I'll recommend, is the August Steiner Dual Time. It's $62 and it's a 2 tiny clocks. And if you swap the strap, because there's no extension on this bracelet, swap the strap, you can get it up to a 73. And I would recommend it. In 31st place is the Kronos GMT, C-, not recommended. In 32nd place is the Svalbard Altitude GA31, C-, not recommended. On this one, I will say they swapped. The dominant hand is on a 24-hour scale, and then the secondary hand is on this 12. So it actually does have, see, it says setting local time single step. You can jump the 24-hour one. It's kind of a gimmick. I don't know. It's a little bit weird. But then you're missing AM, PM on your home time. So yeah, it's not recommended. In 33rd place, 29th of the ones I'll recommend, is the V6 Super Speed Dual Movement. Oh man, this is a funky, bizarre watch. $14. Only 10 thick. It's looking rough. Score 71, but if you swap it off that rubber thing, you can get this up to a 75. In 34th place, the Momentum Wayfinder GMT. C-, not recommended. In 35th place, the Citizen Avion Eco Drive. And if I had to have a single time watch, I'd get this one. It is a little bit cool, but you don't see 2 times at once, so it fails. It's not a dual time watch, it's a single time watch. But this is my pick for single time watch. So score 70. All right, in 36th place is the Alpina Star Timer Pilot GMT Quartz. It's 4-hand 24-hour dual time. It's not a GMT. It says GMT, that's a lie. Total score 70. In 37th place is the Earnshaw Longitude ES 8006-01. Not recommended. Score 70. And 30th, the last one I can recommend, is the CT Scuderia Due Tempi. It's a 2 tiny clocks watch. It's $85. It actually looks pretty darn cool with these 2 little clocks here. They put the 3 and the 9, and you've got the carbon fiber. I mean, it's clearly a cheap watch. 50 meters, mineral crystal, but I think it looks pretty cool. Score 70. In 39th place is the Vostok Komandirsky K34. Don't recommend. Score 69. In 40th place is the Casio AW81D-2AV. Not recommended. In 41st place is the Luminox P38 Lightning. Looks really cool, but I don't recommend it. Score 68. In 42nd place is the Timex Q GMT. Price of $219. And it's one of these office GMTs. It has bidirectional bezel. That acrylic crystal definitely hurts it. Those sorts of things. Score 68. In 43rd place is the Casio AQ800. Not recommended. In 44th place is the Timex TWEG 15,000. Not recommended. In 45th place is the Earnshaw Borrelier Dual Time. It's $139. Not recommended. Although it looks really cool, and look, it's got this retrograde dual time indicator. Pretty cool. Not recommended. In 46th place is the Nixon Staple. This looks really cool when you have the dual time. I can't recommend it though. It's 15 thick. The 39 by 39 area. Here, I have the formula set up. 39 by 39. That's equivalent to a 44 millimeter diameter circle. So it's large, even though you see 39, you think it's not that large. Well, it wears like a 44, sorta. Total score 67. In 47th place, the Timex Waterbury GMT. It has a nice little button here, which moves the hour, but it moves the GMT hour. You really want it to move that local hour hand. That would be so cool if it did that, but it doesn't. Not recommended. In 48th place is the Pegud K-Bean Automatic. Not recommended. In 49th place is the Svalbard Evertime AA54. Not recommended. In 50th place is the Devosa Viero. Not recommended. In 51st place is the Timberland Callahan. All this stuff, not recommended. In 52nd place is the Timex Ironman Finisher Adrenaline. Not recommended. There's no programmed cities or anything. Yeah, not a good one. In 53rd place is the Braun Anadigi Dual. Not recommended. In 54th place is the San Martin World Timer. Not recommended. In 55th place, taking heavy inspiration from Oris, is the Charles Hutton GMT. It's not a GMT and it's not recommended. In 56th place is the Voncher Astronaut 3. Not recommended. And it's a 3-hand 24-hour bezel. Oh, so it's like a glycine, but sadly not recommended. It actually looks kind of cool. Oh, uni bezel. Yes, well, there you go. If it had a bidirectional bezel, it would be recommended, but it doesn't. 57th place is the Aristo GMT. It's not a GMT. It's not recommended. In 58th place is the Circuit Blackpool GMT. It is a GMT, but it's got a uni bezel, not recommended. In 59th place is the Casio AEQ 120W. It's not recommended. It's really thick, 16.8, 52 diameter. There you go. It's too crazy, way too crazy in the size for a travel watch. In 60th place is the Boderi Admiral GMT, and it's not recommended. In 61st place is the Tandorio GMT. It's not a GMT watch. This bezel doesn't turn. Not recommended. 62nd place, the Pagani Design Explorer 2 GMT 1682. Like that Tandorio, the bezel doesn't turn. It's not recommended. Shouldn't say GMT. You know, the Rolex Explorer 2 actually scores pretty darn well. That's what they're blatantly ripping off here. Rolex Explorer 2 doesn't say GMT anywhere on it, and it never will, because it's not a GMT watch. And Rolex knows what's a GMT watch and what's not a GMT watch. They should not put GMT on a watch. Anyway, fat stacks of cash again. That's all they're out for, which makes sense. I'd like some fat stacks of cash too. I should put GMT on my video title, and then more people will watch it, I bet. But then they'll be sad because I'm making all these controversial points about what's a GMT and what's not. Anyway, in 63rd place is the Fast Track Dual Time Quartz. Not recommended. It's also 50 meters diameter. Why? In 64th place is the Storm Combaton. Not recommended. In 65th place is the Earnshaw Borrelier Sun and Moon. Looks really cool, but it's not recommended. In 66th place is the Thorn Titanium GMT. Not recommended. In 67th place is the Ohm Compass Temp Watch. These are just fake. They don't do anything. Crazy big. Not recommended. In 68th place is the Red Star ST2545 Dual Time. I think that's the movement. Crazy cool movement. These watches are really cool. The main problem is how big it is. And there's nothing they can really do about it because that's like the size of the movement. It's a 45 and it's 15 thick. I mean, maybe they could get the size down a little bit. That's really bad. And I would worry about how fragile it probably is and the difficulty in setting the time. If you go backwards, it only moves one watch. If you go forward, it moves both watches. Actually, the Ball Engineer Master 2 World Timer functions similarly. When you move it forward, the disc and the hour hands move. But when you go backwards, only one of those two things moves. I think it's the central time. Yeah, this one's not recommended, unfortunately. Mineral crystal 30 meters. That's kind of sad. It's a cool looking watch. Like I said, that Charles Hubert, you're just going to have a crown on each side. It's going to be quartz. It's going to be nice and thin and get you the same kind of form factor. And I think it's going to serve you a lot better. In 69th place is the Nixon Ripley. Not recommended. In 70th place is the Pagani Design GMT Master PD1662. Wearing it on my wrist. I really dislike this watch. It says it was $85. I paid 60 something for mine. That's why I got it. I wish I could have my money back. The green doesn't match the green on the screen. The screen green looks great. This is fantastic. This green is all washed out and looks bad. The main problem with this is like the Mingzhu movement or whatever's in here, where you have infinite adjustability of the GMT hand, because you can never set this thing exactly how it's supposed to be, and it jumps like crazy when you push it in. Stay away from this thing. It is really bad. Score 60. In 71st place is the Addis Dive AD2035. It's not a GMT, not recommended. In 72nd place is the Torgoen T25. Not a GMT, not recommended. In 73rd place is the Timex UFC Combat. It's huge, 20.5 thick. What's going on here? It's 53 millimeters in diameter. It's crazy, not recommended. In 74th place is the North Edge Gavia Pilot Watch. I know Jody at Just One More Watch is going to review this thing. At least he said he would. I don't know, maybe he already did. I suppose I'm mildly interested because it's in this video with the Comic Sans font on the dial. I don't recommend this thing. It's huge for one thing. 48, good grief. All right, 75th place is the Foxbox World Map. $9, but it's huge. 47 by 47. Let's put that into our calculator. 53 is equivalent area to a 53 millimeter round watch. Total score is 58. In 76th place is the Aviate Hawker Hunter Atlas Dual Time. Not recommended. In 77th place is the Ohm World Map Triple Watch. Not recommended. And it should probably have a bigger penalty for the battery change because you have 3 clocks to change the batteries on. It's like triple the battery changes. Probably what you're going to do is you'll just let one die and you won't care. And you'll just have, there's 2 that work at any given time. Score 57. In 78th place, the Heimdallr World Time GMT. And it's a city's bezel, not recommended. In 79th place is the Loris RL459BX9 Dual Time, not recommended. In 80th place is the Ohm Foldable Triple Watch. $10. Again, 3 batteries to change, not recommended. In 81st place is the Fossil Blue GMT, not recommended. In 82nd place is the Timex X Ghostly Watch, not recommended. I like they put Ann Arbor here, that's kind of fun. Not recommended. In 83rd place is the Foxbox Double Anadigi, and it's not recommended. In 84th place is the Red Star Bullhead World Time, not recommended. Unibezel. In 85th place is the Welly Merc World Time. And yeah, really not recommended on this one. They're getting a lot worse. They're going to even get worse than this somehow. In 86th place is the Sturmanski Traveler 2255289, not recommended. In 87th place is the Timex World Time Reissue. I don't recommend it. It does have a bidirectional bezel, but it's a single time watch. Yeah, there's daylight saving time issue. There's just a ton of problems with this. It seems like it'd be okay. I don't think you should get it. It's a single time watch. It fails the prime directive. In 88th place is the C-Pro Dual Timer SP0115, not recommended. And 56 by 54, okay. Just for fun, that's equivalent to a 62 millimeter diameter circle. 62. Why is it so big? Who knows? In 89th place is the Mercure Dual Crown World Time. It's not a world time, it's a city's bezel, and it's not recommended. In 90th place is the Sterling Global Voyager World Timer. It's not a world timer, it's a city's bezel. It says GMT too. Don't get this one. Not recommended. Uni bezel. It doesn't get the city itinerancy penalty though because the cities are static. It's a uni bezel. Good grief. In 91st place is the Seconda 30196. There's no 24-hour scale on the dial, and it's a 3-hand 12-hour watch. Like, how do you even use this thing? Not recommended. In 92nd place is the Vostok Amphibia 13027A. Not recommended. 93rd place is the Pagani Design World Timer PD1788. It's not a world timer. This thing doesn't turn. That doesn't turn. It's all just for show. It's just a 3-hand watch. Oh, it's a 4-hand watch. It says GMT on the dial. It's not a GMT. I mean, it's just a 4-hand 24-hour dual time watch. Why are the cities here at all? They do nothing. In 94th place is the Raketa Garoda. Oh, I have a Raketa Garoda, sort of. It's like a Frankenwatch Raketa. I thought this would be so cool. It's really not that cool. It's hard to read the Cyrillic too. London, Geneva, Moscow. I mean, obviously you can. It's not a big deal. But when you're hunting for the cities and they're in Cyrillic, Irkutsk. Yeah, I don't even know what Irkutsk is. Like, it's some minor Russian city. Like, tell us. I think this might be Tokyo or something. Like, they could have put. Or Vladivostok is Tokyo. You just have to remember which ones these are supposed to be, because Irkutsk, what is that? But here's Denver. I like that. But okay, not recommended, even though it's cool. And I've said this in prior videos, even though I don't recommend a watch, it still may have the rule of cool. 95th place is the H. Candace World Time, and it's not recommended. Final 3. In 96th place is the Invicta Aviator 47820. Not recommended. Calculations only. This turns, but what do you do with it? There's no 24-hour scale. In 97th place is the North Edge Mach Solar. I would not get this one. No 24-hour scale. No, like, what are we doing? And finally, in last place, 98th place, is the XAX World Timer with a total score of 6 out of 100. Not recommended. So that was all the budget travel watches. Whole lot of not recommended. There's some good ones. The greens especially. I would stick to the greens. Let's go on to the next category. Affordable. All right, traveler watches, $300 to $625, affordable. Let's look at that distribution. There's 99 watches in this segment. Oh, it's kind of small. Yeah, we have a few H's and G's, H's and I's down here. The F grade still has the highest. A lot of F's, 18 F's. As before, I'm gonna fly through these red ones. When I get there, don't be alarmed. I'm not going to say anything about the watches. The video will be too long. I'm just gonna zip through. All right, let's do the top 5. In 5th place is the Seiko Couture Solar SSG 019. It's $595, and it's a mini anti-clock. Look at that little mini clock down there. It's a full steel watch. The bracelet apparently does not have an extension. It's gonna be kind of heavy because it's a bracelet steel watch. It's kind of big too, almost 45 millimeters. Only 12 thick though, so it's not too crazy. But yeah, you have your programmed cities on here. This one is confusing to use. I've seen a video on it and it's not intuitive. You're gonna have to learn how to use it, but otherwise it's a cool watch. Total score of 85, B grade. In 4th place is a very cool watch. This was actually the next one I was gonna get. I was saving up for this watch and I ordered something else because of the Simple Pilot Watch video. I just had to get a different one, but this one is, I'm about to get this one for sure. But anyway, in 4th place is the Yes Watch version 7. And it's $500. It's a 3-hand, 24-hour bezel. It's not a 3-hand, there's only 1 hand, but I lumped it in with those ones because it's the same functionality. You've got a 24-hour bezel. You have an hour hand that goes around once per 24 hours. And you get the digital time displayed as well. I don't even know where to begin with this watch. It is so amazing and packed with so many cool features. You have tritium tubes, you have just the bezel alone. Do you see how there's lines in between? Nobody ever does that, but it's super useful for 30-minute offsets. And you hardly ever see it. I don't know if you ever really do see these lines in between each hour. And and on the dial as well. Do you see how so you can line these up perfectly. So easy to line this thing up. It's a friction bezel, which I love friction bezels. I actually really prefer that over the clicking. But it's titanium. Like, this watch does so many cool things. It is big. And I think the next one they're working on is going to be thinner. But yeah, this is the 16 millimeter thick watch, 46 millimeters diameter. So you really have to be in for the features. I don't think there's any other watch that can do the things it can do, though. It can do the solar noon. It can show you what that is. There's all kinds of stuff. The manual is 4,000 pages long. All the crazy stuff it does. Even reading it, like this, you see this blue ring, that has some sort of meaning. The yellow. There's so much information on here. It is absolutely crazy. Like, you see this little line here on the black part of it, and then you see the black line over here in the yellow. All these things have significance, and I apologize, dear viewer, that I did not look at this beforehand. I'm trying to just get the video out, but maybe I should have researched the S Watch a little more. Watch some videos on it. It is so cool. There's so many things you can do with it. So yeah, that's my number 4. And it has the top score for this type of watch, the 24-hour bezel watch. So it has programmed zones. What other one are you going to find with the 24-hour bezel that has programmed zones? Very cool. I'm very pumped to get one of these and wear it. I love big watches. I wear Citizens all the time, so 46 does not bother me whatsoever. Obviously, it gets a big penalty because for a travel watch, you don't want a big honking hockey puck on your wrist. You do want something you want something more reasonably sized. But yeah, I do recommend this one. Score of 87. In 3rd place is the Smith's Traveler PRS 58. $429. Can you believe it? It's a Traveler GMT with the Miyota 9075 movement. So you have that jumping hour. I didn't mention this before, and I should have. The other benefit to the Traveler GMT is that I get confused personally about which way to go. So I popped to the first position and I had started adjusting the date. And I'm like, darn it, I didn't want to change the date. And so I have to go all the way around with the date. I'm sure most people can remember this stuff, which way to go to adjust the date versus the GMT hand. On a Traveler GMT, it doesn't matter. You go either way you want. The hour hand's going to go back and forth. It's not going to be a problem. You're not going to mess up your date. This one doesn't even have a date. But anyway, back to the Smith's Traveler. What a cool watch. It's got military vibes, but it is also looking so classy. How is it only $429? Well, I'll tell you how. They sold out so quickly. People just scoop these up. On eBay, this is actually $700, which I guess would put it out of this price range. The reason why it's in this price range, the reason why it's in the video, is I believe that Smiths will probably sell it again. I don't know why the heck they wouldn't if they just sell them out instantly. I think they should. Anyway, it's only 38 in diameter. Very thick though, 15. Looks sweet, score of 88. In second place is the Citizen ProMaster Skyhawk JY8148-08L. It is $525 and it's a mini anti-clock. This thing is so cool. Let me show you how it works. This subdial at 12 o'clock is showing you UTC time, which is 15:09. That's awesome. Pilots love to just know what UTC is, so that's perfect. Your local time is New York City, and that is 10:09 a.m. You can tell that because of this AM PM indicator over here at 2 o'clock. That refers to your local time. Now, your home time is shown here digitally at 4 o'clock. Tokyo time is 9 minutes past midnight. And that makes sense because Tokyo's GMT plus 9. So you take 15 plus 9 and you get 24. So, or 0. So yeah, that makes sense. This is all checking out. New York City is GMT minus 5 in standard time. And 15 minus 5 is 10. So that makes sense. All this makes sense. And when you change time zones, you can just change it. It is going to be confusing. I'm confident that it's going to be very confusing. I'm sure the manual is very, very long. If you can figure this thing out, I think it's going to be really sweet. It's radio controlled, so you have atomic timekeeping. It's a solar movement. I think it's these little displays where the solar panels are below. They're black. This thing has really cool backlight display as well. There's a lot of cool colors this comes in. There's a green one. There's like a rose gold. You can get them on bracelets, but if you get the bracelet, there's no extension, and it adds a bunch of weight. So I would go with the leather strap. It is humongous, 14 thick and 46 millimeter diameter. It's a very large wrist presence, so you have to be in on that, which I am. I have Citizen watches that are 46 or 47. Totally fine with me, so I would be down for this one for sure. It comes with a slide rule bezel. I would love to have a watch with a slide rule bezel. I will have a watch with a slide rule bezel. I'm determined to do this because I've seen videos on how they work, and it's basically just a calculator. I never grew up knowing how to use one. I know in the 50s or whatever, they had to learn it in school, but obviously being a child of the 80s, I don't know how to use a slide rule. But I would love to learn because you can do multiplication and division really easily. It's just a calculator on your wrist. I would love to do that. So I will get a slide rule watch and I will learn how to use it, and I will be doing multiplication on my watch. It's going to be awesome. Really cool pilot watch, great aesthetics, score of 94. Okay, so many cool things. What could be a number one? In first place in this price category is the Casio Oceanus Solar, OCWT 3000. And there's a lot of different colorways for this. The price is $575, and it's a mini anti-clock. This is your alternate zone. And you can set that, you see the second hand here, when you're changing times, and it's very intuitive. There's a little button over here. It's super easy to change the times, but it'll just point to whichever one you do, whichever GMT offset. I'm GMT -6, so I would point it to the -6, and it's going to show me my home time. So easy to use. Only 11 thick, and it's 43 in diameter. I think that's totally reasonable. It's titanium. I didn't know Casio made such a nice watch. I've seen reviews on this, and people are blown away at the quality for a Casio. Like, you don't expect Casio to be this nice, but apparently it is really nice. Yeah, this is an awesome choice. If you're looking at a travel watch in this price range, I mean, the Smiths is sweet. If you want a regular GMT, there's some options that are viable. But if you want something different, man, this Casio, I don't know if you improve on this when you go up in price range. I'll be honest. Look, top score. Mini and a clock, this is the highest score you can get for that particular type. Definitely one to consider. All right, and here's all the watches in this price range, just so you can see what's coming up, see if you want to skip ahead. There's going to be some cool stuff. There's some more GMTs, some more Traveler GMTs that we're going to see. This is the first one that they're available, and we'll see 4-hand dual time watches with Traveler movements as well in this price category. This Nezumi is really sweet. You get your Casio Arnie here. Again, with the reds, I am going to fly through. All right, let's start with number 6. And in 6th place is the Citizen Chronograph AT9030-55L. $498, and it's a mini and a clock. Yeah, this is pretty similar to like that Seiko Coutura and the Casio Oceanus. It's a very similar type of a watch. It's just Citizen's version of it. Really high scoring. Let me see. Yeah, this would have gotten 3rd place, but I have the rule of only one per brand in the top 5. Things holding it back are the bracelet, because it's adding a bunch of weight and it doesn't have an extension. So you might want to swap that bracelet. Okay size, it's pretty large. A lot of these Japanese watches are kind of big. But again, you're getting eco drive, solar movement, atomic, timekeeping. Awesome. Score 93. In 7th place, I have the Citizen Skyhawk JY8078. So this is the older version. It's still really cool. It's the Blue Angels one. Like I said, I think there's some more versions of this. These are the only 2 I have in the video. These 2 Skyhawks. Slide roll bezel. I mean, one of these is in my future. Probably that one that was in 2nd place. For sure. I mean, I can say all these are in my future, but I don't have the cash money. So, we'll see which ones actually end up in my hot hands. But yeah, this one looks really cool. Operation is confusing. The clock is sometimes obscured. Those types of penalties you have. It's very big, 15 thick. The other one was 14 thick, so it looks like they improved the thickness on the newer model. Score of 89. In 8th place is the Borealis Estoril GMT. $600. It's one of the cheaper ones for sure. One of the cheaper Traveler GMTs. So you have that jumping hour hand. It's the Miyota 9075. Only 12 millimeters thick. Okay, so I thought maybe, because the Smiths was 15 millimeters thick, I thought, okay, all these Travelers maybe are super thick if you have the Miyota. Not this one, 12.6. That's totally reasonable for a 300 meter watch. That's totally fine. In fact, that's under the average for that depth rating. So that's good. It does have an extension on the bracelet too. The colors, I mean, it doesn't look that great, I'll be honest. It's got kind of a sumo case shape. It looks okay. This seems like a bit much for what I'm looking at, but it's because you get that Miyota 9075. Total score of 85. In 9th place is the Tissel True GMT. $387. And it's a Traveler GMT. Almost the cheapest Traveler GMT you can get. Well, if we're talking about ones you can order today, I think this is the cheapest. I think the other one I'm thinking of is actually sold out. That's going to be on the next slide. But yeah, the problem is it's just kind of a Rolex ripoff. I don't care for that. I don't think I would get this one just because I'm wearing a Rolex homage. But this one was $67. My pick is the next one, so I'll just show you the next one. But this one does have a bracelet extension, only 12 thick, 40 millimeters diameter. It's got a lot going for it. I just wish they had done something slightly original. All they'd have to do is just, different hands and maybe a different bezel. Just mix it up a tiny amount. They do have a green one. The green one might be a little better. Total score of 84. In 10th place is the Islander Port Jefferson GMT. That's the one I had on the cover photo for this. It's $579 and it's Traveler GMT. This is my pick for a Traveler GMT. Again, I'm talking about all these watches I want. I would love to have an actual GMT that I can feel happy about having. Bezel goes both ways. I can jump the hour thing. I want the GMT experience. I don't care for the unidirectional experience with the Office GMT. I just want the real thing. So this is the one I would choose out of all of it ones I've looked at. Aluminum bezel insert, that's okay. It doesn't bother me. And I've chosen this as a wild card, so this has a chance to be in the final top 10. And yeah, it's got the Ben's pick thing. There's only one per type in the entire video that has a Ben's pick. So this is, in my opinion, this is the one I'd be most likely to purchase myself as a Traveler GMT. 13.2 thick is nice. 40 is a great diameter. The listed weight is 170 grams. So it's going to be a heavy one. I mean, it's just a bracelet watch. Bracelet watches typically go up to 200, so that's nothing to be shocked about. But it's more weight on your wrist when you're traveling. For me personally, I don't like to have a bracelet watch when I'm traveling. I like to have something a little lighter. So I might swap this to a leather strap. I probably would, actually. Total score of 82. All right, 11th place is the Bulova A15. Another Ben's pick, $556. And it's a 3-hand 12-hour bezel watch. Yeah, the Yes watch was a 3-hand 24-hour bezel watch. This one, you missed the AM PM. These are never going to score as well as the 24-hour bezel ones because of that. That's a 4-point penalty. This one is really cool though because you get dual bezels. You get a minute one too, so you can actually do 30-minute zones with this. So this scores better than a lot of the other ones. It's not the top score. I don't know which one is, but yeah, I chose this as a wild card for the end. It's got cool pilot aesthetics, kind of a retro look to it, and you do have those 30-minute zones. Just put this triangle down at the 30, and you can read your time in, Calcutta. These weird offsets, like Calcutta's plus 5.5 GMT, so you can set that up. Total score of 82. In 12th place is the Marathon X Islander Navigator Quartz, $405, and it's a 3-hand 12-hour bezel. These are so simple to use, and this is the white dial version, the Islander one. There's a lot of different colors of these Marathons. Only 60 meters water resistance, but that's not a huge deal on a travel watch. You're not diving in the ocean, you're flying on a plane. Only 11 thick. They're going to be nice and light. 47 grams is the listed weight. You get tritium illumination, friction bi-bezel. I mean, these are so simple to use. I really do like them. I like wearing a watch with a dual-time bezel that's just a 12-hour. It's very simple to use. In 13th place is the Certina DS Podium GMT. Price of $585, and it's a dual-time hour indicator. And if you want to, you could set that to GMT. I suppose you could. Maybe pilots would do that. I'm going to set it to home time, personally. That's what I suggest with dual-time hour indicators. Set them to your home time, and then when you travel, change the local hands and leave that how it is. And that way you can look at that and see what time it is at home. That's what I would do. But it's very thin, 10.4. That's because it's a quartz movement. They say it's 80 grams. I do not doubt that. That seems right. Total score of 82. In 14th place is the Bramier Tri-Layer GMT. Price of $575, and it's a Traveler GMT. It seems like it's a good size, 40.5 diameter, and then 13 thick. Great size. There is number distance issues because your little GMT thing here is in the middle, and then the bezel's way on the outside. That is a penalty. There's number distance, minus 3 points. Not a huge penalty. Bracelet apparently doesn't have an extension. Score of 82. In 15th place is the Islander JFK GMT, ISL 206. Price of $369, and it's a Traveler GMT. And that is the cheapest Traveler GMT I have found on the market. Mark at Long Island Watch has come up with the cheapest Traveler GMT that I have seen. And it looks nice too. The dial looks really, really cool. I like the gilt on the bezel. The only reason I choose the Port Jefferson over this one is really kind of the thickness. That Port Jefferson is only 13 thick, while this is 14.5. And the Port Jefferson is a 40 millimeter. This is a 42. I would prefer the Port Jefferson, personally. This one is currently sold out, this particular model. I don't know if other colorways or not. Yeah, I think these things are selling like hotcakes. People are getting the message about the Traveler GMTs being available, and people are pumped to have them. I am pumped to have one. I would love to have one in due time. In due time. Total score of 80. In 16th place, the last good grade is the Vesuviate Attivo Duplex. It's $545, and it's a 2 tiny clocks watch. This is an automatic watch, or is it 2 automatic watches? So you've got 2 automatic movements in here. You've got 2 peacock movements. It's a Chinese movement. Yeah, when you look at that case back, there's 2 tiny little movements back there. It's really cool. They only have 36-hour power reserve, these little movements. The watch is quite thin though, 11.5, 39 millimeters diameter. They have some other really cool colors with this. The gold, there's kind of a coppery one. There's kind of sky blue, and the green. Green looks so good. I just put up the silver. I thought that was the most conventional color, but they have some really cool colors. I mentioned the second thing when you have these two tiny clocks watches. When you have 2 second hands, they're not going to be the same. You'll just have to be comfortable with that, especially with automatic movement. These are going to be totally different. If you don't mind the second hands being off, I think this is really cool. It is a wild card for the final showdown. Total score of 80. In 17th place is the Glycine Air Pilot GMT 44. It's an office GMT. It's $325. Yeah, I recommend it. I think it's okay. If you're going to get an office GMT, get one of the ones I recommend. I think this one's okay. Score 79. In 18th place is the Nizumi Aviera AA2. $576, and it's one of these dual time watches. They don't say GMT on the dial. Good job, guys. That is super rare. Most of the time, people will say it's a GMT when it's not a GMT. The bezel does not turn. It's like an Explorer 2, Rolex Explorer 2. It's got the traveler movement, so it'll be able to jump the hour for local time setting and not disturb your dual time hand here. Yeah, if you want one of these types, I think this is a really great choice. Score 79. In 19th place is the Hemel X Matthew Tissot Type 20. $449, and it's a 3-hand, 12-hour bezel watch. And I chose this as a wild card for the final showdown. There is a friction fit bi-directional bezel. That's really nice. Yeah, I think this is a good choice. Score 78. In 20th place is the Momentum UDT. $369, and it's a mini digiclock. That's a pretty large digiclock, actually. Yeah, these are looking really cool. Lapse time bezel, dual time display here. They have it on the same time for the picture. I don't know why they do that. Just show us the dual time capability. That's kind of the point of this thing, so it'd be cool to see. But it does. I confirmed you can change this independently. Looks good. Score 78. In 21st place is the D1 Milano GMT 10th anniversary. Price of $500, and it's a Traveler GMT. It's a short list of Traveler GMTs around this price, so this is one of them. If it floats your boat, I say go for it. There's not a ton of options, so maybe just go for it. Yeah, it's got a PRX type shape here. No extension on the bracelet. Score 78. In 22nd place is the Laurier Hyperion. $599, and it's a Traveler GMT. This is a nice one. This is a really nice one. If you're in this price range, consider all of them because it's a very short list. If you like the styling of this, I say go for it. I include it as a wild card in the final showdown. Yeah, I would love to try any one of these, to be honest. Total score 77. In 23rd place is the Luminox F117 Nighthawk X Skunkworks. $545, and it's a 3-hour, 12-hour bezel watch. So just a dual time bezel, basically, 3-hander. And I think it's suitable for your dual time needs. It is thick and large, but it doesn't weigh too much because it's forged carbon case. You do have tritium continuous illumination, which is going to be very nice. And this has unusually high brand strength, according to Watch Charts, which was the source I used for brand strength. Score 77. In 24th place is the Swiss Military GMT SM34095.04. Price of $346, and it's an office GMT, and yet I recommend it. It seems all right. Cool stencil letters on the bezel. Score 76. In 25th place is the Momo Design MD-077 Dual Time. It's $568, and it's a 2 tiny clocks watch. See the 2 tiny clocks? I like how they did this. It's just side by side, and it's just a big rectangle, and then they put some cities here for reference. That's really nice. Normally you don't get any reference. So additional info, stationary cities, as opposed to no info, which is a -10. So this is actually, it's sort of like 3 points for this thing. It's titanium. Very cool. Only 8 thick. I have the formula over here to calculate what that would be. So a 41 by 41 square has the same area as a 46 millimeter diameter circle. Take that for what it is. It doesn't mean it wears exactly like a 46 millimeter, but it is a larger wearing experience than 41 implies. Square watches do wear larger. Score 75. In 26th place is the Casio ProTech PRW. Bunch of stuff. $380. Mini digiclock. It does have programmed zones. You see them on the outside here. So that's going to be really nice. Yeah, this one's just really huge. That's what's holding it back. 51.5 millimeters diameter. If you don't mind a big watch, maybe go for this one. Score 75. In 27th place, the C-Pro Meridian World Timer. $453, and it's a mini anaclock. See, it says local up there. This is your 24-hour indicator for your local time. Down here is your second time zone, so that would be your home time. And on your home clock, you're missing AM, PM, so that's too bad. But yeah, you have programmed zones. I think this will be pretty cool. Score 75. In 28th place is the Imperial Watch Company Ocean Guard GMT. $599, and it's an office GMT. It's one of the ones I recommend because it's got this nice friction bidirectional bezel. Cool colors on this thing. Score 74. In 29th place is the Bauhaus Aviation True GMT. Price of $555, and it's not a GMT, it's a dual time watch. But I recommend it anyway, even though they have lies on the dial. Score 74. In 30th place is the Bulova Wilton GMT. Price of $595, and its type is 4-hand 24-hour dual time. If I throw a tantrum every time this happens, I'm going to lose all you viewers. So I should probably control my seething hatred for this very frivolous thing. No, this is fine. Yeah, I recommend this for your dual time needs. Dual score 74. In 31st place is the Earnshaw Carlisle dual time. I don't really know how exactly these things work. I couldn't find a video, but look, you've got your dual time hour indicators here. $400. It looks decent. I mean, it's good enough to be recommended. So there you go. In 32nd place is the Forstner A12. Price is $475, and it's an office GMT. And there's a Bulova, I think it's a Bulova that looks like this. It's like the CIA watch. I think you go with the Forstner. This Forstner is actually recommended. I don't think the Bulova is. The Bulova Astronaut, or no, that's the Vonsher Astronaut. I forget what the Bulova is called. I would get this one though if you want the CIA watch. Friction bibezel. This looks pretty cool actually. Score 73. In 33rd place and is the Laurier Hydra. It's a 4-hand dual time watch, not a GMT. And if you swap the strap, you can get the score up 1 point up to a 73, and I recommend it. All right, now we're in not recommended. Next we have the Zeppelin Atlantic 84683. And next is the Tissot PRX Digital. It only displays one time. In 36th place is the Waldhof Atlas GMT, not recommended. Seiko Arni SNJ027. You don't have programmed zones. I don't recommend it. Why is it so huge, guys? It's huge. Next is the Archetype Dorian, not recommended. Hemel Airwing, not recommended. Aigi Arctic GMT, not recommended. In 41st place is the Junkers Flieger GMT. It's not a GMT, it's not recommended. Tracer P59 Aurora GMT, not recommended. Undone Era World Timer Lindbergh, not recommended. Citizen Anna Digi Temp, not recommended. Tissot Seastar 1000 GMT, not recommended. In 46th place is the Spinnaker Bradner GMT, not recommended. Sturmansky Gagarin, not recommended. Sangen Instruments Overlord, not recommended. About Vintage 1982, not recommended. JBW Jetsetter 4, not recommended. Again, you don't just have one battery change, you have 3 battery changes on this thing. In 51st place is the Isobright ISO 3011, not recommended. Seiko 5 SSK003, not recommended. Mineral crystal, no extension on the bracelet. Office GMT movement. It does have a friction bibezel. Is it just under? I don't know, guys. I don't know. That mineral crystal is really costing it a ton of points. I think you should have a sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. Yeah, I know people are going to disagree with this one. They're going to say, Seiko SSK003, are you crazy? These things are great. Well, I don't think they're all that great. I think there's better stuff. Not recommended. Lumetech Combat B45 GMT, not recommended. Unimatic UT1 GMT, not recommended. Shoreham Snowden, not recommended. In 56th place is the MMI Turret GMT, not recommended. Octopus Crackton Octrecto, not recommended. Trintec Nav 01 GMT, it's not a GMT, it's not recommended. T-Soviet Kinematic GMT, not recommended. Sterling Upham Quartz, not recommended. In 61st place is the Dufa Tauschen Mecha Quartz. And I actually got one of these from Watch Gang. I signed up for Watch Gang and they were sending me these random watches and I couldn't. The watch is probably all right. Well, I don't recommend it. Never mind. Yeah, it's got a uni bezel. Don't get this one. Not recommended. Boulder Safari GMT Banff, not recommended. Notice Sector GMT. It's not a GMT. It's not recommended. Hua Suo GMT watch. It's not a GMT watch. Not recommended. Citizen Aqualand Depth Meter. Really cool looking thing, not recommended. In 66th place is the out of order Venezia GMT. Not recommended. Aeromat PNY Dual. Not recommended. Seiko 5 Cocktail GMT. It's not a GMT. It's not recommended. Trintec Com 01 GMT. Not recommended. Victorinox Field Force Sport GMT. It's not a GMT. It's not recommended. In 71st place is the Monroe Adventure. Not recommended. The Seiko 5 SSK 023 says GMT on the dial. That's total lies. Not recommended. Swiss Military Air Afterburn. Not recommended. Mercure GMT Pilot. It's not a GMT watch. It's not recommended. Signum Cuda Titanium GMT. I always have to put on the watch if I own the watch. Okay, let me put on the Signum Cuda Titanium GMT that has a D plus grade. Wait. Is that a D? Okay, so C's are 70, D's are 60s. Oh, this is an F. This is an F grade. Okay, I'm gonna hold it up while I say that it's not recommended. Signum Cuda Titanium GMT, not recommended. Mainly because the uni bezel. That's the story with a lot of these ones. Unidirectional bezel is horrible. Just don't do it. Save yourself the pain and suffering that I've had to endure. In 76th place is the Aeromat Type GMT. It's not a GMT. It's not recommended. Aviate Flyboy Wingman World Timer. It's not a GMT, as it says. It's not a world timer. It's a city's bezel thing. I don't recommend it. Ugly Watch 100 meter GMT. Not recommended. Spinnaker Croft 3912 GMT. Not recommended. Ridge Land and Sea GMT. Not recommended. In 81st place is the Matthew Tissot GMT. Not recommended. Vostok Europe Gaz 14 Limousine. Not recommended. Diesel Mr. Daddy 2.0. Heck yeah. Do you have 4 batteries in this thing for the 4 watches? You've got quadruple time, and it says only the brave. This is pretty sick. Yeah, it's sad to me I have to not recommend this because it looks really cool. Not recommended. Shield Marco. Not recommended. Pegoud Premier GMT. It's not a GMT. It's not recommended. In 86th place is the Islander Calabra World Time. ISL 241. Not recommended. I can't wear the next one. Okay, the next one is the Axwell Arrow, which I personally destroyed, and I'm not sad whatsoever because I'd rather burn my $160 and watch the smoke and the fire than have to have this thing. It's very unpleasant to use and wear this watch. I highly recommend you do not buy this type of a watch, and not this watch in particular. Stay away from this particular watch. Score of 56. Vostok Europe Gaz 14 Limousine, not recommended. Rotary Henley World Timer, not recommended. Havan Tuvali Wayfinder. Okay, I have to mention one crazy thing about this. It's made of a Cooper nickel, which is a mix of copper and nickel. It's a metal. It's amagnetic. And that's important because they have a compass in the middle. Like, this thing is crazy. It's not recommended, though. In 91st place is the Bernhardt Retro World. Not recommended. Cadola Dogleg. Not recommended. RGMT Continental. Not recommended. Orient World Map. Not recommended. This thing is weird. 12 versus 24 calc. Like, it's a 12-hour movement, but you have this 24-hour thing. Like, what does it do? How does it work? I have no idea. Next is the Walbrook X15 World Time. Not recommended. And we're at the final showdown. In 96th place is the Ballast Amphion GMT. Not recommended. Next is the Buyalov Sev Morput. Not recommended. Next is the Egaloser Original World Time. It's a 3-hand cities bezel. Not recommended. And in last place, 99th place, is the CCCP CCCR Russia Time Zone. 3-hand cities bezel. Ridiculous crown. 12-hour movement with this ridiculous thing. It's not recommended. All right, so those were all the travel watches from $300 to $625. Most of them cannot be recommended because they're not good travel watches. This is going to get better as we get up in the next price range and beyond. We're going to start to see a lot better stuff. We're going to see that world time. Well, why am I split? Let's just dive right in. Yeah, lots of stinkers. I'm just going to be blunt. I think these are not good. I would not want any of these watches. Well, okay. You know, the SSK, it does have a friction bi-bezel. And I've explained that's my biggest issue with Office World Time. Maybe some of these could get a pass. I think stick to the yellows and the greens. There's a lot of stuff built in here that you may not be considering, like the mineral crystal, the lack of a bracelet extension, these sorts of issues. Like, it's included in the score for a reason. When you put it all together, I really think there's just better stuff out there. I feel bad for this because Seiko, it's a brand with so much history and so much enthusiasm. But over and over in my videos, I don't have anything against Seiko, and they just end up not doing that great specs-wise compared to their peers. I don't know what to say. No, I don't have it out for Seiko. Look, there's a Seiko in my number 5 up here. This one just doesn't seem to be that great. But yeah, let's go on to the next price range. It'll be a lot of fun. Let's go on to the next price range, quality. All right, the third price tier, traveler watches, $625 to $1,500, quality. And I'm seeing a lot of quality on the screen. This is looking good. Let's dive in. Here's that distribution. It's looking a lot better than the last two. You're getting kind of a normal looking bell curve here, except you've got this other weird one or two other curves down in the red area that kind of mix things up. More watches have a D grade than have any other grade. We've got the GHI grades, the super failing grades. There's a lot of good stuff in here. And I'll fly through those reds like I did in the other ones. All right, let's do the top 5. In 5th place is the Jack Mason Strato Timer GMT. Price is $999, and it's a Traveler GMT. So you're gonna have that local time setting, super easy. This is a great option. It looks so cool. It's not ripping off the Rolex or anything. It's its own little style. I mean, I'm not going to say it has a distinct Jack Mason style to it. It's not like a trend-setting style or anything, but it looks good. I would totally rock this one. It looks wonderful. 1,000 is a lot. The 48 click by bezel is so good. Bonus of 2 points. These are great. This is what you want, because you're going to be able to do the 30-minute offsets if you want to. It doesn't get a bonus for 30-minute offset because it is a little bit, it's still clunky with the GMT. It's not as good as like a 2 tiny clocks or something. But yeah, this is a good option. Miyota 9075. And they regulate the movement. Score of 87. In 4th place is the Citizen Geo Tracker. Price of $919, and it's a rotating world map. Very small, there's only 3 watches that are rotating world maps. But that's your second time here, is this map of the world that goes around. This just goes with the main hands. It just tells you the AM, PM of your local time. So that's not actually all that useful. But yeah, the dual time capability here is this world map. And you do have a little triangle indicating UTC, which in this example is 2300. So yeah, it looks like this is set correctly because Japan is going to be 10 o'clock here. But it's cool to see that rotating world map. This is my pick for rotating world map. Mainly because the other 2 are so much more expensive. So if I was going to buy one, this would be the only one I could even probably get. But it's the top scoring of the rotating world maps as well. And you get a functional slide rule bezel. Operating it is actually not that complicated. Your bracelet doesn't have an extension, so you might want to swap it to a leather strap or something. That would bring the weight down as well. Score of 87. In 3rd place is the Le Sablier LS04 Travel Graph. Price of $755 on pre-order, and it's a true world time. I think these are shipping in November, December, so December probably, if you buy it now in October. And the price will go up. It's scheduled to go up $100 or so. This is the cheapest true world time, by which I mean you're able to jump the hour hands. And these time zones are always going to stay in the same place, these cities. They put DC at the top. I like that. It's an American company, so yeah, let's put America at the top. That makes sense to me. You have these little triangles and lines that'll show you daylight saving time. So in standard time, DC's here. In daylight saving time, you just take the line over and you do the little triangle. It's very simple. I don't know why all world time watches don't have one of these things on there just to help you out with daylight saving time. Yeah, a lot of these world time watches just have the cities. You're just out of luck for daylight saving time. So this is how it should be done. I really like this. Good size, 12.8 thick and 40 millimeters across. Yeah, this is looking really good. Ben's pick. Yeah, this is the world time watch I would be most likely to purchase. If I had the cash in my bank account right now, I would order this thing today. But I don't. And the blue one's already sold out, but the black is still available at time of recording. Total score of 88. In second place is the Notice Contrail GMT, price of $825, and it's a Traveler GMT. And it's my second place, silver medal. 48 click bidirectional bezel. Cool date window with the red. I'm sorry, the image is low fidelity here, but it's looking really good. It looks like it has a sapphire bezel cover. It's just looking so good. There is an extension on that bracelet. Notice actually makes the Node X bracelet system, which other micro brands use. They partner with Notice. That thing is so sick. I have one, and it is the biggest game changer you can possibly imagine to have that. Like, I love wearing bracelet watches, and when you have that Node X adjustment, you just take out the tiniest little amount if it's a little tight, and then you can tighten it up as well. Like, if it's so good, the on-the-fly adjustment. I can't not praise it highly enough. And it's really slick the way it works. And again, these guys regulate their Miyota 9075 as well. So this is going to be high quality watch. Only $825. If you can swing it, I think it's a really excellent option for your traveling needs. Total score of 90, A-. And the number one, the top watch in the quality price category is the Hamilton World Timer Chrono Quartz. Price of $1,345, and it's a dual time hour indicator. It's actually a little bit weird the way this works. You have an indicator here at 10 o'clock that'll show you the day-night, but then on the dial, there's 4 hands here. You press this mode button and it switches to time mode instead of chrono mode. It's in chrono mode right now. If you switch it to time mode, there's going to be one of these, I think the second hand points at the city, and then this fourth hand, the chrono hand, will point to the hour that's in your alternate time zone. That's how that works. It does not have 30-minute zones programmed in here. It's very simple to use though. You just press this button here. I think you long press it in order to change over to time mode. And you can keep the chronograph running while you do it, and when you go back to chrono, the hands will go right back where they were. This is a very advanced quartz watch here. It doesn't account for daylight saving time, so be aware of that. But yeah, this is a sweet option, no doubt. Total score of 92. All right, and here's all the watches in case you want to skip ahead. There's a ton more greens in this one than in the last two price categories. So let's take a look. We're going to see some good Traveler GMTs, a lot of Traveler GMTs. This is the sweet spot right now. There's this World Timer here. That's actually my pick for Office World Time. It's a slightly different category than the True World Time that I over there. But anyway, there's a lot of Ben's picks watches in here. In case you skip to this segment, it's the one of the watch type that I would be most likely to purchase myself. So a 4-hand 24-hour dual time, I'm most likely to purchase this Vario Empire GMT out of all the ones in the video. And there's a ton of those. There's like 90 or something. But yeah, really cool stuff. This was the first Traveler GMT. I'll say that again when we get there. Lots of cool watches, and I will fly through the reds. The yellows too, I'm gonna be brief on the yellows. All right, let's keep going. In 6th place is the Citizen ProMaster Land combination. And I'm covering the number so you can't see it. Let me find the number on my spreadsheet. JC1005-02W. Its price is only $695, and it's a mini digiclock. It's got a wildcard seal, a top score seal, and a Ben's Picks seal for the mini digiclock. It's the highest scoring of a mini digiclock. It's got programmed zones in here. This clock is so good. The display on it is really nice. They've improved displays over the years, and this is a really high quality one. It'll do a positive display as well as this negative display. It'll go back and forth between them. And you can just have 2 times side by side. That is so good looking. Yeah, this is fantastic. Program zones. It'll do 30-minute zones just fine, no problem there. You've got a power reserve on here for your solar movement. See Eco Drive right there. This one is so cool. Compass bezel. It's got a lot of bells and whistles on this thing. And so it does get penalized for being confusing, but it is larger, 44 millimeter diameter, 13.5 thick. Total score of 87. In 7th place, the Traska Venturer GMT. And this is a wild card I chose. It's $720 and it's Traveler GMT. Internal rotating bezel. Those are nice because they're really adjustable. Typically you can screw them down. I don't know on this one, sorry about that. Definitely watch a review if you're interested in any of the watches in this video. It'll help tell you the nuance, because there's so much more to a watch than just this stuff. But my analysis is extremely valuable. It boils to the top, the really good ones, particularly in those low price categories. Got an extension on the bracelet. Smaller size than we see with a lot of these, 38.5 millimeter diameter, only 11.8 thick, and a lot of that is due to the crystal. So this is going to be a good option. Score of 87. In 8th place is the Citizen Endeavor BJ7144-52L, $999, and it's a Traveler GMT. The bracelet's looking a little cheesy to me. Actually, the whole thing's looking a little cheesy with the dual tone. I do like gold on the watches, but this gold is looking cheesy. Their use of the gold is excessive, in my opinion. Cool looking date here. And yeah, internal rotating bezel. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. It is very big. It's going to be heavy. 44 millimeter diameter. And the bracelet apparently does not have an extension on it. Seems to be a weakness of the Japanese watches. Per product description, the bracelet does not have an extension. I searched for adjustment, extension, all these sorts of words. Could not find. And I read the description, of course. Total score of 87. In 9th place, the Certina DS Action GMT. Price of $1,203. And it's a Traveler GMT. And I think this is a good one. This is definitely a good one. And if you want more of a like mainstream brand, this is a good way to go. They have some other colors as well. I think there's a Pepsi style bezel or something. There's a blue dial. Good size, 41, and the thickness is totally average for a 200 meter water resistance watch. This is going to be great. You get that 80-hour power reserve. That definitely helps here. I think that's a point or two over the regular movement. Yeah, quality movement in here. Total score of 86. The other Swiss movements like the ETA 2893, that's an office GMT. The Sellita SW330, that's an office GMT. Most of the Swiss movements are actually office GMTs, but Swatch Group has managed to come up with this Powermatic 80 that is a Traveler GMT. And it's based on the ETA 2824. But they did something different, so I don't know how they did it, but it's cool. Total score of 86. In 10th place, the Marlowe GMT, $875, and it's a Traveler GMT. This price is looking very appealing for a Traveler GMT, and the style is looking nice. It's under the radar, but it is looking slick. These hands are looking good, the dagger hands. I mean, this is just a classy looking watch. There's a blue one, but I would go for the black. And I chose it as wild card for the final runoff. Great size. The leather strap is looking really good. Yeah, I like this one. Score of 86. All right, in 11th place is the Citizen Series 8 880 GMT. Price of $1,495, and it's a Traveler GMT. And unlike the other Miyota 9075s, well, it's not a 9075, it's something special. They have their special sauce here. You get a little bit more power reserve, 8 more hours over the 42 that's normally on the 9075. They like to do that. They keep the extra special one for themselves. And got some anti-magnetism in here. Looking good. Total score of 84. In 12th place, the Vair G5 Meridian, $899, and it's a Traveler GMT. Cool Jubilee bracelet, 120 click bi-bezel. Those are good. That gets a big bonus. You have a lot of adjustment there you can do with that bezel. So that is really sweet. 120 click bi-bezel. My favorite is the friction fit, but I know people like the clicky. Most people like clicking their bezels. So this is a good one too. It is absurdly thick, 15.6. That's unfortunate. I still think it's a good option though. Score of 84. In 13th place is the Gustave & Company Jewels 24-hour. And it's a single hand watch. Oh, it's $1,295. And I said a 3-hand 24-hour bezel. It's a one-hander. But it's the same general principle as these 24-hour bezel watches with the 24-hour movement inside. The single hand goes around once per 24-hour period. Put noon at the top and midnight at the bottom. That makes the most sense. That means this thing is following the sun. You know, when the sun's up above, it's noon. When the sun is on the other side of the planet, it's midnight. That makes sense to me. That's how I like these things. You're not getting extreme precision here, but it'll do the job. It'll tell you what time of day is. And you can see day, night. Like, night is on the bottom, day's on the top. It gives you a feeling for the day-night cycle. That's pretty cool. It is pretty thick. Score of 84. In 14th place is the Arcan Alterum. It's $788, and it is a 4-hand, 12-hour dual time. And the way these work is you keep the... So this is the dual time hand, the blue one. You would keep that behind your normal hour hand when you're at home. And then when you travel, you'd press the button to make your local hand match the local time. And so that's when these 2 hour hands differ from each other. You know, I was wrong about how you set the thing. This button is actually for the date. So it doesn't get the bonus of a button hour setting. You're going to set it... It's going to be a jump hour sort of thing. So that's how that thing works. This one is really cool because it has day-night indicators for both hands, which is extremely advanced for this price range. It's under $1,000. That's impressive. And it's only 13 millimeters thick. So they fit all that in there in a nice size. This is an impressive watch, no question. Yeah, they did their own kind of movement module here. So this is pretty impressive. Total score of 83. In 15th place is the Zelos Mako GMT. Price of $729. And it's a traveler GMT. Looks really good with that meteorite dial. The purple's looking good with the blue. I like that. You get anti-reflective coating on the crystal. Looks like all these pretty much did. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. It is kind of thick. The bracelet does have some kind of an extension on it, which is nice. Fluctuations in your wrist size throughout the day or day to day. Score of 83. In 16th place is the Glycine Air Pilot Dual Time 44 GL0366. $1,125, and it's a mini anti-clock. It's very easy to set this clock down here. When you're at home, I would have these match, and then when you travel, change the big hands with the crown. It's a quartz movement, which doesn't bother me whatsoever. But yeah, you get 30-minute zones. You can set this clock to whatever you want down here. Yeah, the 2 clocks are independent of each other entirely. Get a nice little big date up here. This is really cool. It's only 10.8 thick. That's the benefit with quartz. And 44 millimeters diameter, that's a good pilot size. For travel, I do think they should be a little smaller, but you know, this is kind of a pilot watch too at the same time. This is a good option. Total score of 83. In 17th place is the Alpina Star Timer Pilot GMT. $1,389. It's a traveler GMT. Gets a penalty for the numbered distance. Anytime you have this GMT thing in the middle and the numbers are way out here, it's unfortunate. And they missed a huge opportunity here. If you put a disc on here, like, go ahead and put a world map on it. You could do that, couldn't you? Wouldn't that be cool to put a world map on the disc? Like, there's things you can do. Once you introduce a disc into the equation, I'm like, okay, you've got the disc. Make it a world timer. But it is a traveler GMT. It's not a world timer. And I think it works okay for that. Maybe a missed opportunity, though. Total score of 83. In 18th place is the Olek and Weiss P101. Price of $1,200, and it's a 3-hand, 12-hour bezel. Very simple. It's like almost like a dive watch, just with a dual-time bezel. I like that there's little slashes halfway in between each one of these. Sometimes they try to split the baby and do 4 little dots in between these to do like an elapsed time thing. This is the way to do it. If it's a dual-time bezel, just make it a dual-time bezel. It looks good. This may be the O&W that rates highly in any of the videos I've done, because generally O&W is kind of missing the mark. This one looks good. Great size. Score of 82. In 19th place is the Gavox Longitude. $1,052, and it's Traveler GMT. Yeah, this is the price range for Traveler GMTs. Like, they're just everywhere. Great size. Matching date wheel. Looks pretty cool. Score of 81. In 20th place is the Heim Viajero World Timer. $700, and it's an office world time. It's my pick for office world time, and it's a wild card for the runoff at the end. Yeah, office world time's not that bad because you can just rotate the cities if you want, or you can flick the disc, But you always have those cities as reference, as I covered in the types section. I think this is almost as good as Traveler World Time. It's technically not quite as easy, but it's still really nice. And it's still a functional world time watch, which at this price, $700, there's no others out there. This is the cheapest functional world time watch. By functional, I mean at a glance. I mean, you look down and it's correct anytime you look at it. The ones with the rotating city bezels, they are by definition always incorrect. You're always having to fiddle with it to fix it. And that's fails the prime directive, at a glance accuracy. But yeah, this is a wonderful size. I'll be honest, the hands don't look all that great. They're supposed to look like cartographer things or like a compass or something. I don't know. There's something off about the dial here, the 12 and the 6. There's definitely something off, which I hate saying because it's really cool they put this together, and I think it's worth it too. Yeah, sweet option. Score of 80. In 21st place is the Aviator World Time Air Cobra. Price of $695. It's a dual time hour indicator style. And that's my pick for dual time hour indicator. Great size. It's a quartz, so that's part of why it's 10.8 thick. This is going to be a great wearing experience. A little bit large though, yeah. It's getting a 1 point bonus for being thinner than 12, and it's getting a 1 point penalty for being wider than 42. But yeah, this one's really interesting. Let me zoom in. Sorry for the low fidelity image here. You actually have daylight saving time here. You see they have the lines and the little sun for summertime. But yeah, this rotating bezel on the outside, it doesn't change the numerals. These numerals remain static. Do you see how the 30 is upright at the bottom? That's your giveaway. But this rotates the inner cities ring, and it has nothing to do with the movement. So you set this thing and you rotate your cities, and don't mess with it. If you rotate that cities bezel, it's going to be incorrect unless you also adjust this scale on the inside. And it's like an office style movement, so you're going to, pull the crown to the first position and jump the 24-hour disc in 1 hour increments, only in one direction. Yeah, you set this thing up to your home time, and then you can put your home here. And with this, you have the ability to kind of calculate the other times easily, because it'll tell you the offset from whatever this is here. Yeah, the cities are kind of just for reference, so you can calculate the offset in relation to your current city. Los Angeles is a couple hours behind Mexico. London is 6 hours ahead of Mexico. A neat option. I haven't seen any other ones like this. This is one of one. Score of 80. In 22nd place is the Wise Adamascus 80X110 True GMT. $720, and it's a Traveler GMT. The bezel looks really nice. When Rolex came out with the black and the gray on their recent GMT Master 2, I thought, yes, that looks really, really nice. I love that look. Thank you, Rolex. Wise is doing the same thing here, and I really like it. The 10 is an X on the date wheel. All the other numbers are normal, but that's kind of cool. It gets a penalty for a 72-click bezel. I don't know what they're thinking, because 72, so 24 would be each one of these things gets a click. 48 would be you get clicks halfway in between. But 72 is you get a third of the way. So like there's 2 clicks in between these. So that would be 20-minute offsets. But I don't know about, like, why are we doing 20-minute offsets? That's super weird. Bracelet extension is going to be good. Yeah, it's a sweet watch. I wouldn't worry about the click thing, because you're going to be doing the 24 clicks most likely. But yeah, this is a wild card for the final runoff. Score of 80. In 23rd place, the Vario Empire GMT. It's $698, and it's a 4-hand 24-hour dual time watch. Yeah, you just have a second time zone. This fourth hand just points at the time in another time zone. I would set it to home. At home, it's just a day-night indicator, and then when you're away, that's your home time. You see, setting local time single step, so that means it's a jump hour movement. There's no date on it. You don't have to worry about the date downside to the Traveler GMT style movement. Beautiful size, 12 by 38. The colors are really nice too, the blue, the green. Yeah, total score of 80. In 24th place is the Zelos Thresher. Price of $629. It's a 4-hand cities bezel watch. And I actually recommend it. Most 4-hand cities watches are not recommended. The cities bezel thing generally drives me crazy, as I probably beat to absolute death when I was talking about my experience with the forehand city bezel watches, or just city bezel watches in general. There's the city bezel watch as well. Yeah, this one's okay though because it's a bidirectional bezel, because you have the traveler movement, so you can jump the hours. I think this is going to be nice. It's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. The city itinerancy is still a huge issue. Anytime you look at it, you're going to be hunting for that darn city. Where's the city that you're interested in? As I mentioned before, I would set this thing up so this dual time hand is just whatever city you're interested in. Set it to whatever's back home or something like that. So at least at a glance, you have some dual time capability, some travel watch capability that's true. And your cities you'll just use when you want to check city stuff. But yeah, it's titanium with a titanium bracelet. I'm sure it's high quality. And it is the highest score for the forehand cities bezel. My pick for that. Total score of 80. In 25th place is the CCCP, say Tupolev. Price of $1,200, and it's a 3-hand 24-hour bezel, similar to the Glycine Airman. Yeah, you get 120 click bidirectional bezel. That's gonna be really sweet. What does it say here? Vodostoiki. I have no idea what that means. Size seems all right. Score of 80. In 26th place, the last of the good grade watches, is the RZE Fortitude GMT. Price is $699. It's a 4-hand 24-hour dual time watch. Yeah, it's kind of plain, I'll be honest. It does have kind of a pilot look to it. It's titanium. They list the weight as 115 with the bracelet, so that's really nice. Big chunky crown. Cool turbine style bezel on the outside. It's got a lot of style to it. It's not a GMT though. You shouldn't call it a GMT, it's not. You cannot turn the bezel. Total score of 80. In 27th place is the Lipnautic Ski Auto True GMT. And this is the first citizen watch that had the Miyota 9075. Or it may have just been the first. Anyway, this one is historical as being the first with the 9075. I know that much. Whose lip? I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. Super thick. Crazy thick for no reason. 15.2. Like that Smith's. I don't know why some of these are so thick. Yeah, it's got a passing grade. Score 79. In 28th place is the Notice Trail Trekker. Price of $875, and it's a 4-hand 24-hour dual time watch. This bezel does not turn or anything. Looking cool. Although it's dark, it is steel. The material is steel. And it does come with that sweet Nodex bracelet extension, which I love. And it looks like they're partnering with Raven. Very thin. Total score 79. In 29th place is the Marathon Navigator. Price of $1,080, and it's a 3-hand 12-hour bezel watch. Yeah, this is the steel one. So we saw the plastic one earlier in the lower price category. This is the steel one. Same in every other way, from what I can tell. You get your tritium illumination, friction bi-bezel. I think black is the only color the steel one comes in. Integrated crown guards here. Looks good. Only 38-hour power reserve. Score 78. In 30th place is the Glycine Airman Contemporary GL0065. $1,290. And it's an office GMT. They have a lot of variations of these office GMT style Glycine Airmans. I prefer the traditional Airman that doesn't have 4 hands. But you can get a 4-hand one if you want, but it's an office GMT is all. Glycines in general are pretty thin. They do a great job with that. This is only 11 millimeters thick, so that's nice. Score 78. In 31st place is the Lumetech B59 GMT. It's $895, and it's 4-hand 24-hour dual time watch. Yeah, seems all right. It's not a GMT though. They gotta take that off the dial. It's totally wrong. There's no bezel on this. You cannot use your GMT offsets, so this is incorrect. Total score of 78. In 32nd place is the Folio Stratonaut GMT. Price of $995, and it is an office GMT movement. Cool looking bezel. I don't often see the plus and the minus here. Does that mean it's plus 22? No, it does not. It means it's plus 2. This is plus 3, that's plus 4. So I don't think the plus is really helping. And in fact, you're going to put this offset at the top to show a -2 time zone. You're going to put this one at the top to show a -6 time zone. Yeah, a +9 would be over here that you would put at the top. So I'm not understanding the plus and the minus. I tend to hyper-focus on insignificant things. The watch looks cool though. Score 78. In 33rd place, the Rado Hypochrome It's $1,160, and it's a mini and a clock. And supposedly it has 2 crowns, that's what they say. I could not find the crowns. I don't know where the crowns are, but supposedly there's 2 crowns to this thing. Only 10 millimeters thick, so that's gonna be sweet. Yeah, it's a nice little, if they say dual timer on it, that's cool. I really do like this style. I think that's a very useful style for dual time. Usually that's all people need is dual time. You don't often need all the GMT capability. So this is a nice way of doing it. Score 78. In 34th place is the Batavi Geograph. It's $894 and it's an office world time. Another office world time. It's great to see that. This disc on the photo, it's static. I don't know why they took the photo that way because then people wonder, does this thing move? It does move. It's actually slightly askew right now. Let me zoom in. Sorry, the fidelity of this image is horrible. It looks like it's askew, but the 10 is lined up perfectly. This sun is not equidistant between the 11 and the 13. Same with the moon here. So this is probably a prototype. There's other pictures of this that look better. 1 billion colors. Office world time is really not that big a deal. You can either rotate your cities or rotate the disc. Not a big deal. Score 77. In 35th place is the Yema Superman 500 GMT. $1,149, and it's an office GMT. Get that nice friction bi-bezel that locks down with the crown here. That's pretty darn cool. I would really like that. Total score of 77. In 36th place, the Tsao Legacy Steel GMT. $1,100, and it's an office GMT. It's got this internal rotating bezel, high water resistance. There's an extension on the bracelet. Seems pretty nice. Total score 77. In 37th place is the Raymond Weil Tango GMT. $1,425, and it's an office GMT, and it's pretty thin, 11 thick. Nearing the top of this price range though, $1,400. We've established you can get a Traveler GMT for like $500. That's what these are competing with. This does look really nice though. Only 11 thick, I think I already mentioned that. It is a quartz movement, probably the Ronda 515, so that's probably why it's thinner. Total score 77. In 38th place is the Dufresne Littlefield GMT. Price of $1,299, and it's an office GMT. And, oh, it does have a 120 click bi-directional bezel. That's pretty cool. 39 millimeters, that'll be a size people are pleased with. Cool red date here. Total score 77. 39th place is the Yema Navigraph Marine Nationale GMT. $1,349, office GMT movement. It looks better than the Supergraph, in my opinion. You don't get the bezel thing, though. It does have a bidirectional bezel, but it's not a friction style, and you don't have the bezel lock. But it's thinner than the other Yema, than the Superman. This one's only 12 thick, 38.5 millimeters in diameter. It's looking so sweet. I love the yellow and the blue. These indices are really interesting, too. Total score 76. In 40th place is the Citizen ProMaster Air GMT. It's $900, and it's not a GMT. Take that off the dial, Citizen. This bezel does not move. It's static. I think it has knurling on the outside, but it does not move. There is an internal rotating slider rule bezel. It's a cool looking watch, no question, but I think there's cooler Citizen watches. In particular, that Skyhawk from the last price range. It's going to be heavy. Total score 76. In 41st place is the Christopher Ward C63 Sealander GMT. Price of $1,350. It's a 4-hand, 24-hour dual-time watch. Again, take the GMT off. It's not a GMT. Okay, it's only 11.9 thick. That's nice. Looks so cool. Christopher Ward is a micro brand that is just dominating. They've gone out of the micro brand. I mean, I think they're still selling their watches directly, so that's kind of the definition of a micro brand. But Christopher Ward is just, it's mainstream now. They're a solid watch brand. They like to do this dagger hour hand and the trident counterbalance on the second. I like that. Cool fume pattern. 6 o'clock date is looking good. I like the color combo. It is an office style movement, and you have no bezel. So this is probably barely scraping in. It's getting in on a bunch of other stuff, you know, the looks and the brand strength and all this other stuff. If it didn't have the looks and the brand strength, this would be not recommended for sure. But it's scraping in. Score 74. In 42nd place is the Phillips Stein Signature Large 2. There's a bunch of stuff here. $930, and it's a 2 tiny clocks. Again, for fun, let's put in these dimensions, 50 by 32. A rectangle that's 50 millimeters by 32 millimeters is equivalent to a 45 millimeter circle. So it's not going to be tiny. When you see the 32 across, you think, oh, this is going to be tiny. It's going to have wrist presence for sure. It's a 50 from like lug to lug, basically. So it's going to be good wrist presence. It's definitely a man's watch. Philip Stein does make ladies' watches. A lot of them are ladies' watches. AM PM is missing. That's unfortunate. Score 73. In 43rd place is the Maigret Moana Pacific Waterman GMT. $796, and it's a Traveler GMT. Heck yeah. Wow, the price and the fact that it's a Traveler GMT is nice. Oh, here we go. Unibezel. So this would be like way up there if they had a bidirectional bezel, but they have a unidirectional bezel. I think the bezel thing is actually a bigger issue to me than the movement. I would rather have an office GMT movement with a bidirectional bezel than a Traveler GMT movement with a unidirectional bezel. So this one's not for me. If you don't mind the uni bezel, then maybe you'd like the Maigret, but I do not want another GMT watch with a uni bezel. Very thick. Score 73. In 44th place is the Winfield Oconus GMT. It is $775. Traveler GMT. Outside the continental US. You should take this when you go Oconus. It has a uni bezel. Okay, I take that back. I think you should take something else, personally. It's a Traveler GMT. I mean, these Miyota 9075s have gotten out. There are a ton of Traveler GMTs. And I think that's what you should go for. I think it's going to become standard. Sadly for Seiko, I think Miyota is definitely gonna win this battle. Yeah, I think in a few years we're going to see a whole lot more of these office GMTs are now Traveler GMTs. Total score 73. In 45th place is the Mito Ocean Star GMT. $1,310, and it's an office GMT, but it's still recommended. Bidirectional bezel. Looks good. I like Mito, or Mito. Score 73. In 46th place is the Nostos Audace GMT. $679, and it's an office GMT. It has a 120 click bidirectional bezel. Looks pretty cool. Score 73. In 47th place is the Draken Tugela GMT. $999, and it's an office GMT. Looks pretty darn cool. Circular date window cutout. Those appeal to me. I like the crosshatch pattern on the crown. I think that's a good way to go. Score 73. In 48th place is the Bulova Oceanographer GMT. $1,036. And it's not a GMT, it's a forehand 24-hour dual time watch. It has a score of 73. In 49th place is the Baltic Aquascaf GMT. $1,001. And it's an office GMT. Really cool colors they got going on here. And its score of 72 would mean it wasn't recommended, but it's on a rubber strap, which I penalize severely. I really think you shouldn't have a rubber strap. Well, I don't care what you wear. I extremely dislike a rubber strap. For travel watch, I would not do the rubber thing. I would want something else. All that is to say, it's recommended if you swap out the strap. Score of 72. 76 if you change the strap. In 50th place is the Christopher Ward C65 Aquitaine GMT. $1,410. Office GMT. And same as that other one, I would swap the strap, and then it's recommended. However, look at the colors here. You've got the ivory dial and then the cream hands. And the ivory and the cream, and they're steel. So it's all blending together. It's not easy to read the time. I definitely like more contrast for my time telling. These hands are kind of disappearing into that dial. Total score of 72 or 76 if you swap the strap. Next, the Archimede Pilot GMT. Not recommended. The Sturmanskiat Gagarin Day-Night. It looks like a world time. It is not. This is frustrating. You could actually have a world map thing going on here. This is slave to your hand. If you want it to be a world map, you just have to set your main hands to GMT. And I suppose you could do that because you have this bezel, and you could just change the bezel offset. But yeah, your main time telling, you probably don't want that to be GMT. So you can sort of do a world time thing, but not really. I didn't give it credit for that because these are slave to each other. It would be really cool if these were independent of each other and you could set this to whatever you wanted, the world map. Well, you would set the world map to GMT, and you'd set the local hands to your local time, and then you'd have this bezel on top of it. That would be a sweet watch. It would score super high. But yeah, as is, it irks me that it looks like something that it's not. Not recommended. 51st of the ones I'll recommend is the Philips Stein Evolution. $875, and it's 2 tiny clocks. I think it's a lady's watch. You've got like a mother of pearl and then the gold. It's looking a little bit feminine. 49 by 24. Let's see. It's equivalent area, if this was a rectangle, it's equivalent area to a 39 millimeter circle. I mean, the 49, like, it's going to go across your wrist just fine. It's not going to look too dinky, but it's a smaller watch. Yeah, the 2 tiny clocks. Again, you get the 30-minute zones and stuff, but no AM, PM, and no extra info. Swap it off the silicone, and I recommend it. Next, the Fairlander / Banzare. These are different colors, but they have different names for the different colors. I don't know why they do it that way. Not recommended. Next, the Charlie Expedition Concordia GMT. It's not a GMT. It's not recommended. Next, the Alpina Star Timer Pilot World Timer. It's not a world timer. It's not recommended. 52nd, the last of the ones I can recommend in this price category is the Gavox Abbey Diver 11 GMT. And it's $653, and it is a GMT. You have that internal rotating bezel. Great pilot looks here. You got your Flieger sword hands, and you've got these 369. I like those. They're even sandwich style. Gavox is really cool. A lot of times with Gavox, this triangle actually moves. I think that it does. The triangle's stuck onto the bezel, and it moves with it. Very cool. If you're doing dual time, that might be a little distracting, but very cool watch. Multifunction bezel. Do elapsed time or dual time. It does double duty. This is very cool. Score 70, but if you swap the strap, score 74. Next, the Seiko Prospex GMT SBB 377. It's not a GMT, and I don't recommend it. Next, the Echo Nutra Cortina 1956 GMT. It's not a GMT. I don't recommend it. In 60th place is the Hamilton Khaki Navy GMT Auto. I do have to explain this one. There's a dual time hour indicator that you can set here. It's an office style movement, so anytime you change your local time, this disc is going to move, which is really going to be annoying. And these cities here that you can flip through, it's just for fun to see the city. It has nothing to do with the movement. It's just a disc with some city names on it. And also when you turn this timing bezel, this little cutout moves and shows you the name of some other city. So if you set it up for something and then you do an elapsed time or whatever, it's going to show you some other city, and that's not going to be correct. So it's just really weird. It's a weird watch. It's also not recommended. Next is the Hamilton Jazzmaster GMT Auto. It's a city's bezel watch, not recommended. Next is the Hemel HFT20, not recommended. Seiko Prospex Solar Sumo GMT SFK001, it's not a GMT, not recommended. Delma Cayman World Timer. It's not a world timer, it's a city's bezel, not recommended. In 65th place, the Boulder Odyssey Freediver GMT. It's an actual Traveler GMT. It's one of the few I don't recommend. It might be the only Traveler GMT I don't recommend, so I may as well say why not. Well, it's a unidirectional bezel. It is a 44 millimeter diameter and 13 thick. The listed weight is 196 grams. It's a very heavy watch, very big watch. There's no extension on the bracelet. I personally think it looks pretty ugly with the brown. Yeah, I don't recommend this one. I like the Boulder brand, but I don't recommend this particular watch. Oceaniva GMT 1250, not recommended. Maine Hudson 38 GMT, not recommended. Stella Ellis, not recommended. Venezianico Neride GMT Seriton. Cool bezel, not recommended. In 70th place is the Tornek Rayville Type 7B Blackjack. Looks very similar to that Marathon, but there's no tritium, and it has a uni bezel, not recommended. DeSanders Voyage GMT. It's not a GMT, it's also not recommended. And they missed an opportunity here with the world thing. Why the heck doesn't this turn? That would be sweet if it did. Not recommended. Steinhardt Ocean 1 GMT. It's not a GMT, it's not recommended. Tetra TMT. Not recommended. Mark II Paradive Type 13. Type 13. There's so many, like the Marathon Navigator is the Type 13. The last one was the Type 7B. Do the types mean anything? Like, just do whatever number you want, because these all look very, very similar. This has a uni bezel as well. Not recommended. Junkers Flieger GMT Automatic. Not a GMT. Not recommended. The bezel is static. Looks cool, though. Seiko Presage Sharp Edged GMT. GMT in pink letters. It's not a GMT. Bezel doesn't turn. Not recommended. Tsao Baltimore Balt Pilot World Timer. City bezel watch with large number distance between these things. Hold on, I gotta zoom in. Oh, that is a 6. It looked like just a line. That 6 is sideways and tiny. But yeah, it's very far away. It'll be hard to use this watch. Next is the Resco RTAC GMT. Not a GMT, not recommended. Alexander A171A.01 forehand cities bezel watch. Not recommended. In 80th place, the Pégode Onduleur. It's a 3-hand 12-hour bezel. Not recommended. Next is the Zodiac Super Seawolf World Time. City bezel watch. Not recommended. The Rado Captain Cook Overpull. The top score of a 3-hand cities bezel watch. High honor. The highest score for these is 60. So yeah, don't get a 3-hand cities bezel watch is the lesson here. This thing is very tiny. It's only 37 millimeters diameter, and you're not going to be able to read these cities. They're like gray on black. They're like slate text on a black bezel. Not recommended. Next is the Benrus Type 2. Okay, we had the 7B, we had the 13, and now this is the Type 2, and they're all with this crazy thing here. Like square-looking lug things at the angles. Am I crazy? They all look the same. This has a uni bezel again. I think Marathon's the only one who got it right with the friction bi-bezel. The rest have uni bezels. Get out of here with the uni bezel. Not recommended. Next is the NTH Devil Ray watch gauge. Not recommended. Mito Ocean Star Decompression World Timer. Cities bezel. Not recommended. Core Fury GMT. Not recommended. Undone Base Camp. Not recommended. Ocean Star World Time. It's a single time watch. You only get to see one time at a time. You can go between different zones, but when you're traveling, you're just going to set your time to whatever's in the airport. Like, you don't need this. This doesn't do anything for you. I don't understand these things, these single time ones. Not recommended. Next, the Shield Nuno. Not recommended. In 90th place is the Aquatico Steelman GMT. Let's pull out our calculator. It's 43 by 43. It's equivalent area to a 49 millimeter circle. So you see 43, you think, oh, it's just a little large. It's going to be large. It's a lot of area here. Because look, here's the circle. Here's the 43 millimeter circle. You can actually see. Look at all this extra material on the corners. That's a lot of extra area to the watch. Not recommended. Next is the Abingdon Marina. Not recommended. The U-Blast Traveler. Not recommended. Techno Tempo World Time. It looks just like the U-Blast. Not recommended. Xenowatch Rondo World Time. City Bezel Watch. Not recommended. In 95th place, the Rain Thanos World Time. Thanos? Like from the Marvel thing. Not recommended. Yeah, so there they are. There's all the watches. We went through all of them. We had a World Timer. We had a lot of cool Traveler GMTs. That Notice is sick. 41 millimeters diameter. This is looking awesome. Under 12 millimeters thick. So much cool stuff. This ProMaster Land, all 3 seals you can get. Looking so cool. Wonderful crisp display there. The Marlowe GMT looking so cool. Yeah, this is somewhat of a sweet spot, I'll be honest. There's going to be some standouts in the next price category, but this one, I think this is as high as you need to go to get a really nice GMT watch. Let's go on to the premium price category. All right, Traveler watches $1,500 to $4,750. Premium. Looking pretty. Let's get into it. All right, here's that distribution. You can see there's a ton of reds still, but there's also a fair number of greens and yellows. This one's looking a little bit funny. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. I'm not getting as normal distributions as I did in the other watch videos. And it's because there's so many different types of watches all lumped together. Like Traveler watches, the 16 types, they all score very differently. So it's a lot of stuff all mixed together. But there's going to be some really nice greens here. I don't think this is the sweet spot. I think the sweet spot was the lower one. There's still some really cool stuff in this price category, and you will see it. All right, let's go to the top 5. In 5th place is the Korono Tokyo GMT1. It's $4,087, and it's a Traveler GMT. So getting near to the top of this price range, that's expensive. The kanji here looks really nice. Yeah, it's a cool watch. Let's zoom in. I like what they've done with the bezel here. It's a steel bezel insert, but they still managed to do a day-night. Nobody else does this. That's a really cool thing to do. I don't care for the reds being off. I like the darker red. I would have this be something else here. I don't know what I would like, but maybe purple, maybe something a little different. I don't like two colors that are of the same, like these are both reds, but they're different hues of red. I don't care for that. But that's a personal thing. Cool how the numbers angle. Strap looks really good too. It has that Miyota 9075 and it's $4,000. So that's kind of impressive that the Miyota can command that price. Great proportions, 38 millimeters by 11.7. That's gonna be so nice. Total score of 87. In fourth place is the Junghans Meister World Time. Price of $2,110, and it's a true world time. We're going to master the world time here. Great dimensions on this. It's 10.5 thick. That is beautiful. So this is going to wear really nicely. 40.4. I think the dimensions are going to work for a ton of people. They did the day night with the numbers here. I would prefer if all of them were black and they just changed the background slightly, have it slightly darker for night. That would be my preference because the white on the very pale gray is hard to read. The cities will stay in the same place and this disc will rotate. And when you go to a different time zone, you can just jump the hour. So that's perfect. That's how I like to see a world time. They got it right. But they didn't account for daylight saving time whatsoever. If it's daylight saving time, well, Chicago, you got to do the other one over. But how do you know? Do you do this one? Do you do that one? They don't show you. So that's unfortunate. I wish they would have showed you. That's unfortunate. And you'll see actually most world time watches don't do anything for daylight saving time. So it's too bad. But this is a viable world time watch for $2,000. Looking good. Score of 90. In third place is the awesome Tudor Black Bay 58 GMT. Price of $4,600. It's a Traveler GMT. Bidirectional bezel. The gilt looks really nice on this. It's a chronometer. The size is what's really great about this new Tudor. The old one was 41 millimeters in diameter and 14.6 millimeters thick. So they shaved off almost 2 millimeters of thickness. And they did that with a new movement. So this Tudor Black Bay 58 GMT has a new movement. Yeah, this is an aspirational watch for sure. I like the styling of it. I'm sure they'll come out with other colors. This is like the first one. It's just the Coke coloration. I'm sure they'll have other ones. I think the white dial would be really nice. Total score of 92. In second place is the Ball Engineer 2 Diver World Time. It's $3,399 and it's a true world time watch. And this one is a little bit different the way you set it. When you pull the crown out to the first position, you can adjust your day and your date. The second position, fully pulled out, will adjust all of this stuff. If you move the movement backwards, it will only move the hour and minute hands in the middle. If you go forward, it moves the disc counterclockwise and these hands clockwise together. So when you're traveling, you'll just want to go backwards with your time setting to set your local time. Because it works this way, you do have the ability to set 30-minute offsets. So like if you go to Calcutta and you need to change your local time to where this minute is pointing over here the opposite way, that's fine, do it. And your ring here will stay the same. So that is a cool thing about it. I thought it kind of balanced out because it's a little bit more confusing time setting. So I didn't give it the 30-minute bonus thing. This bezel can serve as an elapsed time or the city's bezel. So if you were doing some sort of elapsed time, if you're doing a dive and you don't care about the city thing, you can turn this. But you could also just turn it however you want to have the actual city that you like at the top. So that's another option. A lot of options with this thing. And the blue one looks really cool. It has some yellow accents. The black one looks really good. I think it has orange accents. This green is nice too. I thought the green was the best. That'd be what I would go for. They have a nice clasp on this thing. It is a bit thick, 14.4. Very cool option though. And you have tritium illumination here, which is going to look really good. Total score of 94. First place, the best watch in the premium category is the Longines Spirit Zulu Time. It's $3,050, and it is a Traveler GMT. Very nice Traveler GMT, I might add. In fact, it is the highest scoring Traveler GMT. Its score of 94 beats out every other Traveler GMT, and therefore every other GMT period in the entire market. On specs alone, this one's the highest. And I'll be honest, some of it is because it's on the leather strap. Weight is a factor in the scoring. A heavier watch scores lower. So you take the Rolex GMT Master 2, it's a heavier watch, and therefore this one edges it out. So put that Rolex GMT Master on a lighter thing, or maybe weight doesn't bother you at all, then maybe the Rolex is better for you. Anyway, the point is this is a really nice watch. It's a chronometer, 5 stars indicate 5 positions of adjustment, and yeah, 72 hours, power reserve. That's gonna be nice too. I really like the looks of it. It doesn't have a bicolor bezel, but I like the style of it. I think it's worth it on this one. It just looks so darn good. I think if they did something with the bicolor, it would cheapen it. I don't know how you do this and keep it nice. I like it as is. I think this is perfect just how it is. Well, it's not perfect. There's no perfect watch, but I like it how it is. I wouldn't change it. 6 o'clock date. These numerals look so fresh. Just plain dial. I like just a matte dial. And the gold is looking so good. They did it tastefully. The green, the British Racing Green, is so, so nice. I said the Tudor was an aspirational watch. This is the one I would actually aspire to more than the Tudor. All that said, you guys know if I ever buy a Traveler GMT, it's going to be the Islander. It's not going to be one of these $4,000 ones. I can't afford that. But if you can afford it, I would go for this one. This looks so good. And I've heard really good things about it, too, from people who've owned it. So I think that's a good one. 39 millimeters diameter, beautiful. That's what a Traveler watch should be. Yeah, mine is a 40 millimeter, this Glycine Airman. I love the size of it. It is perfect. I think 39 would be just fine as well. I like how 39 wears on my wrist as well. All right, and here are all the rest of the watches. So you can decide, do you want to keep watching as I go through them, or maybe skip ahead to the next price category? We're going to see that other Tudor. We're going to see some Ball, Breitling, yeah, lots of cool stuff. Frederic Constant. Yeah, we're going to see more world timers in this price range. The Vempe World Timer. Black Bay Pro is looking really good. That scores well, 83. Proving you can have one of these ones without a rotating bezel that actually scores well. Yeah, another world timer here from Ferrer. Some cool stuff. A lot of cool stuff that we're going to see. I'll just show you. All right, let's go to the next slide. In 6th place is the Tudor Black Bay GMT. Price of $4,375, and it's a Traveler GMT. Got a 48-click bidirectional bezel, very nice. I would go for the Black Bay 58 personally, but this is a great option still too. It's a little bit thicker, and it's 2 millimeters wider in diameter as well. But it's a good option. Score of 90. In 7th place is the Ball Engineer 3 Outlier. Price of $3,749. It's a Traveler GMT. Got that tritium constant illumination. Not on the bezel though, that's regular illumination. It's cool how they did the day-night thing here. You know, I was talking about the Longines and what they could do to differentiate day and night on their bezel. On the Ball, they just did it with the paint that's inserted into the steel bezel. Yeah, this is a great choice, no doubt about it. It's chronometer, quality watch. Score of 89. In 8th place is the Dodane Type 23 GMT, $4,337, and technically it is an office GMT. It's got the highest score of any office GMT, 87, and it's my pick for office GMT. If I was going to buy an office GMT, another one, because I actually have a couple office GMTs. If I was going to buy another one, it would be this one. It has button hour setting. So you see these buttons? You know, the downside of the office GMT movement is that you end up moving the GMT hand when you're setting your local time. Well, not on this one. Just press these buttons and that hour's going to flick. So is it an office GMT? I mean, technically it has, I think, the ET8 2893 or whatever office GMT movement, but you can flip those hours. You have a pointer date down here at the 6 o'clock, and you can do quick date setting. So maybe this is better than a Traveler GMT because you have the quick set date and you have the jumping hour. So pretty cool choice. I don't know what Dodane is. Brand strength, I gave it a 5. Oh, watch charts. Yeah, watch charts gave it a 5. Very long lugs on this thing. Ridiculous lugs. Score of 87. In 9th place is the Breitling Aerospace Evo, $4,600, and it's a mini digiclock. I mean, it's kind of a large digiclock to be honest, but that's the type. And you only get one alternate time here. There's no programmed zones. That's really holding this thing back. Yeah, if you're going to do this style of watch, I would go with Citizen, Casio, Seiko, those sorts of things. I would go with one of those other types of watches that has programmed zones in it. This one does not. I don't really know why. It is a chronometer. That's why, yeah, you see a chronometer on there. So this is a higher score than you normally see for quartz movement, and that's because they have the thermocompensated chronometer quartz thing. It's a very advanced movement, but you don't get alternate zones. You just get one time you can save in here or whatever. It is not very thick. It's only 10.8. Like, try to find another Breitling that's 10.8 thick. I don't think you can do it. Only 43. It's a reasonable size for a Breitling. I know they do make some smaller ones, but good wearing experience, I'm sure. Got that cool Breitling bezel that nobody else does. I actually really do like how it looks. And the funny bracelet. Total score of 86. In 10th place is the Hermes Cape Cod Dual Time. $1,757. It's 2 tiny clocks. 2 little quartz movements. Not a ton to talk about with these types of watches. Only 7.2 thick. There you go. Score of 85. In 11th place is the Frederic Constant Manufacturer World Timer. $4,695, and it's an office world time. And again, the office thing for world time is actually not that bad at all, because you have the cities here for reference. You can easily fix that disc after you change your time. So when you change the time, you can either move the cities or you can move the disc. Pick your poison. It's not as simple as the Traveler world time, the true world time, but this one, it's not that bad. Totally reasonable size. 12 thick, 42 wide. Great. Alligator leather, bonus. High brand strength, great looks. This is a good choice. Score of 84. 12th place is the Longines Master Collection. $2,304, and it's a true world time watch from Longines. So that means you do have the jumping hour. These cities will not move. They're always there, which is fine with me. I really don't see the need to move the cities. It's going to be nice to just have them in the same place. I always know to look for Denver here, whatever. I always know to look for Paris here. I think that's actually pretty nice. In fact, if you can rotate the cities, I advise you just keep them in the same spot. Wherever you like to have them, just leave it that way, no matter where you go, because I think that's easier. It's quicker to read, because the text is really small. So if you can just remember where the cities are, that's going to help, or at least the ones you're interested in. But this one, yeah, the cities don't move. There are daylight saving time issues. Again, I mentioned it's not that hard to put a little line and a dash for the ones that actually change half of the year. That is a pet peeve of mine with these world time watches. The cheapest true world time watch, the Le Sablier, they get it right. They show you the daylight saving time. So it can be done very easily. It's just dial printing. You don't have to change anything else about the watch internally. This is a good option though. Score of 84. In 13th place is the Duby und Schaldenbrand Aerodyne Duo. Very cool one, mini anti-clock. Very low water resistance on this, unfortunately. But you get a little mini anti-clock here at the 12 o'clock. Really cool. These numbers are all rotated. Only $2,250. This looks to me like a fancier watch than that. It's a Swiss movement, Swiss watch. It's not too thick. 43 by 32. Let's put that in the calculator. Equivalent to a 42 millimeter circle watch. Totally reasonable size. I like the melted look to it. You get a 24-hour indicator on your mini clock. 30-minute zones, no problem. In fact, they have this one set to like a 7-minute offset. Sweet. It's just 7 minutes ahead. Your friend's watch is 7 minutes faster than yours, so you just set it that way. Cool watch. Score of 84. In 14th place is the Glycine Airman Vintage GL0376. I have to put my Glycine on. I have a premium watch. Oh yeah. Mine was like, I forget how much mine costs. It's maybe $600, $600 something dollars. So the MSRP is $2,418. You could buy it gray market for much cheaper. I clearly bought mine gray market, so I think it's fine, but you need to make that decision for yourself. You're not gonna have the same warranty stuff and all that. So look into that. But yeah, this is my pick for this particular watch type. I mean, by definition, it has to, because Ben's pick is the one I'm most likely to purchase. So yeah, this is the one I'm most likely to purchase in that type of travel watch. Great wearing dimensions, 12 millimeters thick, 40 millimeters diameter. It's just a beautiful wearing experience. Classic watch. I have a video review of this, so I'm not going to beat it to death. The white one is actually more traditional. When I bought mine, I assumed the black dial was what the first one was, but the first one was actually a white dial. I really like this friction bidirectional bezel. And as I mentioned in the types, you have the exact same functionality as a GMT watch with this. Your local that's where you move the bezel to in order to see your offsets. Watch the type thing if you're interested in that. I'll mention it briefly here too, because some people probably skip that one. If I'm in Paris with this watch and it's set to Paris local time, Paris is a GMT offset of 2. If I want to see any time in the world, I just put that time, instead of moving it over the top like you would with the GMT watch, you move it over the 2. That's the only difference you do. So if I want to see Washington, D.C. time, it's a 20. I put the 20 over the 2. The D.C. over the Paris. It's a Paris watch. You put the D.C. over the Paris. You see the time in D.C. That's all it is. Yeah, I had to swap it off that NATO strap. It comes on a NATO strap. You can't buy it on a leather strap, but very cool watch. Worn it cool places. I love traveling with this thing. Total score of 84. In 15th place is the Hermes Nantucket Dual Time. Price of $3,425, and it's a 2 tiny clocks. Very similar to the Cape Cod. Not much difference whatsoever. Total score of 84. In 16th place is the Tudor Black Bay Pro. It is $3,900, and it is a 4-hand 24-hour dual time. You'll notice there's something conspicuously missing from the dial, and that is the letters G, M, and T. Because it's not a GMT watch, thank you Tudor, thank you Rolex, they know what's going on. They know what's a GMT and what's not a GMT. This is not a GMT, but it is a dual time watch, and it's really cool. It is a chronometer. I think this is great for your dual time needs. You're gonna have that local time setting where you can jump the hour. And I chose it as a wild card for the final runoff. You'll see this in the running for the top 10 at the end of the video. It is kind of thick though. What they did to slim down the Black Bay 58 was a new movement. And presumably there will be a Tudor Black Bay Pro in the future, or this form factor of a watch that is thinner, because they got that new movement that's thinner. So look out for that. This does have a 70-hour power reserve, so that's pretty good. Total score of 83. In 17th place is the Ferrer Fox/Markham/Roche World Time. These are, the green one is the Fox. Markham is either the black or the white. They gave them different names for different colors. I think that's silly, but that's what they do at Ferrer, so I just put them all together. It is $1,695, and it is an office world time. Only 11 thick, and it's 39 millimeters in diameter. It looks at a glance like this has global day-night, i.e. this disc moves, but the map stays the same, and then you can tell if it's day or night just by looking at this projection. And it's true how it is right now, because London is lined up here. This is with London. But if you move these cities, the projection will not rotate with it, and then it'll be off. So if you want to keep the global day-night capability, I would keep your London time like this. I would align the disc with the projection and the cities with all that. Just keep them all aligned, and I think you'll be fine. But if you want to, you can move the cities as well. Yeah, it's a Swiss movement with 50 hours power reserve. I forget which one that is. ETA or Solita, something like that. Really cool looking watch, really good looking watch. Total score of 83. In 18th place is the Fortis Flieger F39. It is $2,300, and it's a 3-hand 12-hour bezel watch. And this actually ties for top score with the Breguet. So when there's a tie, I give the tie to the cheaper one. So it gets the top score seal here. I've also chosen it as a wild card for the final runoff round at the end. Great size, beautiful dial. This is so beautiful. The steel bezel with this degradé or whatever you call this. And you've got your Flieger thing at the top. It's looking so darn good. Great choice. Bidirectional bezel, of course. That's how they should be. Go for the bidirectional bezel when you're doing dual time. Just, you'll thank me later. Total score of 83. In 19th place is the Epos 3400 GMT LE. Price of $2,600, and it's 2 tiny clocks. I don't know why it says GMT. I don't suggest you set this thing to GMT. My suggestion is that you use this for your local time, the 12-hour one, and then do the 24-hour little clock over here. Do that for your second time zone. That's what I would do. And yeah, these are totally independent, so you can do your 30-minute offset, no problem. They each have their own date, so that's a great way of dealing with the date issue. These dates are totally independent of each other. It's just 2 little movements. It is 2 automatic movements, so that's pretty cool. I can't remember which movements they are, but here they are for your viewing pleasure. These are the movements. I do like how they did the moon and the sun thing. That's really cool. Again, another wild card for the final runoff. Total score of 83. In 20th place is the Norcane Neverest GMT. $3,950, and it's a Traveler GMT. Seems like a good one. I mean, at this point, we've seen so many Traveler GMTs that have been less expensive, but this one's a little bit more upscale. It is a chronometer. You get 70 hours power reserve, so your money is going somewhere. I think you're getting higher quality here. I would take it off that rubber strap personally. I know some people like rubber straps because so many of the watches come on them. Might just be a personal quirk of mine that I dislike them so much. Almost 15 thick is unfortunate. Total score of 83. In 21st place is the Wempe Zeitmeister Aviator Big Date. $3,530, and it's a mini and a clock. The pilot vibes are pouring off of this thing. I'm glad to see a good pilot watch from Wempe, because in the simple pilot watch video, I was disappointed with Wempe. They didn't really bring it. I think this one does. It looks fantastic, and you get this dual time capability. It is a chronometer as well. So this is a good one. And you can have 30-minute offsets. You can have a 2-minute offset like they have it shown here. So that's cool. 11.4, great thickness. It's a good option. The case is looking so cool, the weathered PVD. Yeah, this is a viable choice. And Wempe was one of the original 4 German Flieger watchmakers for the Luftwaffe. If you're looking for a historical pilot watch, Wempe is absolutely a historical pilot watch brand. Total score of 82. In 22nd place is the Tag Heuer Aqua Racer GMT. $4,200. And it's an office GMT, actually. We're going to see a lot of those probably as the video progresses. It's mostly going to be office GMTs from here on out. It just means the time setting's a little bit more clunky. I covered that earlier. Cool look. I like their 12-sided bezel. Very high brand strength according to watch charts. Score of 82. In 23rd place is the Sinn 105 STSA UTC. Price of $1,990, and it's an office GMT. Yeah, I realized, well, somebody on WatchCrunch notified me, hey, you missed a bunch of the dual time bezel watches. And yeah, I missed the regular Sinn 105 STSA. So that was an oversight. I think we're fine though, just to have the UTC version. I think that's probably the one you want over the other one. Yeah, 48 click bibezel is great. I think that's ideal. That's what I would like. If I got to pick the exact watch I want and pick what kind of bezel it has, I would pick the 48 click bibezel for a GMT. Great size. Sinn is so good about this. Sinn makes very well proportioned watches. It's 41 and it's only 11.9 thick. Great watch size. Total score of 82. In 24th place is the LU Chopard Dual Time watch. $3,895, and it's just 2 tiny clocks. And it even says on it home time and local time. That's nice. They should all do that. It's very easy to do, to just print that on the watch. And then you don't have to wonder which is which or try to remember or whatever. Like, come on, watch guys, help us out. Well, Chopard did, so thank you, Chopard. It is so tiny. This is the tiniest darn watch you've ever seen. If you're about to sneeze, you might inhale this thing and it would go into your lungs. Let's see here, 36 by 22. A rectangle that's 36 by 22 is equivalent to a 32 millimeter circle. So 32 millimeter watch is a tiny, tiny watch. Yeah, this is going to be really small. Only 8 thick. It's a lady's watch, let's be honest. If you're a lady, this is a great option if you have 4Gs. Total score of 82. In 25th place is the Oak & Oscar Humboldt GMT. Price of $1,975, and it's an office GMT. Nice 120 click bibezel, 56-hour power reserve. Score of 82. In 26th place is the Oris Big Crown Pro Pilot World Timer. Price of $3,950, and it's a mini and a clock. You can't tell by looking at it, but this has a really cool time setting mechanism, local time setting. So when you change time zones, like if I go to East Coast and it's 2 hours ahead, I just rotate this bezel clockwise 2 clicks, and this hour hand just jumps over to the 9. Instead of being 6:53, it's going to be 8:53. Very cool. And then your home time is going to be preserved. The way you're supposed to use these is this is always, when you're at home, it looks like this. These are matched up with each other. And then when you go somewhere, that's when they differ. But yeah, this is a wild card for the final runoff. Sweet looking watch, score of 81. In 27th place is a Serica Travel Chronometer 8315. $2,051, and it's an office GMT. Anti-meridium and post-meridium. So you don't get 24-hour timekeeping. Whoa, 6 and 6 look the same. Oh man, that's always a little confusing. The 6s are always a little confusing. The brown is cool. I also like second hands where it's just a circle at the end. Oh wait, that's your GMT hand. Never mind. That's your GMT hand. It looks cool. A lot of character with this watch. Clearly high quality finishing and stuff. I like this little apex here on the lugs. Great size, only 39 millimeters diameter. If you don't mind an office GMT, this is a really good one. Score of 81. In 28th place is the Formex Reef GMT. Price of $1,900. It's an office GMT. Nice and slim, 11.4. It's a chronometer. Score of 81. In 29th place is the Norcane Freedom 60 GMT. $4,360. And it is a dual time watch. It's not a GMT, but it scores well. And I think it looks pretty darn good. Comes on a Perlon strap and 70-hour power reserve. Cool option. Score of 81. In 30th place is the Monta SkyQuest. Price of $2,435. It's an office GMT. Really cool looks on it. The gold is really doing it for me. I love this amount of gold. I mentioned on a watch early in the video that it had too much gold. This is the right amount of gold to put on your watch. Tudor did it right too. I actually think the Monta looks a little bit better than that Tudor Black Bay 58. Looks wise, I prefer this one. It's got kind of beefy lugs to it. It's a beefy look. It's its own look. It's not copying anybody else. It looks really nice. 48 click bi-bezel, which I think is ideal. So if you can stand the office GMT movement, this is a good option. Score of 80. And the last one with a good grade in 31st place is the O&W 350 CI. It's $1,627. It is a 3-hand, 12-hour bezel watch. Seems pretty nice. It does have an adjusted movement and a 38-hour power reserve. Seems like a suitable option for your dual time needs. Total score of 80. In 32nd place is the Wempe Zeitmeister Classic World Time. It's $2,580 and it's office world time. That's almost like the Elevation in Denver, 5280. It's 2580. Interesting. It has daylight saving time issues, unfortunately. These cities are stationary, so that's nice. But you do have distance, a lot of distance with these numbers. I don't care for that. It's better if this ring is farther out. 24-hour ring. Score 79. In 33rd place is the Gavril G2 Marchese World Timer. It's $2,795 and it's an office world time watch. And it looks nice. This is a pretty cool looking projection thing. It's not really functional in any way. Well, maybe it is. If you put that New York down here or something, maybe it can sort of be correct. Or am I backwards? Yeah, I don't know if you can make this line up with the world thing. Probably not. But really cool looking watch. Cool option I didn't know about. You're having the daylight saving time issues. These cities are actually pretty good size though. They're still pretty small, but they're bigger than on some other watches, is all I'm saying. Score 79. In 34th place is the Ball Engineer Hydrocarbon Aero GMT 2. And it's an office GMT watch. It's Ball, so you've got your tritium constant illumination, except for the bezel, but it looks like the bezel has traditional lume in there. Yeah, the bezel looks really nice, actually. It's chronometer. You have this crown lock thing, which is really cool. Bidirectional bezel. That's the main thing I'm looking for, as you guys know. Yeah, it seems like a good option. Total score of 79. In 35th place, the Tag Heuer Altavia GMT Kosk. It is $4,650 and it's an office GMT. It says Kosk. This is a chronometer, as was that previous one, the Ball. I really like the looks of it. It seems a bit much for me. Like, you can get a Tudor for this price, right? Yeah, that Tudor Black Bay 58 was $4,600. This is actually $50 more than the Tudor. I would go with the Tudor. I think the Tudor was 39 millimeters. This does look good though. Oh, the Tudor's a Traveler GMT, and this is an office GMT. Yeah, definitely go with the Tudor. Score of 78. In 36th place is the Porsche Design 1919 Globe Timer. $3,614, and it's one of these 4-hand 24-hour dual time watches. It looks really cool. It has these gigantic spaces here, so it's very skeletonized. It probably weighs less than I have factored in here because, well, it may or may not, but it looks like there's a lot of weight taken off of the watch, which will be nice. It looks really slick, but I do think they're kind of charging a lot for this thing. Score 78. In 37th place is the Leica Frankfurt GMT. It's $1,990, and it's an office GMT. With an internal rotating bezel. That looks pretty cool. Definitely pilot style. I like that the hands are blued. I like the orange. I like the day-night bicolor bezel. Definitely a viable option. Score of 78. In 38th place is the Christopher Ward C1 World Glow. Price of $1,995, and it's an office world time. Yeah, these cities don't move. Do you see how London's facing up at the bottom and Auckland is also facing up? The map stays the same too, so that actually makes some sense. You don't see day-night, but you do see, like, you can... I gave it a bonus for highlighted dual time zone. So you can change where this red thing is pointing, and that just helps you find it, the city you're most interested in. So that's really cool. I mean, the elephant in the room here is that this thing is sold out, and they're not making any more. So why did I include it? Well, I included it because I think they're going to do more of these in the future, and they're probably going to have similar kind of specs and stuff. Cool. They've had other designs of this in the past, so that's why I think they'll do more. I don't understand why the ring is all one color, though. It should be a bicolor ring here. You know, the 18 and the 6. You should have light and dark, even if it's just ever so slightly lighter. Like, you don't always have to do black and white. Like that Leico just previously. It's a gray and a black. You could do it even more subtle than that, and it still gets the picture across. So it's unfortunate they don't have that kind of subtlety. I think that would be really good on the Christopher Ward to have the bicolor, because then you have your global day-night. Great size. Total score of 77. In 39th place is the Vempe Iron Walker GMT. It's $4,440, and it's an office GMT. And this is correct here. There's like a crown guard only between these, but nothing on the other sides. It is kind of a funny look. Very funny look here. It does have an internal rotating bezel. Yeah, a lot of these are great thicknesses. I mean, I think that is one of the reasons why the higher prices do better in general, is they have better movements, they have thinner cases, and that's reflected in the scoring system in all the videos I do, except the Field Watch one. Honestly, the Field Watch one, I don't think I had thickness incorporated. So I might revisit it in the future, but that is one thing that helps out the higher priced watches, is they're typically thinner. This bracelet apparently does not have an extension on it, a diver extension. Just on the fly ability to adjust the size of the bracelet. So that's unfortunate. It's only a -1 point. Total score 77. In 40th place is the Raqueta Polar 0300. It is $2,171, and it's a 3-hand 24-hour bezel watch. Similar to the Glycine Airman, this goes around just once every 24 hours. I was going to look into this, what it says up here. I think these are other places, because look, this says Grenlandskoye, and it's a hyphen. I think that's Greenland. And that would make sense too, because it's one before GMT. Like, if this is your GMT, one thing before it is Greenland, and then Bafina, Lincolna. Yeah, I can't make sense of any of this. They must be cities though, because the Greenlandskoye up there, I think they're cities. I know these colors have something to do with your shifts on a submarine. They do that a lot with these Russian watches, and it's really cool. They have like 4-hour shifts or something, or you take a break or something. There's some sort of significance here to these. But yeah, it's kind of thick. It's almost 15 thick. That's probably too much. Nice friction bi-bezel, which I enjoy. Total score of 77. In 41st place is the Bell & Ross BR 03-93 GMT. It's $4,200, and it's an office GMT. 42 by 42 square, so it's going to wear a bit larger. It does have a bidirectional bezel, so that's nice. But it is the office GMT movement. A lot of these ones do. They have the ETA 2893, and or the Sellita equivalent, the SW 330. Yeah, it's just an office GMT, but they're still okay. I mean, I showed you how to set it. It can be done quickly, especially when you're practicing it. You don't even have to think. You just put the triangle over, do your thing. Not a big deal, but the Traveler one is nicer, and you don't have to hack it. All that stuff I talked about earlier. It's still viable. I think I've given it the appropriate level of, like, yes, Traveler GMT's better, Office GMT's still viable. So I hope that's coming across, because I do think Office is okay. It's okay. I want a Traveler GMT personally. These are okay. Don't need to think your watch is any less than because it has an Office GMT movement. It's just a minor difference. Some people actually prefer it because you have the quick set date. They like having the quick set date. Total score of 76. In 42nd place is the Bell & Ross BR V2 93 GMT. And it is $3,500, and it's an office GMT. And it's going to be a little bit smaller wearing proportions than that last one. It's going to be a smaller wrist presence than the square one, and it's going to weigh a little bit less. It comes on this parachute elastic strap. I would swap it off of that. I think leather would look much nicer on this thing. It's definitely a good option though. I do like the square Bell & Rosses a little better, just, style preference. I prefer the square ones. But this one looks pretty cool too. Total score 76. 43rd place is the Fortis Flieger F43 Triple GMT. Price $4,400. And it's a travel GMT. And I really don't know what they were trying to do here. This is super weird to me. It's a triple time watch, but it's not necessarily triple GMT. You've got your normal local hands. You can do a 12-hour bezel to do a little time difference from that, your normal 3 hands. And then you've got a third time zone down here. But it's not really a GMT. Okay, I put Traveler GMT. Maybe I shouldn't have. Oh, no, well, it's not getting the score of a Traveler GMT because you've got a 12-hour bezel instead of a 24-hour bezel. So, yeah, I didn't really know how to score this one right. I don't like this thing. Yeah, you can have 3 times on a regular GMT as well. You can set your GMT hand to something other than GMT. Say I'm in London, I can set my GMT hand to whatever, Denver. So that's showing me Denver time. And then if I want a different offset, if I want Honolulu, and I have a 24-hour bezel, I just put the 14 over the 18, the Denver time, 3 times regular GMT. So you don't have to do this 12-hour bezel thing to have a 3-time watch. This is just weird. It's super thick. I don't understand this, honestly. I do like the Fortis that's just a plain 12-hour bezel and a 3-hander. If I was going to get a Fortis, I would go with that one. And it says Flieger. It looks really, really cool, but I don't like this weird mashup. Score 75. In 44th place is the Zin 856 UTC. It's $2,310, and it is a 4-hand, 24-hour dual-time watch. And if you want to, you can set this thing to UTC. This thing is really cool. I love Zin watches. If you watch the Simple Pilot Watch video, Zin scores very highly. Yeah, Zin is a sweet watch brand. Pretty much everything they make I like, so that I definitely like this. Great dimensions. That's one thing Zin is really good at. Score 74. In 45th place is the Gavril JV2 Squalo. It's $2,595, and it's just a 3-hander with a 12-hour bezel. Just a dual-time bezel. And it also has an internal rotating elapsed time bezel, if you want to do that. Seems pretty cool, dual bezels. So you can do the 30-minute zones if you want. If you want to do Calcutta, I suppose if you're in London, London's a +1 right now, and Calcutta's a +530. So you would put 4 at the top, you put the 60 down at the bottom, and you've got Calcutta time. Why not? Okay. Anyway, total score is 74. In 46th place is the Tissot Heritage Navigator. Price of $1,650, and it's an office world time. And yeah, because this disc will constantly rotate. Rotates counterclockwise. Pretty darn cool. Actually, I don't know if it rotates clockwise or counterclockwise, but it does whatever it's supposed to do for this thing to work, how it's supposed to work. But yeah, tiny little city names, and they're upside down. They're every which way. It helps that there's a red thing here. Like on the Christopher Ward, it'd be helpful if you could highlight one of these to be yours. I don't know how you do that. Christopher Ward somehow managed to do that. It'd be cool to do that. Oh, well, because the cities were stationary on the Christopher Ward. Yeah, with moving cities, that's going to be hard to do. Impossible to do, actually. But yeah, daylight saving time issues, none of that stuff is included on this disc. Suppose I could have made this its own category. There'd only be 2 or 3 of these things where the cities move around a disc in the center. Maybe only 2. There's a Beauvais that's coming to mind. It's very unusual. I don't care for it. It is a very unique watch. Tissot makes a lot of cool stuff. It's just not for me. It's too weird. Size of 10 millimeters only thick. That is sweet. That's going to be nice. Total score 73. In 47th place is the Ball Engineer Master 2 Aviator. And it does say GMT on it. That's unfortunate because there's no GMT bezel. But I do recommend it. Tritium's nice. Looks cool. It is a pilot watch size, 44 millimeters across. Got to be cool with a big pilot watch to wear this thing. Total score 73. In 48th place is the Mühle Glashütte Terrasport 4 GMT. It's not a GMT, but I do recommend it. You know what? It doesn't say GMT on the dial, so I shouldn't give them a hard time about this. They spell automatic with a K. That's sweet. Total score 73. In 49th place is the Shinola Monster GMT. And it's an office GMT. Bracelet has no extension, good wearing proportions. really big numbers. Like, you can really see it. It almost seems like a kid's watch with how big the numbers are. As you get older, you'll appreciate large numbers to look at. Total score 73. In 50th place is the Raymond Weil Freelancer World Timer. Price of $3,025, and it's a Cities bezel watch that I can recommend. There's only two of them. There's the Zelos Thresher, and this is the other one, the Raymond Weil. It scrapes in. This one is okay. As I've said before, don't set this to GMT. It says GMT on the dial. Forget it says that. Just set the fourth hand to whichever city you're tracking. So if you're traveling, set this thing to whatever's back home. That way you can at a glance take a look at this, tell if it's day, night, whatever. That hand will be useful information to you without having to find your little cities and rotate the thing around. I did kind of have a best practice with my Cities bezel watch before I destroyed it. When I was done checking the world time, if for some reason I wanted to check the time in, say I wanted to check the time in East Coast, it's just easier to add 2 for me. Being in mountain time, it's easier to add 2 hours than to fiddle around with this bezel. The mental calculation is actually much easier than fiddling around with this darn bezel. But okay, think of a harder one. Let's think of a harder one. NRT, Japan. I think that stands for Naruto or something. NRT. Anyway, so when I'm done, I put the Denver back at the top. It's a Denver watch, so I put the Denver back at the top when I'm done with it. And then when I want to check something, put the Denver over the fourth hand and check out Naruto Airport. And then when I'm done, put that Denver back at the top. That way I don't have to hunt for the Denver. Put it back to the top, and that way it's ready to go. Yeah, I honestly think these things are kind of more trouble than they're worth, the city thing. It seems like world time is the coolest thing, and the world time is so cool that you're just willing to go with it. It really isn't that cool, especially when the cities are always all over the place. And you don't have to do this to yourself. There was that world timer that was $755, the Le Sablier. Just get that one. Or even cheaper, the Heim Viajero. Get the Heim Viajero. That's a world time watch that is $700. That's what I would do. Have true world time where you get to look at your watch, and if you want the world time information, it's just right there. You're not having to fiddle with things, find the Denver, move the Denver over here, do all this process. Just definitely diminishing returns, and yeah. Man, I'm ranting a ton. I'm sorry about that. Great size. How is it 9.7 thick? Like, isn't that impossible? That's got to be like the thinnest. Well, there's some absurdly thin, like, quartz ladies' watch. This is like 7 thin or something. But yeah, this is quite thin. Good grief. Nice and light, too, since it's so thin. It looks gorgeous. Total score 73. In 51st place is the Paul Picot Fairshire Ronda GMT. It's not a GMT. It's barely recommended. $4,711. I don't know about the looks. It looks really bad to me. It is a chronometer, though, and it's very thin. Score 73. In 52nd place is the L'Aventure Transatlantique 2 GMT. It's an office GMT, and if you swap it off the silicone, I recommend it. So that's what I would do. Next, we have the Damasco DK201 SI GMT. Oh, silicone, not recommended. Next, the Baume & Mercier Hampton, not recommended. In 55th place, the Grand Seiko SBGN 027, not recommended. Next is the Olex & Weiss Navicron, not recommended. Union Belisar GMT, not recommended. Zelos Spearfish Dual Time. This is weird what they have going on here. It's very, very weird. I don't remember the specifics. You don't want what's going on here. This is funny business to the max. Not recommended. Zinn 6060 Frankfurt World Time, not recommended. In 60th place is the Leico Hamburg GMT. It's not a GMT, and sadly not recommended. Anordain Fabric, not recommended. Oris Pro Pilot GMT, not recommended. Monta Atlas, not recommended. Brellam Wyvern GMT, it's not a GMT, it's not recommended. In 65th place is the RGM 500 World Time. It's not a World Time watch, it's a Cities bezel watch, and I don't recommend it. Towson Watch Company North It's not a GMT, it's not recommended. Detroit Watch Company 1701 Pontchartrain GMT. It's not a GMT. What? Oh, it does say GMT on the dial. It's not a GMT, not recommended. Baume & Mercier Classima. I'm trying to be like that Patek Phillipe with the denim look to it. It looks really cool. Not recommended. Armand Nicolet Tremolon. It's not a GMT, it's not recommended. In 70th place is the Bulova Accutron GMT Sir Richard Branson. City bezel watch. It's a chronometer, but I don't recommend it. Bulgari aluminum watch. Not a GMT, not recommended. Montblanc 1858 GMT. This is infuriating. Do you see the little knurls on it? On the website it says fixed bezel. The bezel does not turn. And look, the 12 is facing upright. Why are there grippy stuffs around this bezel? How hard would it be to make a movable bezel and actually have a GMT watch? Would that be hard? Or would it be incredibly easy? For $3,660, yeah, it's really not a GMT. It looks like a GMT with these little ridges on the outside. Man, this is really slapping people in the face. I like Montblanc, but what are they doing? Yeah, this really upsets me. D grade, not recommended. Philip Stein Prestige Chronograph, not recommended. Mula Glasuta Sportivo Travel GMT, not a GMT, not recommended. In 75th place is the Zodiac Super Seawolf GMT. It's not a GMT, and it's not recommended. Next is the Unity Phantom GMT. It's not a GMT, and it is not recommended. Liv P51 Full Loom, not recommended. Ferris Seagrave 3, not recommended. Micro Milspec Hercules Zulu Time, not recommended. In 80th place is the Glycine Airman SST, not recommended. Accutron Astronaut CIA watch. They don't say CIA watch, but that's what it is. I would go with the Forstner, the quartz one, over this deal. This is far, far away. The Forstner is recommended, and it's way cheaper, so I would go with that one. MTM Cobra 35, not recommended. Father's Globetrotter, City's Bezel watch, not recommended. Givril JV22 Garomondo GMT. It's not a GMT, and it's not recommended. Zenowatch OS Pilot Dual Time. I like the looks of this thing, but it's huge as all get out. 15 thick, 48 diameter. Too bad, guys. Just make it a little small. There's like a ton of extra room too. Yeah, it's weird. Just scoot these closer together maybe. Not recommended. Schild Heinrich GMT. It's not a GMT, it's a city bezel watch with the tiniest little cities you have ever seen. Wow. And the numbers too. Like, man, get your reading glasses for this one. Not recommended. Gavril Vaughn GMT Pilot. It's not a GMT, not recommended. Icopod C-Pod. Ugh. Man, these things are ugly. Apologize if you love it. Crown. What is the Crown? Not recommended. Glycine Combat Sub. That looks sick. Very big. 46. I'm surprised to see it's 46 millimeters diameter. Not recommended. In 90th place is the Zenowatch Winner Automatic GMT. Not recommended. Review Tommen GMT. $2,850. Not recommended. Philip Stein Signature Swiss Chronograph. Very big. We haven't done one of these in a while, so I will compute the equivalent area. 59 millimeters by 37 millimeters rectangle is equivalent to a 53 millimeter circle in area. So, I mean, this isn't a true rectangle. There's some little cuts and stuff, but it's going to be big. 53 millimeters. I mean, it's 59 lug to lug. That's pretty big. Not recommended. The Michel Jordi Mega Icon Pebble Stone GMT. It's not a GMT watch, but it is a mini anti-clock. That's kind of cool. 19 thick. 45. I mean, it's a huge, monstrous watch. Why is it such a huge, monstrous watch? Why is it a quartz for $2,300? Not recommended. Torina Carrero GMT. Oh my goodness, $2,000 for quartz office GMT, and it looks horrible. It looks really bad. The blues don't match. Finishing looks awful. Not recommended. In 95th place, the Zenowatch X Large Pilot World Timer. It's like that Tissot Heritage and the Beauvais. Okay, so there's 3 of these at least that have the little cities that go around. Who knew? That's kind of cool. Very far from the actual numbers though. And yeah, the cities are just going to be constantly turning. Never know what's up, what's down. And it's huge. Not recommended. All right, final 3. Armand Nicolet GMT. Not recommended. Zenowatch X Large Pilot Chrono GMT. It's not a GMT. It's also not recommended. And in last place, the Zenowatch OS Pilot 24 Hours Dual Time. That's right. It is a dual time. Good job, guys. They called it the right thing. It's not recommended, though. 17.2 thick. Man, they make some thick watches. Not recommended. All right, so that was all the traveler watches from $1,500 to $4,750 that I could find and that I included in the video. So much good stuff. Are you kidding me? Some really good GMT watches. Some world time watches that were good. That Longines, let me zoom in. Longines Master Collection, only $2,000. Yeah, this is a joke with the glycine. It's like $600, so don't pay that much for it. A lot of cool stuff. The Fair Fox. These things look so good. Tudor Black Bay Pro. I mean, there's some heavy hitters in this price range. That Kurono Tokyo scores really well just on specs, but it looks gorgeous on top of that, even despite the non-color matching. Young Hans Meister scoring really well. A lot of really cool stuff in this price range. And there's going to be even cooler stuff in the next price range. Luxury. All right, here we are at the last price category, luxury. And there's some luxurious stuff here on the screen. Let's get into it. Here's that overall distribution. This one's looking pretty normal. It also has a little hump down at the bottom, like all these seem to do. But this one has a nice B spike. This category is solid. This price category, the luxury price category. You know, if you have a dartboard and you close your eyes and throw the dart, you're probably going to get a good one in this price category, which is good. Still a few pitfalls, like I mentioned earlier, but hopefully, if you watch this video, you can avoid those pitfalls. Choose a good one. All right, let's do the top 5. In 5th place is the Patek Phillipe 5231G. $92,000, and it's a push-button world time. Wow, that's the pilot's salary before tax, before payroll tax, before all that other stuff. That is high. That is a high price for a watch. Let's see here. It is white gold. So it's gonna weigh more than a steel watch, even though it's smaller than a steel watch. It is, 38.5, 10 millimeters thick. I mean, Patek Philippe makes some really nice size watches. I mean, there's a reason that they are so highly praised, and people will pay this kind of crazy money. This is the one, I think there was one that showed the world differently, but it had a different reference number. I don't know if it's still available. With these luxury watches, a lot of times, looking online, you're not really getting the full picture. They have boutique exclusives. They have all this other stuff. But anyway, so push button world time is really cool. You push this little button, everything flips, and then you see the new. You just do that for whatever zone you're in. I think those are really nice, even though the cities move. Alligator leather. I mean, this is a famous world time watch. Total score of 93. In 4th place, what a beauty. It's the Omega Seamaster Aquaterra World Time. Price of $10,900, and it's a true world time watch. Oh man, this thing is so gorgeous. Let me zoom in. Yeah, I chose the titanium colorway with the black. Look at the gold on these geographic shapes. Beautiful. You're gonna get your global day-night, which is really cool. They integrated it as part of the design. It looks really good. Your cities will always be in the same spot. It looks fantastic. I think my second pick would be just the straight steel version with the blue. That looks beautiful too. But this one edges it out. And you can get it on this alligator leather, which is how I would do it. I think that's the way to go. It's getting a penalty for lack of daylight saving time. I don't know why they didn't put it on there. That would have been nice. I suppose it makes it a little bit more cluttered looking. I think they could have found a subtle way to put it on there, and that would have been nice. Because, I mean, that's such a huge issue. It's like half the year. This is going to be off. If you're spending all this money, and we're just talking about dial printing, it's really important to me personally that the watch function correctly. And I think some people that's a looser concern or something. Mentioned you get the global day night. That's really awesome. 14.1 thick. Omegas just seem to be thicker than other watches. It's thicker than I'd like to see. It's also bigger than I'd like to see at 43. I mean, despite whatever downsides it has, it is still at the top. Very high score. Very cool watch. You can jump the hour. It's going to be wonderful. It's a chronometer with 60 hours power reserve. Total score of 95. In 3rd place is the Glashütte Original Senator Cosmopolite. $22,200, and it's a push button city dual time. That's the category. It's not a push button. It's like a rotated thing over here. But look, they took care of daylight saving time and standard time. You'll just see that with your cities here. So that's really cool. Day, night. Your home time is back here. When you do this thing, it changes the local time. And this is your day, night for back home. This is an amazing watch. It's just stunning. It deserves its score. It deserves its place. It's a wonderful traveler watch, no question about it. 22 G's though. These are the CEOs and the rappers and that sort of thing. That's what this category is. But the rest of us can look at these and think, man, that is really cool. I said the day night was for this. On second thought, I think this, because look where it is. It looks like it's a 10 o'clock. This is a 4 o'clock. So that doesn't make sense to go with this thing. I think you get a day night here and a power reserve. I would watch a video to find out more about this thing, the big date and everything. Watch a different video on this watch in particular if you're interested in it. Very cool watch. Total score of 96. And in second place is the Vacheron Constantin Overseas World Time, $51,500, and it's a true world time watch, and it has the highest score of any true world time watch. 99. Look at that, 99. I almost broke the system. This is as high as it got. You get global day night. Do you see how it's a little darker over here? There's a plastic, I guess, disc transparency thing over the top of it that's shaded on one side, so you can see. It's kind of subtle. Like, I didn't even realize at first that this is a global day night. You see, it goes with this disc, so it's going to turn around. Your world thing stays the same. That's not going to move. But yeah, the disc will go around. This one is cool. Let me zoom in. Why am I looking at it from afar? Oh, and we even have a high fidelity image. Nice. This one even has 30-minute time zones. Look at these blue ones. Delhi, Nepal. What is that? Look, it's super close. Yeah, this one has nice 30-minute time zones here in between. And then you even have like some weirder ones. It's like a 15-minute time zone. No other world timer does it this way. It is a lot to look at, but none of the rest of them get this kind of precision. And with all this stuff on the dial, they had to put the Vacheron Constantin and the Iron Cross up here at the top. I think that's okay to put it on the chapter ring, because we want all this other stuff. If you want this type of watch, you just want all this stuff. I think that's good. And you can get it on this leather. It does come on a bracelet. The leather gets it some more points though, because that bracelet does not have the extension. I think it's a butterfly clasp bracelet, which I would not want. I actually don't really care for butterfly clasp bracelets. But yeah, an amazing, amazing watch. Even has 150 meters water resistance. The Omega did as well. So thumbs up to Omega and Vacheron Constantin for giving us 150 meters. Well, not us, but giving millionaires 150 meters of water resistance. Very cool. Score of 99. And a score of 99, what could be in first place? Well, in first place is the Jaeger LeCoultre 2 Metre Unique Travel Time. It doesn't cost as much as that Vacheron. This is the top scoring of the Push Button City dual times, and also a score of 99. And yeah, the way that I break tiebreakers is just which one would I personally rather have. That VC was really cool, but if I had my pick of the two, I would go with this one. This is so cool. You've got a jump hour here on this clock. At the moment, I'm forgetting which is home and away. I think this is your home time and this is your away, because you use the push buttons to move it. But you get this rotating world map. I know it's projection with the global day-night shown on it. So cool. There's a lot going on with this thing. You have like dual power reserves even. Yeah, I think these are separate movements because I'm seeing two power reserves here, which is a great way to do it. Just have totally unique. When you do that, you can do whatever time you want. See, it says 30-minute zones. You can set this. You could do a 2-minute zone. You could do your mom offset if your mom runs her watch fast or whatever. You know, you can do whatever you want over here. So that's really cool. It's going to weigh an absolute ton, even on leather. This size, I'm estimating it to be like basically like as heavy as a bracelet watch, but there's no bracelet. So it's going to be a lot of gold. Total score 99. So here are all the watches. We covered the top 5, and here's the rest of them. Oh my goodness. I think you want to watch the rest of this. There's going to be some really cool ones. I may not linger all that much. I promise I'm not giving these watches the time they deserve. You know, watch a Tim Masso video on any one of these if you really want to see everything they do. Yeah, I'll go through all these greens. Look at that. More than half are green. Good grades. And then we've got some yellows that are still sweet. And then there's some reds I would stay away from, and I'll show you why. Oh, yeah, this Omega Skywalker, not recommended. If you want to see why Omega Skywalker is not recommended, keep watching. Otherwise, skip ahead to that top 10. Or the runoff. Watch the runoff round. That'll be interesting. But yeah, let's go on to number 6 and go through the rest of these. In 6th place is the JLC Geophysic Universal Time. $11,110. It's a true world time watch. It's amazing. Let's zoom in. Yeah, really cool watch here. Your cities are going to be static. This map will be static. I think that's good. You do get global day-night, which is really nice. I do like this map. It's very functional compared to some of the other ones. It's nice and big. The shapes are very distinct. You get some lines on here to really help out. And yeah, it does have summertime indicated with these little asterisks. Perfect. Thank you, JLC. That is awesome. Yeah, that Vacheron did have daylight saving time issues, as did the Omega. If I was a millionaire, the JLC is the one to go with. Great size too. Sub 12 millimeters thick and sub 42 millimeter diameter. Leather strap is looking a little bit plain. It's not an alligator leather from what I can tell in the description. You could certainly buy an alligator leather strap to put it on though if that floats your boat. It's a steel watch, so that's kind of nice too. The gold is going to be really, really heavy. So this is probably more enjoyable for you. Total score of 97. In 7th place is the A Longa in Zona Longa 1 time zone. Price of $54,997. And it's a push-button city dual time. I really like that they have the cities on here. Well, the Glashütte Original also had the cities on it, but they were like a 3-letter thing. This is nice because look at the New York. Very classy. These nice serif fonts with all caps. Great font. I mean, fonts are so important on the watch. It looks beautiful. It's going to be perfect. I mean, the perfection is astounding. The case back is going to blow your mind. Probably on all these really rich ones, the case back will just be jaw-droppingly beautiful. But yeah, you push this little button and this ring goes around, and then the time in this little clock changes. So your home time is the big one. Your local time is actually this tiny little clock, which is a little bit weird. And they'll do a red to warn you of daylight saving time for the zones that have it. So if it's summer and you're in New York, this may not be the right time. You may need to go to Mexico here for your New York time because the red is going to warn you. Oh, they do something weird. They're doing a weird thing. I don't remember which way you go. I'm sorry. But look, you get a day-night here as well. That's really cool. And a day-night here. Integrated so nicely. Really big date up here. Power reserve. AUF and AB. Oh man, I don't remember which is which. I'm sorry. Hopefully up means, I think it means up and down actually. I think that might be what these even translate to. So topped up is up here at the top. Let's go with that. If you buy this, you'll be able to figure it out easily by just winding it and seeing which way this goes. It looks like you could go forward and back with the buttons, but one button does the date, I believe. The other one rotates the cities in one direction, but not the other direction. Great dimensions. Sub 11 millimeters thick. Beautiful. And it's supposedly pink gold. There's so many like colors of gold. I think they're all just gold, but I mean, they must be some kind of alloy. Pink gold. I don't know what's different between pink gold and red gold, but there is a difference. This one's pink gold. It's not a problem I've come across in my life. But yeah, this weighs as much as a bracelet watch. From my estimation, I just went with densities and stuff, so I could be off. And the whole reason I'm having to approximate is because they don't list this information on the website. I felt it was a valuable parameter to have for the scoring. How heavy is this darn watch? Because you don't want the watches too heavy when you're traveling. But I did have to approximate. Total score of 93. In 8th place is the Anderson Genève Heures du Monde Celestial Voyager. $69,000, and it's a true world time. Again, year's salary. So many year's salary watches in this price range. Man, that crown is microscopic. Jaw-droppingly gorgeous. Look at how beautiful this is. It's a work of art. Wonderful. I don't know what BCHH stands for. I'm not in the know on that one. You're going to have daylight saving time issues. And this one's platinum. Platinum's even heavier than gold, but this one's relatively small diameter. Under 38 millimeters diameter. And about 10 thick. Total score of 93. In 9th place, the famous Rolex GMT Master 2. $10,700. Seeming like a bargain in this price category, actually. And it's a Traveler GMT. It's the Traveler GMT, let's be honest. They're the ones that invented this watch that is super popular right now. You can get it in a ton of colors. There's a root beer style, there's that Sprite, there's the Coke, there's the Pepsi. You can get a gold case with some of these ones. You can get a Batman. There's a blue dial with the Pepsi. I think black dial actually looks better, personally. It's a wild card. There's not going to be that many wild cards in the luxury price tier because there's an affordability round in the final runoff where watches are penalized heavily for being too expensive, for being outside the range of a pilot. Because this is a pilot watch video still. I did the same on the simple pilot watch. There was a pretty stiff penalty which kicked IWC out. IWC was too expensive at $8,000. So it has a chance. Rolex GMT Master 2 definitely has a chance. I don't want you to think it has no chance of winning, because it totally does. But I didn't do that many from this category. I'm not going to put a $95,000 watch in the runoff as a wild card, because it has literally no chance of winning at that price. It's just too crazy. But yeah, the Rolex is really cool. Chronometer. Only 12 millimeters thick, which is awesome. Rolex is good at making thinner watches. I think that's a big part of their popularity. And they don't do the display case back. Display case back adds like 0.7 millimeters or something. It adds a pretty big chunk of thickness on there. So this is nice. I mean, it's more than nice. It's an aspirational watch for sure. Total score of 93. In 10th place is the Montblanc Heritage Spirit Orbis Terrarum. $4,900, and it's a push button world time. Top score. All of these 93s actually tied with Patek. They actually tied with the Patek Phillipe 5231G. So there was a 5-way tie for 5th place, and I put them in order of the ones I'd like to have. And Orbis Terrarum is 5th out of those 5. Last place for this thing, but look at it. It's so wonderful. And that's if they're free. They're on the table for my taking. Obviously, the cheapest one is the one that I would ever have a chance of purchasing myself in the future, and that'd be the Montblanc. But yeah, it's the top score for push button world time because it tied with Patek Philippe push button world time, but it's a lower price. Again, for the top score, those tiebreakers go to the lower price one because they achieved it for less money. Only 30 meters water resistant. Not good. I guess it's because of the button or something. Yeah, don't jump in the pool with this. You'll wreck your extremely expensive watch. Oh man, I love this disc thing. When you see this thing working, it's like you have to do a double take. When you see the button pressed and everything whip around, it is so cool. The dark blue is underneath, so the continents are shown blue, but the ocean is always the same. Very cool. You get this transparent disc on top. It's an amazing watch. Absolutely stunning. And they do it at the bottom. Patek put your local time at the top. This one puts your local time at the bottom. When you push the button, this hour hand moves. And the disc moves. Everything moves. And it updates, and it's always correct. But again, tired old refrain, daylight saving time issues. They don't give you any indication which cities actually observe and don't observe daylight saving time. That's really too bad. Yeah, definitely gets a bonus for that global day night. That is so slick. And it's a wild card. This has a chance to be in the top 10. Total score of 93. In 11th place is the Breitling Galactic Unitime. Price of $6,948, and it's a true world time. And yes, thank you, Breitling. Daylight saving time. It's right on there. It doesn't have to be bright red if that's what's scaring off the other ones from doing it. It could be subtler than this, but the data is there for those who want it, which is, if you want to actually use this watch for its intended purpose, then you're going to need to know, during daylight saving time, you're going to look at the little suns. In London, it's 2. It's not 1 o'clock. So that's kind of important. You still get the general gist of things. And really, that's the main strength of the world time watch, is just to get the general gist of things. Okay, it's almost dinner time in Denver. That sort of thing. Yeah, Breitling is very thick, 15.3. It is a chronometer, though. That's pretty nice. I like this one. It's a little bit dated looking. It still does the trick, and it costs less, therefore. Total score of 93. In 12th place is the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Dual Time. Price of $30,900. And this is the top score for the forehand 12-hour dual time watch. So your fourth hand is on a 12-hour rotation, which is really cool. You can hide it behind the main hand and just have a 3-hand watch when you're at home. Then when you're away, these two will differ from each other. Very cool. And you get an AM/PM indicator on this home time hand. And they matched up the red with the red, so you know which goes with what. Very intuitive and nice. And it has button hour setting. So you press this button and your little local hand, this hour hand here pointing at the 10, that's going to jump forward when you press this button. And you can screw it down so it doesn't activate when you don't want it to. Very nice. Beautiful watch. Great dimensions on this. 12 millimeters thick, 41 millimeters diameter. Beautiful. Yeah, this one is really classy. I do worry about getting like crud in these cutouts here on the bezel. Having to clean it pretty often. I think I prefer a smooth bezel to this thing, but it does look cool. Score of 92. In 13th place is the IWC Pilot World Timer. $6,795, and it is a true world time watch with daylight saving time on the cities, and it costs less than the regular IWC, like Big Pilot, 46 millimeter. This is a 45 millimeter, so it is large. Like most IWCs, this thing is large. It has a bonus of rotatable cities. You can set the cities disc differently if you want to put something else at the top. And that's nice. That makes it a little bit easier. You can customize how you want this and just leave it that way. But it's a true world time, so when you set your local time, you'll jump the hour around. That's really nice. The Breitling also had rotatable cities, which is a bonus. Total score of 92. In 14th place is the Bulgari Octo Roma World Timer. It's $11,161, and it's a true world time watch, i.e. jumping hour hand. It's very muted. They don't have a day-night on the disc. It does make it look nicer. I mean, that day-night thing does take away from some of the sophistication of the watch. So this is looking more sophisticated. You're having daylight saving time issues, though, unfortunately. It's looking really nice, though. Great size, too. I thought this would be huge, but it's not. 41 millimeter diameter and 12 millimeters thick. It's looking good. Watch enthusiasts tend to poo-poo the Bulgaris, but they make good watches, from what I can tell. Total score 92. In 15th place is the Nomos Zurich World Time. Price of $6,100, and I'm calling it the type of push-button city dual time because it's really just showing you the time in two places. Your home time is 10 something, and your London time is also 10 something, 10:11 a.m. I don't know if it's a.m. or p.m. I know this one's a.m., but your local time you should kind of know if it's a.m. or p.m. just because you're there. You can tell. Again, this one has daylight saving time issues. They didn't put that in there. It's not as big of a deal, though, because your local time, literally, it'll just be like if you land in the airport, they'll just push the button until this thing matches what you're seeing on the screen. So no matter what city it says at the top. So it's not that big of a deal. And then your home time just stays the same. It doesn't change when you travel. Even better wearing dimensions than the other ones we've seen lately. 40 millimeters, only 11 thick. Wonderful wearing proportions. This is my pick for the push-button city dual time. If I was to buy one of these watches, this would be the one most likely get. And it is a wild card for the final runoff. All right, in 16th place is the Montblanc Star Legacy Orbis Terrarum. $7,900, and it's a push-button world time. It's a more updated version of that other Orbis Terrarum we saw. It looks so good. These wavy patterns here. It's just beautiful. It's like a work of art. It's looking really sophisticated. The way they did the fonts and everything. You know, we're used to seeing the black and the white, so traditional. Why not do a dark blue and a white? I love the way they did this. Looks really good. And again, classy fonts going on here. Yeah, Montblanc makes some really good looking watches. This one has 50 meters water resistance, so that's better than the 30 we saw in the other Orbis Terrarum as well. But you still have the daylight saving time issues, unfortunately. Total score of 91. In 17th place is the Blancpain Demi-Fuseau Horaire. Price of $18,400. It's a mini and a clock. There's your little clock up there. Yeah, 30-minute zones, no problem. That's the strength of having just another little clock on here. In this one, you do get the day-night indicator as well for your home time. So that's really nice. You can tell that it's 10 p.m. It's 10 at night. It's almost, you're approaching midnight at the home time. I would like a little bit more contrast here. Personally, I would prefer to see like a gunmetal for these applied indices. You see this nice dark gray here. I think these little applied indices should also be dark. That would look good. Or if they were even blued. I think blued would look beautiful as well for these indices. This is just kind of fading into the background. Maybe that's what they're going for, but I would prefer having better contrast. Total score of 89. In 18th place is the Breitling Transocean Unitime. $10,695, and you get a chronograph with this thing. So that's really nice. And it's 15 millimeters thick, Not really a surprise with all that stuff going on. Automatic chronograph and world time as well. And it's a chronometer with 70 hours power reserve. I would take it off that rubber strap. It looks gross too with the pattern. It's just going to get covered in gross stuff. Total score of 89. In 19th place is that Beauvais Orbis Mundi. Price of $54,340. It's a true world time, meaning you can jump the hour. 7-day power reserve. That is nuts. And you've got the power reserve indication here. So these are days. You've got 3 days here. You're halfway topped up. Crazy. But yeah, this text is going to go around. It's more artsy than the Tissot Heritage. It looks really cool, actually. It's a very striking watch. Very cool strap attachment style here. Sort of like one of those old pocket watches. Yeah, I forget what they call this thing, but it's really cool. It's going to be heavy. And it's a hand wind. You're going to be cranking this thing. You only have to crank it once every 7 days. Total score of 89. In 20th place is the Patek Phillipe World Time Flyback 5930-001. $110,000 as a push-button world time. Wow. With the chronograph. You get a chronograph and a push-button world time on the same watch, and even Patek Philippe can't get it all that thin with all that stuff in there. It is an automatic movement, but yeah, it's a 12.9 millimeter thick watch. It's platinum, which is even heavier than gold, so it's going to be a heavy watch. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. What you expect. Yeah, beautiful watch. Actually still has daylight saving time issues. They did not deal with that problem. Total score of 88. In 21st place is the Arnold & Son DBG Equation GMT. Price of $27,900. And it's 2 tiny clocks. I think these are independent movements here. It says hand wind, so you're going to wind each movement with the crowns on either side. You have a central second hand, though, that's nice. It's probably just attached to one of the 2 movements. Equation, maybe equation means that they're somehow synchronized with each other. I don't know. You see you have your AM PM indicator for each clock, and they did it in a very intuitive way. That's cool. If it doesn't say which one's home and away, I would do Rome for home and Arabics for away. Yeah, set them to whatever you want. 30-minute time zones, no problem. This is the highest score of any 2 tiny clocks watches. Total score of 88. In 22nd place is the Grand Seiko Sport SBGE 277. Price of $6,200, and it's a Traveler GMT. And look, I actually recommend a Seiko, so don't give me a hard time for all of you who think that I hate Seiko. I don't hate Seiko. Look, this one has a good grade. It is very thick, though. It's a spring drive movement, so it's quartz regulation and powered by winding of a mainspring through an oscillating rotor. You get the benefit of the accuracy of quartz. Spring drive is very cool. Only has a 72-hour power reserve, though. That's a downside to spring drive, is you still have the darn power reserve thing. Whereas with the battery, that power reserve would be limited only by the life of the battery, which is year plus. Yeah, it's a great Traveler GMT. It's only the second one we're seeing in this price range. It's the Rolex GMT Master 2, and then this one. It is very large, strangely large. Total score of 88. In 23rd place is the Patek Philippe 5330G. Price of $76,590, and it's a push-button world time. Functions like that other one, but this one's more down to earth with your denim strap. There's a plastic hand on it for the date. It does look really cool. Patek Philippe is good about making the text of the cities larger than other people do. They just make the dial a little bit smaller inside. I think that's a better trade-off with the world time. They really make these words bigger for your eyes, which is good. Wonderful dimensions, 40 millimeters in diameter, 11.6 thick. The white gold is going to make this thing heavy. Total score of 87. In 24th place is the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Dual Time. $54,332. It's a mini and a clock. And your little clock down here has a day-night. They made the numbers nice and big. That's cool. It seems nice. Only 39 millimeters in diameter and only 10.3 millimeters thick. So that surprises me. I always thought Audemars Piguet were humongous watches, but this one is not. Total score of 87. In 25th place is the A. Lange & Söhne Saxonia Dual Time. $26,240, and it's a 4-hand 12-hour dual time. So when you're at home, you can hide this this blue hand under the gold one and just have it come out when you're away. It has that button hour setting, which is nice. Only 9.1 millimeters thick, 38.5 millimeters diameter. Wonderful sizing, suitable for your dual time needs. Oh, and before I leave this one, it does have a day-night, does have a 24-hour indicator for your home time. Wonderful. Score of 87. In 26th place is the Rolex Explorer 2, $9,650, and it is a forehand 24-hour dual time watch. Again, you're not going to see the word GMT on here because it's not, but I've probably beaten that horse absolutely dead. It is a chronometer, 70 hours power reserve. It's a superlative chronometer even. But yeah, I like this polar dial. I would get the white one, not the black, but you do you. I say I would. A watch of this price is most likely not ever in my future. Total score of 86. In 27th place is the LU Chopard Time Traveler 1. $21,300, and it's an office world time watch. Not a big deal. Nothing to get too excited about. It just means when you adjust your local time, you're going to have to reset that GMT disc. Not a big deal whatsoever. They handle daylight saving time here with these little triangles and lines. Excellent. It lets you know on the dial it's a chronometer. You get 60 hours power reserve. It's going to be heavy with that gold. They might make a steel one. I'm not sure. So look into that if you want a steel one. It's the highest score for an office world time of any of these. Total score of 86. In 28th place is the Cuervo y Sobrinos Prominente Doble Tiempo. Price of $5,059. And it's got two tiny clocks. Doble Tiempo. This thing is beautiful. It's making me want to light up a cigar right now. Havana right there. Wonderful. Yeah, 9.5 millimeters thick. 52 by 30.5 equals a rectangle of 52 by 30.5 millimeters is equivalent area to a 45 millimeter circle. So it's not going to be tiny on your wrists. You don't have to worry about that, even though you see the 30.5. It's going to have substantial wrist presence. Benefit of these two clocks is you can offset them however you want. These two are set off by 2 hours, but you can do 2 hours and 15 minutes if you want, whatever you like. Total score of 86. In 29th place is the Nomos Tangomat GMT, $4,920. And it's not a GMT, it's a push-button city dual time. So New York City indicates the time on the main display, and then your home time here is 16. It says tools required. I don't remember why there's tools required, but apparently there are. I guess to set the thing initially, but it's a little bit of a penalty when you have to bring in tools to make the thing work. By tools, it's probably just a little pokey thing. But yeah, it has daylight saving time issues as well. It's not going to differentiate between daylight saving time and standard time. Good size, 40 millimeters diameter. But look at the crazy lugs here. Thin lugs. That is a weird thing about Nomos. Their lugs are strange to me. Total score of 86. In 30th place is the Patek Phillipe Aquanaut Dual Time 5164A-001. $42,580 for the steel one, and it's forehand 12-hour dual time watch. Yeah, if you want the gold one, I'm sure it's more, but this is nice. They tell you your local time and your home time, the AM versus the PM. Very cool. You've got little pushers here, push button hour setting. I think you can go forward and back. I could be wrong about that though, so double check on this one. It's hard to remember all these ones individually. I mean, there's no question this is a cool watch. I know the silicone bracelet is part of the look, but I would change that out, personally. Only 10.2 millimeters thick. I mean, Patek Philippe really does make a nice thin watch. That is undisputed. Their extremely thick one was like 12 millimeters or something. The one with the chronograph. Looks really cool. For rappers and basketball players. And CEOs. Total score of 85. Alright, in 31st place is the Moritz Grossmann Universal Zeit. $50,972, and it's the type of world time hour indicators. It's the only one that does this. I talked about this in the segment on the different watch types, so I'm not gonna go into it too much. But yeah, it's a jump hour disc behind here, so these all change when you reach the top of the hour. Pretty darn cool. Score of 85. In 32nd place is the Jacques Drouot Astrale Time Zone, $24,500, and it's a mini anaclock. And yeah, this is the one I included on my Watch Crunch posts about the different watch types. Should I have plugged that more? Yeah, check it out if you want to. I don't know what the deal is with Watch Crunch, but I think the only time you get engagement is if you're asking people to do something themselves, and then they love it. So I'm not going to worry about trying to get people engaged. This is looking really nice. Got a 24-hour indicator for your mini anti-clock up here. You can set them to whatever times you like. Good option, score of 85. In 33rd place, the Rolex Cellini dual time, 50529. It is $16,499. There's a mini anti-clock. I just listed black, gold, and silver, but there's a lot of combinations on this thing. I really like what they did with the day-night indicator. It's just part of this little mini anti-clock dial down here, and it just shows you if it's night or day. That's a great way of doing this. You can do 30-minute zones. Yeah, mini anti-clock is a great dual time method. I think they generally look classier, and it's also probably easier to read and understand. Yeah, I like them. Total score of 85. In 34th place is the Jacob & Company Epic SF24. $88,000. Push button city dual time. The button is right up here on the left. This thing is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. You push this and it flips over. It tells you the city and the hour for this alternate time. If you have this thing, you probably just play with it all the time. That's my guess. It says racing. Sorry, it's a little pixelated here. It is large. It's grade 5 titanium. You can get it in gold and stuff as well. Total score of 84. In 35th place is the Patek Phillipe Calatrava Pilot travel time. It does look like a pilot watch. Price of $59,390. It's a 4-hand 12-hour dual time. Yeah, it's like that Aquanaut, but this is more of a pilot aesthetic. I think it looks a lot better. In my opinion, it looks better than that Aquanaut. Nice and thin. 10.8 thin is wonderful. Total score of 84. Good grade watches just keep on coming. In 36th place is the Audemars Piguet Jules Audemars dual time. Jules Audemars, is that his wife or something? Who knows? I'm sorry, I should probably know. It's $19,850 and it's got a mini anti-clock with a day-night indicator. Only 20 meters water resistance. Do not sneeze on this thing. Only 9 1/4 thick. Very thin. Wonderful dress watch. But it is 41 millimeters in diameter, so it's actually kind of larger than traditionally dress watches are supposed to be. Maybe the black dial looks a little bit better. The colors here are not jiving for me. I don't care for this color combo, personally. Total score of 84. In 37th place is the Ulysse Nardin Blast dual time. $7,450. It's a dual time hour indicator. Wow, we're under 10,000? That's like a breath of fresh air in this price range. But yeah, it's got a jump hour here for your dual time. That is so cool. I really like that. I put seldom obscured. It'll get obscured every once in a while by the hands, but it's not going to be all that often. It's pretty small. Only 10 millimeters thick, and it's 42 millimeters diameter. Ulysse Nardin often makes big watches as well. This is looking good. You have button hour setting for your local hand to move that around. Oh, this is going to be so cool. Really good dual time watch option right here. It does have proprietary strap attachment with a middle lug, so that's unfortunate. Total score of 84. In 38th place is the Grand Seiko Elegance SBGE 271, $6,000, and it's not a GMT. That's lies. It is a 4-hand 24-hour dual time watch. I still think it's suitable. It's a suitable watch, no question. It's a spring drive. It's homaging the Islander JFK dial. Looks pretty good. Again, very thick. Why is it 14 millimeters thick? I don't know. Total score of 84. In 39th place is the JLC Master Compressor Extreme. It's $15,000. Only $15,000 for a JLC. And it is a true world time. And it is 46 millimeters in diameter. 16.5 thick. Good grief, this is huge. And the lugs are not subtle at all. What's the lug to lug on this? 60 or something? This is huge. This is a huge watch. And you can lock down the crowns or something. The crowns are huge. Everything's huge on this watch. This is looking huge too. Wow. Total score of 84. In 40th place is the Frederique Constant High Life. Price of $4,795. It's an office world time. We did see a Frederique Constant in the lower price range, but this is right at the bottom of this price range right here. $4,750 plus. So this is barely, it's only $45 above being in that other price range. Yeah, interesting strap attachment on this one too. Is that proprietary? It looks like it's proprietary strap attachment. Pretty looking watch though. Daylight saving time issues, unfortunately. Total score of 83. In 41st place is the Ming 29.01 World Timer. $23,119. And it's an office world time watch. Nice size, 11.9 millimeters thick and 40 millimeters diameter. And wonderful grade 5 titanium, which is scratch resistant. And I forget what else is awesome about grade 5 titanium, but it's way better than grade 2. More expensive as well. Total score of 83. In 42nd place is the Breguet Type 20. Price of $20,300, and it's a 3-hand 12-hour bezel watch. You get a bi-directional bezel on this thing, which is wonderful. That's what you want. It's rather thick at 14.1 millimeters. You get that cool automatic chronograph, 60-hour power reserve. I don't know if it's a Valjoux 7750. Total score of 83. In 43rd place is the Parallel Lab Peripheral. Price of $5,914, and it's a mini anaclock. Yeah, this seems suitable for your dual time needs. You can see the rotor inside. Do you see that? As you're wearing it, you'll see that rotor swim. You'll see that rotor spinning around. That's going to be so cool. Maybe just buy the watch for that. That is really cool. Total score of 83. In 44th place is the Haraj Super Seed Dual Time. $6,469. And it's a dual time hour indicator. You just have this little disc that goes around and tells you an alternate time zone. Now this one's telling you 1700 somewhere. 5 o'clock p.m. And we've got our 10 o'clock here. That's very cool. It's a very subtle way of doing a dual time, and I like that. It's a chronometer. It's only 9.9 millimeters thick. Something weird here, though. I don't like what I'm seeing between the lugs. That's looking really weird. Total score of 83. In 45th place is the Debatoon DB25 Stradivarius. Price of $120,000. Really? It's a 4-hand, 24-hour dual time watch. All right, let's zoom in. Have to zoom in. Oh my goodness. Each one of these little stars is like a tiny little pin that's inserted into this titanium or blued titanium. Whatever these guys do, it is stunning. This little sun thing, your little dual time hour indicator here, they're showing you as it's flipping over. It's going to appear blue all the way during the nighttime, and then it appears gold during the daytime. This is an absolute work of art. It is beautiful. Yeah, you got to admire the beauty. Total score of 82. 46th place is the Breguet Marine 5857. $42,000, and it's a mini anaclock. You can read that mini anaclock maybe even better than the main clock. It does have a day-night here. That's pretty cool. And you can do 30-minute zones, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it seems like a cool option. I don't care for the styling of it. I would take it off that silicone right away. $42,000 is nuts. Rose gold. Different from red gold. This is rose gold. Score of 82. In 47th place is the Omega Seamaster Planet Ocean GMT. $8,300, and it's a Traveler GMT. It looks pretty cool. I'm only seeing this one color though. I think this would be nice in some other colors, like any color at all. Like an orange hand or something. Very bland looking to me. Kind of different case shape here. I guess, is it all the Planet Oceans this shape? I don't know. You get your helium escape valve. 600 meters water resistance. Dang. It's a bit overkill for a Traveler watch. 17 thick. It's wild. It's an odd one. Very heavy. How's it 141 grams on the leather? I don't know. There's a lot of questions with this one. Score of 82. In 48th place is the Laurent Ferrier Classic Traveler. $73,660, and it's a dual time hour indicator. This is so beautiful, so simple looking. And you've got these pushers here to jump the hour forward and back. Yeah, it's just gorgeous. Wearing proportions seem nice. It's a grade 5 titanium. It's beautiful. It's gonna be very light. Yeah, it's a very cool watch. No lume, obviously. I haven't talked about lume at all this entire video. Like, that's the first time I've mentioned the word lume, I believe. It's not really a consideration. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion, for a Traveler watch. It's like a work of art. Score of 81. In 49th place is the Cartier Tonneau Skeleton. Price of $112,294, and it's a 2 tiny clocks. And you're going to see your wrist underneath this because this is all see-through. It's a skeleton watch with a display case back. It's platinum, but there's actually not all that much platinum on it. So the weight guess, I mean, this is what the formula spit out, but I don't know if that's correct. It's 30 by 52, so it's gonna be substantial for a man. I think it'll be enough. It's not really a rectangle, so I'm not gonna pop that into the formula, but I'm not gonna try to compute the area of the circle. It looks nice. It's a bit feminine for me though. Total score of 81. In 50th place is the Rolex Sky Dweller. It's $15,850 and it's a dual time hour indicator. And here's your dual time hour indicator right in the center. You set this to whatever dual time you're interested in. The bezel actually has some sort of control with this, I believe. I'm sorry guys, I'm not the biggest Sky Dweller knowledge guy, but this indicates your month here, so you know that that's June, July, that's August, the month of August. So you get some kind of perpetual calendar situation. I think this is the fanciest complication of any Rolex watch. I've heard that before. But yeah, the white gold is going to be very heavy, especially on the bracelet. They listed it at 192 grams. Really? Even with the bracelet? They do the weird thing, it's like Rosalore or I don't know, they have weird names for their metals. That instead of calling it white gold, they would call it Rosagold or something. I don't know. Anti-magnetic, that's wonderful. It is a chronometer. But yeah, you just get one other time zone, which is useful. That's dual time. I think dual time is viable. It's not as useful as a GMT or something, but it's still very, very useful. Very thick, 14 millimeters thick. I'm not used to seeing Rolexes that thick. Normally they keep the thickness down on Rolexes, but it's not too crazy. Like that Omega Planet Ocean that was 17. So it's still within the realm of normal, but if I was buying a Rolex, I'd try to get a thinner one than this. Total score of 81. In 51st place is the Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda GMT Rattrapante. And it is $33,847. It is a 4-hand, 12-hour dual time watch. So yeah, here's your Rattrapante here. You push this, and that little gold hand will hide underneath the silver hand. It might actually be gold, I bet it is. But anyway, yeah, you see this little button here? That will advance your silver hand. So when you land somewhere, you can adjust this local time. And then when you go back home, you just press this button and it pops right back in. I would probably be playing with it a lot more than just when I'm going on a flight and coming home from a flight. The bracelet is looking really cool, the way it integrates. I mean, this is a really good looking watch. It's also really, really expensive. If you've got the money, it is very classy. Total score of 80. In 52nd place is the Cartier Century Dual Time. $78,000, and it's a 2 tiny clocks. Yeah, I like this one. This is looking a lot more masculine than that skeleton one we saw a moment ago. The tonneau one. This is looking good. It's smaller though. This is more like a lady's size, I think. Very thin. And it's hand wind. I bet you're hand winding 2 different movements. That's probably what's going on here. Looking good though. Total score of 80. In 53rd place is the Dornbluth & Son Weltzeit Regulator. Price of $10,940, and it's a dual time hour indicator. They do have regulator watches where the minute and the hour are on different areas here. But this one, yeah, they're just putting a 24-hour down here, which is cool. Get a nice little power reserve indicator up here. Beautiful dial. It's going to be silver or something. The blued hands are nuts. Let's zoom in. Yeah, these are perfectly blued. Beautiful. Score of 80. In 54th place is the Panerai Luminor Daisy Giorni GMT. 10 days. It's $15,200, and it's a 4-hand, 12-hour dual time watch. And yeah, I mean, this little hand, it just hides underneath the main hand until you go somewhere, and then you move it. And then this is just a day-night indicator. Pretty darn cool. It is ridiculously thick, though. 18.7 millimeters thick. Totally crazy. It's a very large watch. I mean, Panerais usually are very large. This one especially. I like that it's a linear power reserve here. That's really cool. I mean, if I was going to go for one of these types of Luminors, I would probably want to get this one, actually. Total score of 80. In 55th place is the Montblanc 1858 Geosphere Zero Oxygen. Price of $7,400. It's a rotating world map. And I didn't know this before, but the zero oxygen has something to do with the conditions in which they assemble it, so that there's zero moisture inside. When they put this thing together, there's no oxygen in the room or something. It's crazy. But that's what that means. Look into it more. That's my recollection of what it means. But yeah, you have a rotating world map on the dial, and I know it's projection, not a map, but you get the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. Let's zoom in. Yeah, this little line is going to indicate GMT, but you can use these other ones to see the other times. And yes, it is obscuring the watch right now. Like the time it is right now, I can't tell exactly what it is here. I can sort of figure it out, but I want to know Denver time. That's over here. What is that? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Maybe it's 1 p.m. in Denver is what this is saying. Something like that. It does have world time capability. Yeah, I said that it has world time capability, but it's a little bit less. Where does it say? It's a rotating world map, whereas, let's see here. This actually doesn't even score as well as a normal 24-hour bezel would, like on a GMT. But it does get the bonus of global day-night. You can easily see whether it's day or night in your part of the world, or whatever part of the world you're interested in. So that's really sick. These things just look so darn cool. They're very, very expensive, though. I would go for a world timer if I was spending this kind of money. In fact, I would go for a world timer for $755, as y'all know. That's what I would spend right now on a world timer. But yeah, very cool watch. Total score of 80. In 56th place is the Jacques Dro Grand Second dual time. It's $12,200 and it's a dual time hour indicator. This irks me a little bit. This map has nothing to do with anything. The map turns, I believe, but it's going to turn with this hour thing. So it doesn't really mean much of anything. That's unfortunate. But yeah, this little one with the red tip, that's your day of the month. And then you have a second hand here too. And then you have this disc that turns, and the red triangle is going to indicate what the hour is in your second zone, the dual time, just past 10 p.m. in the second zone. Not my first pick, but it is very classy. Total score of 80. In 57th place is the Harry Winston Ocean dual time, $38,900. It's a dual time hour indicator. That's indicated right here. Your home time will be on this little clock with the day-night. Your dual time is indicated down here. It's a bit gaudy and a bit flashy for me, but seems like a cool watch. Total score of 80. In 58th place, the first that's just kind of an okay grade, not a good grade, is the Blancpain Villaret Reveil GMT. I apologize for my pronunciation. It's $40,800. It's a 4-hand 24-hour dual time watch. It looks like a mini Anna clock, but this little clock here is for your alarm. So the second crown is to wind your alarm. The power reserve indicator is for that alarm. And you can turn it on or off with this button. The alarm is on now, like it'll go off when it reaches this time, because you see the little bell. Your dual time is indicated with this blue hand here. Very stylish. I really like the style of it. Would have been nice if this date wheel matched the dial, though. I think that would have been relatively easy to do for $40,000. Right now it's sticking out like a sore thumb. Good wearing proportions, and it's red gold. Not rose gold, but red gold. Total score of 79. In 59th place is the Girard Perregaux Traveler WW.TC. It's $11,334, and it's an office world time watch. And it's also a chronograph. You're getting both. And typically those are thick. This one is a little bit, yeah, this one's thick, 13.9 thick. It's also large, 44 millimeters. Having daylight saving time issues. City itinerancy, because that scores better than giving it the 10-point penalty for having to do the multi-step time setting every time you move. Cool watch, and not too crazy. Like a Rolex Submariner is like this kind of price. So, I mean, this is cooler than the Rolex Submariner for sure. Total score of 79. In 60th place is the Piaget Emperador GOA 32016. $17,139. It's a dual time hour indicator. This is your seconds. Here's your hour and minutes for your local time. And your home time is over here, just the hour indicated. And then this is a day-night little circle that'll go around. Total score 79. In 61st place is the Bremont MB3. Price of $5,400, and it's an office GMT. They're advertising on the dial that it's anti-shock. Has strong pilot aesthetics. Internal bezel. Very thick though, 15.5 by 43. Seems like a viable option. It's actually a chronometer. Again though, it's more expensive than the Tudor. Yeah, you'd have to do a lot to justify Bremont over Tudor. It'd have to be really cool. And it's not as good as the Tudor. I mean, if you really like this brand, I guess that's an option for you. It says London on the dial. Score of 79. In 62nd place is the Breguet La Reveil du Tsar. Price of $46,500, and it's a dual time hour indicator. Like the other one, Your home time is over here at 9 o'clock. There's a power reserve for the alarm. This cool little mini clock here, that's actually just your alarm. And this button turns the alarm on or off. Gorgeous. Looks totally gorgeous. Great size as well. 12 millimeters thick and 39 millimeters in diameter. Seems like a viable option. Total score of 78. In 63rd place is the H. Moser & Company Heritage Dual Time. $23,617. It's one of these four-hand dual time watches. It's just a 12-hour sort of deal. So you don't get AM, PM, but it is also probably the simplest looking one of these. When you're at home, you don't even see this extra hand. It just stays behind the main hour hand. And then when you travel, it's a single step here, so you just adjust the hour hand forward or backward, whatever it is for the time zone you're in. Great size again, and it's a fancy watch. 23 G's though. Total score of 78. In 64th place is the Leica ZM2. It's $14,000, and it's a 3-hand 12-hour bezel. So it's just a dual time bezel. That's really all you got going on here. You do have a day-night indicator for your main time. I guess that's kind of cool. There's a little button here like on a camera. I mean, yeah, it's a camera maker, but they make this watch. Crazy expensive watch, $14,000. It's a hand wind watch. I think the back looks really cool. I think they have some sort of fancy movement on this thing. I don't know. If you're a camera person, maybe it appeals to you from that front. Fairly thick though, at 14 millimeters thick. Total score of 78. In 65th place is the Bremont Ion Bird. Price of $5,795, and it's an office GMT. Unlike that other one with the internal bezel, this is just a regular type of a bezel. It is monochromatic. There's no bicolor thing going on. There's some gold on the dial. I'm liking the gold. I think it looks cool. This is very weird though. What is with this bizarre case? I don't know how I feel about it. It looks kind of cool, but it's also weird. Total score 78. In 66th place is the Visconti GMT Sport. $6,850, and it's a mini anti-clock. Very simple, just a little clock down here. And it's got a day-night indicator here for your little mini clock. Excellent. It's great to know if it's night or day back home. So that's good. It's very thick. What are these crazy bars over the top? I don't know. And they're lugs, but they're also like a crystal protection system. I mean, it's very like fashion-y style. 42 millimeter diameter. I mean, that's just for the circular part, I would assume. But then these crazy bars, I don't know. It's probably going to wear like a very big kind of a watch. 15.2 millimeters thick. I wonder if that includes the bars or not. Cool option, I suppose. Total score of 78. In 67th place is the Jacob & Company The World Is Yours. Price of $44,565. 2 tiny clocks. And this thing is an absolute work of art. It's just gorgeous. It's so beautiful. The back is amazing. It's just gold everywhere. It's all gold. Rose gold. Not red gold, not pink gold, but rose gold. And I'm estimating it to be like almost as heavy as a bracelet watch, but there's no bracelet. As I've said before with these kinds of things, you don't get AM, PM. So that's a downside if you're traveling to really far off time zones. Or trying to track a really far off time zone, whichever one it is. You know, if it's just a couple time zones over, this is actually pretty darn handy. Total score 77. In 68th place is the Hublot Big Bang Unico GMT. Price of $16,655. It's a 4-hand, 12-hour dual time watch. Okay, here's your extra hand. It just goes behind this hour hand when you're not using it. And it's got a day-night indicator. It's got a push-button dual time. Titanium. I don't like the skeleton thing though. It's too much for me. It's too intense. It's gonna be a very thick watch. 15.9. Yep, very thick. To a score of 77. In 69th place is the Breitling Avenger Automatic GMT 44. Price of $5,700, and it's an office GMT. And Breitling has started making smaller watches. Like, it's a 44, but look, it's only 12.1 thick. The blue is really pretty. That's a nice color of blue. It's got a bidirectional bezel. That's great. But yeah, the office GMT. I mean, this is scoring pretty darn well. It's a C+. It's getting a C+. Bracelet apparently has no extension. Does they still have the angled bracelet? I can't totally tell. It's a chronometer. Total score 77. In 70th place is the Atelier Haute Complication Dual Time. $10,649. It's a dual time hour indicator. Price doesn't seem that crazy for how cool this thing is. There's a lot of different versions of this, different colors and stuff. Yeah, you just have your main clock here, but then here's your dual time. Yeah, home time up here, and then current time is the little clock in the middle. And yeah, day night is just so beautifully integrated. I love this. There's a huge cutout window, you see the whole darn thing. That is so cool. And it's only 9 millimeters thick. How did they do it? I don't know. Well, it's a hand wind, so you don't have the rotor. That definitely helps. I think this is a nice choice. Total score of 76. In 71st place is the MB&F Legacy Machine LM1, $121,900, 2 tiny clocks. Like, what does it do that's worth all that money? We have this flying balance wheel thing. Yeah, don't hit it into something. The whole thing will just fall apart, is what it looks like to me. From the side, I think the dome is just absolutely nuts. 16 thick. Well, that's because of the gigantic dome crystal. It's not telling us much about the movement. Yeah, see, look, it's not that heavy. That's something I don't think I told you guys, that the crystal thickness is subtracted in the weight calculation. The weight calculation is based on just the metal part of the case. But the thicknesses that are listed are literally just how thick it is. At least that's what I try to do. I have to rely on the manufacturers to report this stuff accurately. Yeah, these are really cool. They come in a few different colors. Total score 76. In 72nd place is the Oris Holstein Edition 2022. So I guess this was year of 2022. I don't know. Price $4,800, and it's a mini anti-clock. See the clock right there? It's like that other Oris, but you move your local time with these buttons instead. I like that one we saw earlier where the bezel actually turned the hour hand. And that was a normal size. This thing is tiny. It's 36.5 millimeters. It's like all bracelet too. This tiny little dial here. It does look very weird. The proportions are weird. You've got like a normal size crown and this dinky little watch. It's like, it definitely looks small too. It says full steel on the dial. Why does it say full steel? A bit of a weird one. Total score 76. In 73rd place is the LU Chopard GMT1. Price of $13,100. It's an office GMT. And I've got to hand it to these guys, Chopard. They make some gorgeous looking timepieces. Just beautiful watches. Specs wise, it's nothing to write home about. Like, it's okay. It's a C grade. Like, it's suitable for your dual time needs. I mean, it's an office GMT, and you've got the internal bezel. It'll serve you just fine. But yeah, looks-wise, it is amazing. I really like how it looks. Of course, I would take it right off of that darn silicone or rubber strap. Get that thing out of here. Total score 75. And next, I think this is the most expensive one in the whole video. Oh, no, it's not. There's another one that's more expensive. In 74th place is the Armin Strom Dual Time Resonance. $331,990. 2 tiny clocks. And yeah, it's the price of a house. Surprisingly, it's not the most expensive one in this video. That's coming up. I will point it out when we get there. I think that the next one's almost double this or something. But yeah, I mean, yeah, my first house was not this much. So that's crazy. I guess it would score better if it wasn't such crazy proportions. But yeah, the case is sapphire. It's the price of a house. Like, you're never gonna wear this thing, especially not traveling. You're not gonna take it on some plane, you know, on the Southwest Airlines flight with the, you know, you're not gonna do that. I mean, maybe you will. I would not. It's a funny one. Very cool watch, though. You have power reserves on both of the watches. And then you've got a day-night, which color implies it's going to be for this left one. So this would be your home time, and then this would be your local time. It has 110 hours of power reserve. Wow. Total score 74. All right, in 75th place is the Breitling AV 1953 edition. Price of $9,050, and it's a 3-hand 12-hour dual time bezel. It's kind of like that Breguet. What's the Breguet? Yeah, the Breguet Type 20 over here in 42nd place. Breitling is not scoring nearly as well. 30 meters water resistance, plexiglass crystal. That's not what we want, Breitling. That's not what I want. But it is a chronometer. It's 14 thick. That's too bad. Total score 74. In 76th place is the Speak Marin Dual Time. $37,826. It's a dual time hour indicator. It's indicated over here at the 9 o'clock. Your main hands are here. They have their own style here, these Speak Marins. They look good. I mean, they better for $37,000. And it's grade 5 titanium. Silicone. Again, what is with the silicone? I don't get it. Total score 73. In 77th place is the Bremont Alt 1 World Time. It's $5,795, and it's an office GMT. I will show you why it's just a GMT and not a world time. So you have cities on here, but what the cities do is just tell you your GMT offsets, which is really handy. It's super handy. If you set this to GMT, you just put, you want to see Cairo time, put Cairo at the top, and this will show you Cairo time. You want to see Bangkok time, just put the 7 at the top. They must be a +7. Oh, I actually knew Hong Kong was 8 in Beijing. Yeah, you can put that at the top, and then you get Hong Kong time with the yellow hand. So that's handy. I like that. But it's technically just an office GMT. Very big though. Total score of 73. In 78th place is the Panerai Luminor 1950 3 days GMT Tutonero. Price of $15,914, and it's a 4-hand, 12-hour dual time watch. And unlike that other Panerai, it does not have a day-night indicator. This is just a running seconds over here. It's just one of these 4-hand, 12-hour dual time watches. But this one's pretty big, and it's gonna be heavy. Apparently it's ceramic. I bet that feels really nice. Yeah, very big though. Total score 73. All right, the first one I don't recommend is the Breguet Marine Alarm. $35,200. It's a dual time hour indicator. Good grief, we've seen so many of these that are identical, practically, with the alarm thingy and the little clock that's only for the alarm. This one's not recommended though. And ordinarily I would recommend it if you swap out the bracelet, but look at these weird lugs. So that's why that's not an option on this one. Score of 72. In 80th place, 79th of the ones that I will recommend, is the Carl F. Bucherer Petravi Travel Tech 2. $12,400, and it's a Traveler GMT. So why is it scoring so low? Well, it's stupid huge. That's the issue. It's gigantic. 46.6 millimeters diameter. Why? 15.5 thick. I don't understand why it's so darn huge. That's crazy towns. Yeah, so if you take it off this silicone or rubber strap, then I suppose you could wear this thing. I mean, wear whatever watch you want, but I'm just saying, I'm picking winners and losers. This one's on the cusp. It's in that gray area between winners and losers, in my opinion. Score 72. In 81st place is the IWC Pilot's Watch Time Zoner Top Gun Woodland. $17,400, and it is a single time watch. There's one other that works just like this. It's a very interesting, cool watch. I would love to have my hands on it. It does have the top score of single time watches. And this strap actually is kind of a rubbery thing it's really big. I mean, IWC just makes huge watches, and this is a huge watch. Yeah, so how this thing works is you rotate the bezel, and it's going to make this hour hand move. The hour hand is slave to this 24-hour time as well. So both of these things move together. It is impossible to change these from each other. It would be a sweet watch if this thing was connected to the bezel and your local time was totally separate, but that's not what they did. It's all together. So UTC, everything on here is telling you UTC. If you change this to Paris, everything on the watch will tell you Paris time. So there's only one time at a time, which to me fails the prime directive. In my opinion, when you're traveling, it's very helpful to have a watch where you can look down, you can see the local time, but you can also see the time where you're at right then. See it with your eyeballs, not just like conceptually understand what's happening. Yeah, the actually seeing it with your eyes is what's important, because when I check the time, I'm often not even really thinking about it, but I'm absorbing that information into my head. I'm looking over, I'm seeing what the time is. Like I just did it with my clock right here. I don't have to verbalize what the time is, but those hands mean something to me instantly. Yeah, it's good to see what time it is back home at a glance, and this does not offer that capability. So, but it's barely scraping in. Somehow it made it. It's the only single time watch that is recommended, and that's only if you swap stuff out. Ceramic case, that's actually really cool. I mean, it looks so totally cool. Score 71. Score 75 if you swap out that silicone strap. Next is the Omega Skywalker X33. No program zones. All you get is one alternate time. The Mars one is actually pretty cool. It shows you Mars time with like a brown bezel. who cares what time it is on Mars? Nobody's there, so I think that's kind of just a gimmick, but yeah, not recommended. Breitling Chronomat GMT. It's not GMT, it's not recommended. Seiko Prospect LX SNR 025. It's not a GMT, it's not recommended. In 85th place is the Arnold & Son Globetrotter Gold. And it's a rotating world map. It looks so cool. But sadly, it's not recommended. It's just too huge. It's a humongous watch. If they controlled that, like it's -8 for size, if it wasn't so crazy big. And apparently just heavy as all get out because it's so huge. 45 millimeters and it's gold. So yeah, it's going to weigh a lot. If they controlled that, it'd be recommended. So Vogar Date Zoner Pilot. It's like that IWC Time Zoner. Same sort of thing. It's only showing you one time at a time. Not recommended. Breguet Oramundi 5717. Also just a single time watch, like that IWC one. Not recommended. JLC Reverso Duo Face. Okay, you actually do have 2 times, 1 alternate time. You have this time displayed here. There's an alternate time. Where is it? I can't see it. I'm in a meeting. I want to know what time it is back home. Well, too bad. You got the wrong watch, dude. This watch, you have to fiddle with it, and everybody's staring at you. Why are you farting around with your watch during the meeting? Can you not control your hands? Yeah, it defeats the purpose of a wristwatch in a subtle glance. You can't subtly glance at this thing. You have to play around with it like a fidget toy. So, very cool watch. Very cool watch. Does not serve the purpose that I need it to when I'm traveling, which is to be able to see the time back home at a glance. Not recommended. Richard Mille RM 022 dual time. Here it is, people. Wow. $663,669. Yeah, that's a house. That's a house. Not recommended. In 90th place is the Cuervo y Sobrinos. All this stuff. Not recommended. Bremont X Argyle. Not recommended. Paul Picot Mariner 5 Kosk GMT. Not recommended. Ernst Benz Chronoflight GMT. Looks bizarre. Not recommended. Ernst Benz Chronoflight World Timer. It's not a world timer, it's a city bezel thing. Not recommended. In 95th place is the Marie Lacroix Masterpiece World Timer. Not recommended. Paul Picot Fiershire Mega Rotor GMT. Not recommended. Blancpain 500 Fathoms GMT. Is 1,000 meters equivalent to 500 fathoms? I don't think that's the right conversion. But yeah, the watch is not recommended. Alright, so that was all the traveler watches over $4,750 that I could find and chose to include in the video. There may have been 1 or 2 I excluded for other reasons. But yeah, there they were. Really cool things. I mean, yeah, just on this slide, it's like, wow. Tons of cool stuff. The Jacob and Company is ridiculous. And it's so cool. Moritz Grossman is also pretty darn cool, but also weird. Like, who cares what time it is in Phoenix? No offense. I'm sorry. No, it's just kind of bizarre, the cities they have there. Some just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous watches. And then some watches that are probably just going to look sort of plain in person. That's the thing. These product shots are always flawless. They don't always look this great in person. Not that I would know in person. I'm just saying when you see it's not a staged photo, sometimes they don't look quite as good. This Nomos Zurich is really cool. That has a chance. It's in the final runoff for sure. I had a lot of fun with this luxury category, but at the same time, it's all kind of silly when we're talking about a pilot watch. So let's go to that final runoff and see what's the final top 10. Alright, top 10 travel pilot watches. So this is going to be a process. This is the runoff process. And let's dive right in. Okay, so the watches that are under consideration for the top 10 are the top 5s from every price category, which you see here on your screen. We've got budget, under 300, affordable. I'll show you bigger pictures of these too. But that's just to give you the visual. And then there are 25 wild cards that go with them. So I chose these based on just kind of ones that I like a lot and I think they have a chance to win. So the top 5s from each price category and then 25 wild cards. To refresh your memory on the top 5s, I'll just show them to you. So this was the budget category. Some really cool stuff. SKX mod, that was sweet. It's Casio MTP. I might have to get one of these. That is so darn cool. Top 5 affordable. Casio Oceanus, Citizen ProMaster Skyhawk, Smith's Traveler PRS. It's cool stuff. The top 5 quality price range. Hamilton World Timer, that was pretty cool. Notice is solid. Solid traveler watch for $825. And then this, my pick for World Time watch, the one I would be most likely to buy, the one that if I can scrape together the money, I will get this thing. I mentioned before my fascination with World Time, and this clock here that I'm showing you, that definitely scratched the itch. It'd be sweet to have a wristwatch that does it too. Citizen Geo Tracker, Jack Mason Strata Timer, cool ones. Oh, the Longines might be the best Traveler GMT there is on the market. We'll see by the end of it. Who are there any Traveler GMTs in the top 10? We will see. They're all pitted together, and we're going to have several rounds. Different things are prioritized. Top 10 is very well rounded. Beautiful Black Bay 58 GMT. Chrono Tokyo, very cool. Young Hans Meister is actually really nice too. These are all great watches here. I mean, pretty much anything in this runoff round is going to be a great watch. Yeah, luxury, again, millionaire watches here on the screen. Omega Seamaster is the most attainable of all of them on the screen, but still it's $10,900. It's still crazy expensive. Yeah, working at Starbucks, what I would make in a year would not be, before tax, would not be this high when I was working part-time at Starbucks. Okay, 25 wild cards, page 1. Yeah, so these are ones I just chose subjectively. They're from all different price categories. Mostly kind of the lower ones, though, to be honest. But yeah, the Citizen ProMaster Land, beautiful screen on this. Vario Empire, my pick for 4th hand 24-hour dual time. True Black Bay Pro, I had to give it a chance. We'll see how it does. Marlowe GMT, oh, I forgot the little wild card. Sorry about that. Beautiful, beautiful option. It might look better on the black leather. That's neither here nor there. Montblanc Heritage Spirit Orchestrarum. Bull of A15. Trasker Venture, beautiful green on this. Wise Adamascus, yes. Arcan Alterum, very neat watch. Islander Port Jefferson, that's my pick for the Traveler GMT. If I'm going to get a Traveler GMT, and I probably will, it'll probably be this one. Great price, $579, and I really like how it looks. Glycine Air Pilot Dual Time 44. Rolex GMT Master 2 has to be in the video, even though it's $10,700. Had to give it a chance. If I had that money though, I would go for the Omega. Wouldn't one go for that Omega Titanium World Time one? Anyway, I mean, this one's cool too. To each their own. Farrah Fox, Epos, 3400 GMT. Heim Viajero World Timer. This is the cheapest World Time watch. That's a functional World Time watch where everything moves, you look down, it's all correct. And this is my pick for office World Time. Zeppelin LZ 126 Los Angeles Dual Time. This was a swap for that one, the Joshua and Sons I had to kick out. Once I learned after I already shot that portion that it was a 49mm rather than a 39mm. This one's in instead. We'll see how it does. Longines Master Collection. Great World Time option here. Not too much. That's attainable. Fortis Flieger F39. Highest score for a 3-hand 12-hour bezel, and it looks drop dead gorgeous. Laurier Hyperion. And the Oris Big Crown Pro Pilot World Timer. Really cool time setting where you just move this bezel and the hour jumps. So cool. All right, this is the last page of wild cards. The Vesuviate Ativo Duplex. A 2 tiny clocks watch. 2 tiny little automatic peacock movements in here. Marathon X Islander Navigator. Classic 1. Glycine Airman Contemporary. Only $200. I was trying to put in some of these lower price ones to kind of see if they would do well, because the affordability round takes a ton of points off the pricey ones. Hemel X Matthew Tissot Type 20. In an earlier draft of this, I had the Breguet Type 20, but that was ludicrously expensive, so I put in a similar one at a lower price, and we'll see how it does. Nomos Zurich World Time. My pick for the push-button city dual time type of a watch. We'll see how it does. Very high score. Okay, so how this is going to work. So each of these watches, their score is shrunk down. It's multiplied by 88%. So it's just shrunken down a little bit. And then more points are going to be added on for how these things do against just each other in these areas. So the first one is design strength. That'll be worth 7 points. Affordability will be worth minus 13 points. Like if it's really expensive, it could get 13 points off. So just totally out of the running if it's super expensive. Pilot aesthetic, it will get 7 points, up to 7 points. Ease of use will get up to 7 points. And then size and weight at the end is going to get up to 6 points. Take these absolute values, they add up to 40. All right, and so if we didn't do any adjustments, here is what the top 10 would be. These are just based on the raw scores. You know, JLC at the top, Vacheron Constantin, Casio. It pleases me to see the gigantic differences in prices. If we didn't do any of these rounds, here's where these would all be. And I'm just going to keep our eye on this Tudor Black Bay 58. Just another little one you can watch as we do this. Okay, round 1 is design strength. It's going to give us 7 points. And what you're seeing here is I ranked the watches in order of highest design strength to lowest design strength. And I'm basing that on trend setting, like does the watch inspire others to do similar things, the beauty of the watch itself, and then the freshness of the design. And so like you go down here, this ETT Funk thing, like yeah, it's failing on all 3 counts. Ones in the middle, they may be succeeding, like this Notice is really beautiful, not really trend setting. It is kind of fresh though, stuff like that. So I ordered them the best I could. This is all subjective, so it's subjective factors here. So there we go. What happens after design strength? So 2 are eliminated. Casio Oceanus is out. It went down 9 places. So I'll show you a little red arrow when they move 4 or more spots. Ball Engineer Master Diver World Time is out too. All right, so the standings after round 1. Rolex, I guess it was in 10th place. Now it's in 6th place. Somebody else joined the party too that wasn't here before. But yeah, not a ton changed actually in this round. Tudor even came up 1 spot. It was in 13th, now it's in 12th. This is looking wrong here. This is not what my pilot on Spirit Air is wearing. So what's the deal here? Do real pilots actually wear Patek and JLC? Oh, we don't have, oh yeah, Patek's right here. JLC's there. Vacheron Constantin, Glashütte Original. Okay, do real pilots wear all that stuff? Yes, they do. John Travolta is a real pilot. No, seriously, a pilot, like a professional pilot, their average salary, according to ZipRecruiter, is $96,000 in Colorado. $89,000 in New York. Colorado's one of the higher ones. Colorado's actually pretty expensive. So round 2 is going to be affordability. I don't know why I made this thing so complicated. This is what it is up here. Why did I do it so crazy? But anyway, here's the result. The Casio MTP W500L. It costs $189, and it's not getting any penalty. Rolex GMT Master 2, its cost is $11,000. It's 10.9 or something. Yeah, I'm not going to read what all this says, but the penalty for the Rolex is a -10 out of the -13. All right, so what's going to happen to our top 10 in the running here? Unsurprisingly, a ton of them are out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven of the top 10 are totally out. Kicked way down. JLC down 14 places. GO down 14 places. Omega down 9 places. Yeah, these are kicked way down. Patek Phillipe down 23 places. Hopefully this will look a lot better. Let's take a look. This is the new top 10. Oh, there's still Vacheron Constantin. It went down 9 spots, but it's still hanging on. Oh man. Skyhawk, that was already here before. It just moved up 4 spaces. Casio back in the top 10. It got kicked out, but it's back in. Longines Spirit jumped up. It's not that Longines is exceptionally affordable. It's just the more expensive stuff kind of swap places. And that's what happens is, you know, when you have these sort of things, one watch does badly, it goes down, another one comes up. It's not necessarily because the one that came up is like excelling. It's just all these other ones went down. That happens a lot in this. But yeah, this is looking a lot better to me. A lot more like what a pilot would actually wear in the realm of what they could afford. Tudor Black Bay, which we're watching here, is now down to 22nd place. All right, let's go to round 3. Round 3 is aesthetic of the watch. Are real pilots more likely to prefer a Casio or a Rolex? I think it depends on the individual. It's hard to make these kind of generalizations. But I've read some articles on this, and I mean, I've seen with my eyeballs what I've seen pilots actually wear. They're working with their hands all day. They're not a CEO or whatever. So they're more likely to wear like a Casio, a G-Shock, a Timex, a Garmin, I haven't talked about a Garmin this entire time. An Apple Watch. I really thought about including the Garmin and the Apple Watch in this video. I just didn't know how to evaluate them against the dumb watches. You know, I didn't know how to say a smartwatch and a dumb watch. How do you pit them against each other? The smartwatch has got a lot more to it. Garmin's do GPS and all this kind of really cool stuff. Pilots like Garmin's, and they like them for a reason. And they're not too crazy. They're like $500, maybe $1,000. It's not totally crazy, and what you get with it is pretty cool. But that was not the topic of the video. This is just what actual pilots are more likely to wear. So I'm doing a new aesthetic hierarchy. I had an aesthetic hierarchy during the whole video, and I mentioned that when I explained the scoring system. But this is the new one. Pilot is going to be the highest. Military, then technical, then dressy, then sporty, then fashion. You know, if it's a really good-looking dressy watch, it might be kind of high on the list, because these are just kind of general guidelines for the hierarchy of the aesthetics. And here we are with the aesthetics. Here's how I ranked them in terms of their aesthetics. Glycine has really good pilot aesthetics. I put it right up top. Yeah, the Skyhawk looks really good. Zulu Time. These all are giving me strong pilot vibes. Now, if we go to the bottom, we're seeing the millionaire watches really don't have that pilot aesthetic. And I mean, pilots are diverse people. They can have varied interests. I just think the dressy thing and the fashiony thing, those are kind of further down the list, because these are working guys working with their hands. Okay, so after round 3, had a couple kicked out. Vacheron Constantin is gone. It went way down 12 spots. Ball is just underneath. It only went down 3 spots. It's just outside. Okay, so what are the new ones? Smith's Traveler PRS came up, and the SKX Mod Casio Royale build number 15 came up. That makes sense to me. I'm sure I've seen a pilot wearing one of these before. Maybe not the SKX Mod, but the Casio Royale. Surely. Tudor Black Bay went down even more. Alright, so that's round 3. Alright, round 4 is about ease of use. And this was a little bit tricky. Ease of use. So there's 3 factors to this. One is readability. Second is ease of operation. And then the third one is the amount of info that's shown. And the first 2, so readability is the first number you're seeing on here, and it's out of 10. I know there's no way you can see all this stuff. Ease of operation, that's the second number, but it's the one that I factored the most for tiebreakers. And then the third one, amount of info, it's nice, but I only gave 5 points for amount of info. And I just rated these different ones. You see they're grouped, like these 4, they're all the same type of watch. They're all getting the same score here for ease of use. Very easy to use. Ones at the top are easy to use. Ones at the bottom are harder to use, much harder. The Skyhawk is super, super cool, but it's not easy to operate. It's confusing. There's a lot of confusing stuff down here at the bottom. And when you're ranking these, the GMT is actually... So all these GMTs are grouped together. They're all tied. They get the same amount of points. The GMT watch itself, if you know how to use it, it's really great. But it's not all that easy to use. It's certainly not as easy as this Mondaine Helvetica here. You have to really know what you're doing to use these darn things. All right, so here are those eliminations after round 4. Like I said, GMT is not the easiest to use, so those went down a little bit. These confusing ones, they went down a lot. Ones that are more complicated to operate and use. GeoTrekker's out, down 14 places. Smith's Traveler down 4. It's out. SKX Mod Casio Royale, it's down 16 places. That's out of the running. Notice Contrail, that's out, 5 places down. And here's the new standings after round 4. The top 5 pretty much stayed the same. Omega jumped up to the top 5. And then we had a bunch of stuff coming in. Yeah, Hamilton jumped way down. And you look at the 2 of these and see the ease of use. And obviously the world time's very simple to use. You can just see the times. Hamilton, this one's actually pretty darn difficult to use. But yeah, we have this travel graph up, another world timer, Montblanc, Heritage Spirit, Ors Terrarum. These are very simple to use. This one popped up. Yeah, so a lot of good options coming in here. And the Tudor is now in 30th place. All right, now for the final round. Round 5, size and weight. This is going to give you 6 points. And I'm not going to put... The formula's not up here. It's actually... I don't think it would be meaningful to have it listed. If it's a great size and weight, it'll get 6 points. If it's a horrible size and weight, it's gigantic and weighs a ton, it'll get 0 points. And I'm not going to show you the ins and outs. I'm just going to show you the top 10. All right, let's see the top 10 travel watches. In 10th place is the Le Sablier LS04 Travel Graph. Great size, actually. It did actually lose some points at the end, and that's for the weight, because it's on the bracelet. So it is a heavier watch. Its dimensions are pretty darn good, but it is a heavy watch. And this is the cheapest true world time watch with a jumping hour hand. Its original score was 88. After all the subjective stuff at the end, it goes up to a 91. And I'll mention here, all this stuff is like several decimal places, but I rounded it here just for ease of presentation. If you see things that are tied with score, they're not tied. They all have extensive decimals after this. So this is the true ranking at the end. This was my pick for the true world time. Design strength, just kind of average. Affordability, it's very affordable. That's its strength. Aesthetic, also really good. Above average aesthetic. And then ease of use, also very easy to use. You just look at the cities and that's the time right there. Very easy to use this thing and to jump the hour and everything. And then size and weight, that was kind of a weakness of this one in terms of the final ranking, but that was 10th place. In 9th place is the Nomos Zurich World Time. Beautiful wearing proportions, yes. 5 out of 6 for size and weight. That is the strength of this. This wasn't after round 4, it wasn't in the top 10, but it jumped back up. Moved 4 spots to get into the top 10 as number 9. Its major weakness here is that it's extremely expensive. $6,000, that's an expensive watch. So it lost 10 points here for that. In the top 10, they're mostly under $1,000, but we've got 4 that are above. And this is one of them. It's actually pretty darn easy to use. You just press that button, it changed the city. Great size and weight. Total score of 92. In 8th place, coming out of nowhere, is the Mondaine Helvetica. It's a 40mm watch, only 8.5 thick. 6 points here at the end. It jumped all the way up with size and weight. It jumped up 9 spots. It wasn't even in honorable mention territory, and it jumped up. And yeah, I didn't mention this, but size and weight are huge considerations when you're traveling. So I'm glad I gave 6 points to it at the end. I think that's extremely important. And just going by MSRP, this is the most affordable one in the top 10. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Very affordable. And I really do think this is suitable. It's incredibly simple to just have another clock down here. And this looks better than those 2 tiny clocks ones that always have to be a weird shape and stuff. This just looks like a normal watch, but you've got this nice little clock down here. I really like that. Total score of 92. In 7th place is the Omega Seamaster Aquaterra World Time. It is a bit larger. You'll notice the size and weight, it actually didn't do so great. You know, it's a 2 out of 6 points for size and weight, even though it's on this alligator leather. Just stunning. This is an aspirational watch, no question about it. This is far and away the most expensive. This was the most expensive than that Nomos that was $6,000. That's the second most expensive in the top 10. Most even successful people probably cannot afford $10,900 watch, but it's aspirational. Affordability, yeah, it lost 11 points out of the 13 possible to lose. And this thing is so darn gorgeous. I'm glad it made it in the top 10, even though I really tried to get rid of all the expensive ones. It's okay to have a few in the top 10. And now in number 6 is the Glycine Air Pilot Dual Time 44. It's a pilot size, it's 44mm, but it's only 10.8 thick. I love that for a pilot watch. Nice and wide, but thin. And that's due to the quartz movement. Again, the little clock here is going to be extremely useful for your dual time needs. It's very simple to use as well. You just push this button in here. You can change, if you push it once, I believe it just does a minute. And you hold it down, I think it hops by 5 minutes. It's very simple to use this thing, to set this little clock. But once you set the clock, you really shouldn't have to mess with it, because when you travel from zone to zone, you'll just change the main hands and you'll leave the little clock alone. There's no dueling second hands. That's really nice. Sometimes you get dueling second hands that are going to be off from each other. This is the right way to do it. Why am I waiting to say this? This price is the MSRP. If you look on Ashford, Joma Shop, even eBay, you can find this watch for like $134. This is actually the cheapest. You know, I said that Mondaine Helvetica was the cheapest MSRP. This is the cheapest. You can actually just go out and buy it new for $134. Now, all the colors aren't available. at that price. The black one is for sure. But yeah, do some hunting. You can get this for a lot cheaper. I kept it here with this price just to show you it deserves its spot even with MSRP. If I change this price to 134, then affordability is no longer a -2, and this would actually be in 4th place. But I wanted to keep it at MSRP just so it earns its spot in the top 10 based on the MSRP. It's a really cool option. I'm seriously considering picking one of these up since they're under $200. There's a lot of cool colors available. All right, now in 5th place. I'm glad to see this one. It's another expensive one. I said there were 4. This is the 3rd one we're gonna see. In 5th place is the Montblanc Heritage Spirit Orbis Terrarum. 41 millimeters and only 12 thick. Excellent. Sometimes these fancier watches are gigantic, but Montblanc managed to get it a beautiful size. That's wonderful. And it was the highest scoring of the push-button Cities watches, of which Patek Phillipe is one of them. This has the same functionality as that darn Patek Phillipe. It's only $5,000. It's not 72,000 or 96,000 or whatever the Patek Philippe's go for. And I think this one's actually cooler because you get the global day-night. Yeah, affordability is a huge penalty on this, but it's still managing to get into 5th place. So it's very strong in other ways as well. In 4th place is the Citizen ProMaster Land Combination JC1005-02W. Its strong suit is not the size and weight. It is 44 millimeters across and 13.5 millimeters thick. Actually, that part's not so bad. I have a Citizen watch that's like 15 thick. This seems a lot nicer by comparison. Really cool styling. Love the little crosshatch here between the lugs and on all these pushers and crown. This one's actually a push button thing over here. You've got the compass bezel with like a screwdriver style knurling on it. It's looking so utilitarian. It says land in it, but it's looking like a pilot watch to me, and I think it is extremely useful as a pilot watch, especially since you can have 2 times shown here on this digital display and just leave it like that. It's times side by side. Very cool utility, programmed zones. Yeah, this is a really good one. It was the top scoring of the mini digiclocks, and it was my pick for mini digiclock, and it's 4th place when you pit it against all the other watches. So this is a very compelling option for a pilot. Only $695. You know, that's even competitive with like the Garmin's and stuff. It's a very strong option. In 3rd place is the Casio Oceanus Solar OCW T3000-1 AJF. Better dimensions than that Citizen ProMaster Land. And actually that's why it beat it out, because the Citizen ProMaster Land before this had a 2. This one has a 4 for size and weight. It's because it's titanium. Yeah, so nice light bracelet on this thing. Only 11 thick? Yes. And you get that same functionality as the Citizen ProMaster Land, but you actually have the offset. So even if, because otherwise you have to find them by cities, like that Citizen one, you'll choose London and New York, whatever. What if you just know the offset? Well, you're set with this one. That's all you need to know. What's the offset? -9. When you just push this little button over here, set it to the -9, and boom, your little mini anaclock will just whip around and update to the correct time for that zone. Yeah, another really compelling option. Under $600. Highest score for mini anaclock. In 2nd place, oh, this is so beautiful. I really thought this one was going to win the competition. Like, once I finalized the scores in the scoring sheet, I really thought, I saw how well this one did, and I was like, that's going to be the number 1. It just has to be. It's not number 1, it's number 2. But here it is. The Longines Spirit Zulu Time. 39 millimeters, yes. Unfortunately, 13.5 thick. Definitely thicker than I'd like, but that's okay. It's still 2nd place. Every watch has some things about it that could be improved. It has the top score for a GMT watch, you know, by specs and subjectivity, and it's in number 2. It has the highest score of a GMT watch. Yeah, the number 1's not a GMT watch. This is the best GMT in the video, hands down. Hands down. And that's been confirmed by a bunch of people. So I made a Watch Crunch post just showing like, oh, what about a bi-bezel? Because with Watch Crunch, you have to ask people questions. If you ask people questions, you'll get so many responses. So I was like, should it have a bi-color bezel or is it monochromatic bezel? Okay. And yeah, people have reached out and said, I own the Longines. It's the best watch I have. This Longines Spirit Zulu Time is just the best watch, period. And I believe it. You know, actual people who own this really, really like it. On paper, it's great. The pictures are great, and I have great feedback from other people. So that's good validation on this one. It is expensive. One of those 4 extra expensive watches in the top 10. Perfect aesthetics, from my opinion. They just nailed it. And for the record, I think that the monochromatic bezel is wonderful on this one. I like the utility of a bicolor bezel, but on this one, it just looks so good. I would not change a thing about it, looks-wise. And number 1, the top travel pilot watch you can buy new today is the Citizen ProMaster Skyhawk JY8148-08L. And my pick would be this blue one. It's huge. It's 46 millimeters. It's 14 thick, but it is only $525. And I have to show you this because I saw, so round 1, it did extremely well. Round 2 did extremely well. Round 3, perfect aesthetics. This is perfect for a pilot watch. Are you kidding me? I was like, these last 2 rounds, I'm going to get it out of the top spot. I don't know why I felt like I needed to get it out of the top spot, but I threw everything I could at it. Ease of use, it's very difficult. Size and weight, it is huge. Very low score for that. Still, somehow, this is on top. This is number 1. Even if I increase this penalty severely, the size and weight thing, it still ends up on top. It is just so darn strong. This is a great one. I've made a lot of statements about which watches I feel like I need to add to the collection and don't. Like with all these videos, I have a ton of thinking to do. Lots of long thinking and possibly praying to find out which watch should be added to the collection. Or none, maybe none. I don't know. Yeah, some of you may just be coming in for the top 10. This watch, this middle thing always shows you UTC. This is always UTC. New York City is your local time. And then over here is Tokyo. So it's 9 minutes past midnight in Tokyo. New York City, it is 10:10. It's 10:10 a.m. And then UTC time is 15:10. Because during standard time, New York City is -5. But you have all kinds of functions on this thing, all kinds of crazy stuff you can do. Slide rule bezel. This is the travel pilot watch. I seriously wonder when eventually I do that 3rd pilot watch video, the technical pilot watches, I seriously wonder. I mean, this is a contender for that one as well. I think we're going to see this one again in that video. So that was the number 1. All right, let's look at the honorable mentions. All right, the first runner-up is the Ball Engineer Master 2 Diver World Time. It went down 4 spots with the size and weight at the end. And yeah, it's thick, 14.4 thick. That's pretty darn thick. And on that bracelet is pretty heavy. That kicked it out of the top 10. But then we got some other stuff to come up, so I think it's worth it. The top 10 is definitely the top. But this is the first runner-up. Second runner-up is the Young Hans Meister World Time. And this one actually, it was kind of low before the end, and then it came up at the end a bunch. Like, it came up 6 spots right before the end to be in the honorable mentions. A very cool option. I think this is a good world time watch to consider. Runner-up number 3 is the Casio MTP W500L-2AV. And this is my pick. For mini and clock, this is the one I would be most likely to get due to the price. Definitely entered the spot. Ease of use, it maybe could have scored higher. I mean, all these were compared to each other. It's actually not all that hard to use this thing. You just point this at wherever you want your little mini clock to show, and it'll just whip around and do it. Pretty darn cool. Fourth runner-up is the Marathon X Islander Navigator Quartz. It jumped up a ton at the end, size and weight. It's a great size, and it's a great weight. Very, very light. Unbelievably light, actually. Gonna get that tritium illumination. And this one is actually blue and orange, which is the best combination. It's the best combination of tritium colors. I think the normal marathons are like green and orange. You want the blue and orange. Just trust me on that one. And the fifth runner-up is the Hamilton World Timer Chrono Quartz. Yes, it was 10th place before the size and weight round, but then it went down 5 spots. Because 45 millimeters is really large. And then the thickness. All right, so those were the honorable mentions. Now I'd like to show you some, I've got a few bonus rounds prepared for you. First round is minimalist dual time watches. These are really sophisticated. They look really nice. 5th place is the H. Moser & Company Heritage Dual Time. Yeah, really elegant choice. Wonderful size. In 4th place is the A. Lange & Söhne Saxonia Dual Time. Oh man, it's like that H. Moser, but it looks even better. $4,000 more, though. And you get the 24-hour timekeeping here for your second zone. So it's a little less minimalist, but I think it looks better than the H. Moser. In 3rd place is the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Dual Time. The moment I saw this one, I was so intrigued with the AM/PM thing here. It looks totally unique, and this red is so good. I really like that red against the black and the silver. It's a great combination. I like how it looks on the alligator leather. And this was the highest scoring of the 4 and 12-hour dual time watches. In second place is the Laurent Ferrier Classic Traveler. Oh man, talk about minimalist. This is so elegant. And the color is really, really nice too. And in first place, the best minimalist dual time watch is the Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda GMT Rattrapant. So cool how this thing works with the button local hour and the Rattrapant, return the gold one back underneath the silver one. So cool. Crazy expensive like all these are. All right, the next round is I'm looking at the top 5 watches with pilot style. And I forgot to mention, these bonus rounds, anything that was in the top 10 is not eligible to be in the bonus rounds. Yeah, that's kind of the other point of this, is just to highlight some other really cool options from the video. In 5th place for top 5 pilot style is the Fortis Flieger F39. I mean, the watch speaks for itself. It is drop dead gorgeous, the degradé. And the 12-hour dual time with the steel bezel just makes it look so darn nice. In 4th place is the Wempe Zeitmeister Aviator Big Date. I praised this weathered case during the video. It looks so darn good. Mini anti-clocks are so simple and easy to read. Great dimensions on this as well. Again, this is making a case for why Wempe should exist. The simple pilot watches are underwhelming. This one looks really good. In 3rd place for top 5 pilot style is the Oris Big Crown Pro Pilot World Timer. This has the coolest party trick where you just turn the bezel and the hour just hops over. That is so, so cool. Your home time just stays the same. So this would be, for a pilot to actually use, so simple and easy to use. And you're always going to have your home time there. Maybe not a pilot, but a traveler. Just a straight up traveler. So I think pilots like to see UTC, which I guess you could just set this to UTC. And then just your local time move it. Is a very large pilot watch though. So it'd be good with large size. In 2nd place is the IWC Pilot World Timer. It's actually more affordable than the IWC Big Pilot 46. Crazily enough, it kind of shows how ridiculous their pricing is for a plain 3-hand watch, that their world timer is literally cheaper. It just shows how inflated the Big Pilot 46 is. Wonderful option though. If you're thinking about an IWC, seriously consider this one. You get your daylight saving time on here. If you watch the luxury price segment, you probably noticed most of those world timers do not have daylight saving time. Any way to find out, which zones do it and which do not. This has it right on the dial. Simple. London observes daylight saving time. So if it's daylight saving time, use the circle instead of the words. Very simple to understand, very simple to use. And I don't know why all world time watches don't do this. In 1st place, the best travel watch with a pilot style is the Patek Phillipe Calatrava Pilot Travel Time 5524G. When I say the best, I mean other than other than the top 10. Very, very expensive. Very cool function though, with the local and the home and the day-night deal here and the hand that hides under the other one. This is so darn cool. It's white gold, so nobody knows it's gold, hopefully. You'll know because it'll be super heavy. It'll be dragging your arm down. All right, I've got a couple more top 5s. The next top 5 is sporty GMTs. In 5th place for sporty GMTs is the Jack Mason Strato Timer GMT. It's $1,000, which some people say is high, but when you compare to the whole market, it's actually not that high for a traveler GMT. This is still considered one of the more affordable ones. 48-click bidirectional bezel, which is perfect. This is not the first version of it. They've made some upgrades. I think it's in a great spot right now. It has a bracelet extension, all that stuff. I think this is a really excellent choice. There is stiff competition though. But for sporty GMTs, this is my number 5. My number 4 is the Monta SkyQuest. I praised the beefiness of it and the gilt during the video. The font for the bezel is really appealing to me. This very simple font with rounded ends to the numbers. Looks really nice. In 3rd place is the Wise Adamascus ADX 110 True GMT. This is the cheapest one in my top 5 here, $720. That's part of why it's 3rd place. It is a very compelling price. It looks really nice as well. It has this penalty of the 72-click bezel. It's probably not going to impact you though, because you're still going to get the clicks for the 1 and the 2 and the 3 and the 4. Those are all there. You just have thirds in between, that's the weird part. And this has bracelet extension as well. All these do. All these top 5 sporty GMTs have the bracelet extension, so that's good to see. In 2nd place, of course, was there ever any question, It's the Tudor Black Bay 58 GMT. Very, very high scoring. They've made so many improvements on this Black Bay 58 over the old Black Bay GMT. It's much thinner. It's got that improved movement. It is a master chronometer, anti-magnetism, so many good things in this one. You can put it on a leather strap if you want to. Why not? You can put any of these on the leather strap if you want. Bracelet is better for a sporty GMT though. And what's in first place? Does anyone seriously wonder what's the best sporty GMT? I don't think anybody wonders. It's the Rolex GMT Master 2. Of course it is. This thing is king. The Rolex, we have to mention the size. A wonderful thing. Chronometer. Yeah, that's my top pick for sporty GMT. All right, one more top 5. There's only one more remaining. So if you have a bajillion bucks and you just want to impress other people, these are the top 5. In 5th place, the Debatun DB25 Stradivarius. Here's your second time. This thing will be gold during the day and blue at night. Beautiful. Jacob & Company Epic SF24. Nobody else does this thing. With the flippy deals, you press the button, it shows you the city and the hour. Totally cool. 3rd place is the Arnold & Son DBG Equation GMT. And it's the top score for 2 tiny clocks. In 2nd place is the Patek Phillipe World Time Flyback. It's a world timer, it's a chronograph, it's a Patek Phillipe. So of course it's $110,000. And it's platinum. Of course it's platinum, right? And in 1st place, number 1 flashy watch, Armin Strom Dual Time Resonance. It's the price of a house. And it's the most fragile thing on the planet. It's a sapphire case. So if you wear it around the house, you're going to knock it into a doorknob. It's going to explode into a billion pieces. And yeah, you will have lost the price of a home. So not for the faint of heart. But that's kind of what this is. Top 5 flashy. It's very flashy. You'll impress people with how reckless you are with your spending. All right, and that's the end of the watch portion of the video. Now I'm going to talk about the Bible, as I do in every one of these videos. Here we go. All right, for the disclaimer, I'm not a pastor or a biblical scholar or anything. I don't have any sort of authority. I just like sharing the Bible with others. So if you've been watching my channel, you know I'm going through the 10 Commandments. And today's commandment is what the Protestants number the 5th commandment. Been reading this book, just going through them. The 5th commandment is found in Exodus 20, verse 12. And it reads, "Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which the Lord your God is giving you." That part about the land, that's kind of the promises which God has made to the Israelites. But in the New Testament, in Ephesians 6, the Apostle Paul observed that this is the first commandment with a promise. So here's Ephesians 6, 1 through 3. "Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise, that it may be well with you and you may live long on the earth." Paul follows it with a command to fathers. "And you, fathers, do not provoke your children to wrath, but bring them up in the training and admonition of the Lord." That command to the fathers is as much a part of this as the part about obeying your parents. It all goes together. God has instructions for both parties, father and son. So that's an important part of all this. But yeah, this commandment is reiterated all throughout the Old and the New Testament. You know, honor your father and mother. Jesus even repeats the death penalty part that deals with cursing your parents. Here's Mark 7, verse 10. And this is Jesus speaking. "For Moses said, 'Honor your father and mother,' and 'He who curses father or mother, let him be put to death.'" God wrote the law of Moses, so obviously Jesus knows the law of Moses, and there's that death penalty for one who curses his father or mother. So what does it mean? How can we honor someone who is dishonorable? A Catholic priest, Father Mike Schmitz, broke down respect into 3 types, and I found this very helpful when I was thinking about the 5th commandment here. So I'm going to share the 3 types that he mentioned. Here's the 3 types of respect that we give to people. The first type of respect is respect given to all humanity. God made us in his image, and we are to give a basic level of kindness and respect to every person. God said, "Love your neighbor as yourself." Leviticus 19, verse 18. "Do not seek revenge or bear a grudge against anyone among your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord." The first and great commandment is love God. The second is love your neighbor. And it flows from the first, which I'll get into as I continue. There's a theme here. themes in the Bible. Very, very strong themes. You almost can't miss them. The second type of respect is respect given to a particular position. So God tells us to honor those in authority, like our boss. For example, Colossians 3:22, "Servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, not with eye service as men pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing God." So even in your heart, obey your boss. This even applies to governments. For example, Romans 13. "Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there's no authority except that which God has established." The authorities that exist have been established by God. He put them there. Your boss, the governmental authorities, and of course your parents. Your parents are actually the biggest one. The respect to the particular position, your respect for just your parents who gave you life, that should be very high, according to God, according to the Bible. And that's due to their title and role. You're honoring the role, you're honoring the title. Same when you obey the government, honoring the role of the government that's been established. And this is in spite of the individuals that occupy those roles, who are of course flawed, and who of course make bad decisions and mistreat us and all those sorts of things. There's a respect that should be there for that role. But the third one is respect of the individual person based on their actions. And this is where there can be differences based on individual circumstances, based on how the parents behave. So a loving, successful father who is present should definitely be respected by his children on that individual level, as well as the role level, and as well as the respect for all humanity kind of level. However, a physically abusive, distant father who can't keep down a job, he will likely not be respected by his children on this individual level. Even the saintliest kid, I don't think, is being called by the Bible to respect their father on that individual level, but rather kind of the role level and the humanity level. That was my takeaway of Father Mike, what he said on that. So how does this work when you have the deadbeat dad, the abusive dad, the distant dad who can't keep down a job, or who's an alcoholic, who's drunk all day? What it looks like is, firstly, he should be treated with love. I mean, we are called to love our neighbor as ourselves. Secondly, this man, whatever his flaws, was put in that position. We all just get one father, and the position is to be honored. The father role is to be honored. Even if the individual person who occupies that role cannot be respected, the role still deserves the honor. If you have the individual who behaves in a dishonorable way, well, you can still honor the title and position of your parent by avoiding gossip, not lying to them, and while you're in their house, absolutely obeying them, obeying what they need you to do. Except in cases of physical abuse, obviously. I still think there's a way you can report your parents for abusing you and still honor them. I know it's getting kind of dark. The reason to honor the position is not for them. They don't deserve anything. If they're abusive, they don't deserve your honor whatsoever. It's the position. And I'm going with the Bible. I'm going with what the Bible says here. It says we should not curse our parents. And Jesus literally reiterates the death penalty punishment. Just the fact that that's in the Bible indicates that God recognizes there are reasons we will want to curse our parents. Maybe even reasons why it's justified to curse our parents. But we shouldn't, because when you curse your parent, it's more than just cursing the person. It's also cursing the position. On a deeper level, if we can dishonor our parents in this way, then we are also cursing the whole idea of an authoritative structure to the universe. We're cursing God, essentially. Alistair Begg, in this book, says, "How could we ever claim to honor God, whom we have seen, if we fail to honor our parents, whom we do see? Parental authority is divinely delegated and is an integral part of our reverence for God." That was his quote there. So when we reject authority entirely, we are doing exactly what Satan did. And I think it's hard for us to differentiate God from the parents on this fundamental level inside of us. You can't just say my parents are horrible, I reject them entirely. Oh, but yeah, I still love God. I think that's difficult, if not impossible, to do. But this just highlights why it's so important for parents to be godly. And like in Ephesians 6, it said, "Not provoke your children to wrath, but bring them up in the training and admonition of the Lord." A father who does not do this, a father who provokes his children to wrath, a father who does not raise his children in the admonition and fear of the Lord, is setting up his child for rebellion, not just against himself, but against God too. Fathers, employers, civil authorities, they're all standing in a position that was given to them by God. They can neglect their duties or misuse the power they're given, and ultimately, this disparages the honor of God himself. A bad father is someone who is not honoring God, someone who himself is breaking the fifth commandment. Well, he's breaking the commandment to love God. He's not living up to that bargain. Ephesians 6 tells me with talking to the children and talking to the parents, it points out how this is supposed to be there are two parties to this whole situation with the parent honoring. Yes, it's vitally important that a child honor their parents. It's also important for the parent to raise their children well and not to provoke them to wrath. Yeah, hopefully I've given you some things to think about. That's all I wanted to share on it today. I've certainly fallen short on this one. I've fallen short in being a dad, and I've fallen short in honoring my parents. In fact, my teenage rebellion against my parents in response to their divorce also led to a very long rebellion on my part to God. I was atheist for a long period of time. I know firsthand how these rebellions can go together. As a teenager, I would have told you I was totally independent thinking and all this sort of stuff, but rejecting my parents was fundamentally a rejection of God as well. May God help us all to respect each other's roles and to live up to the roles that we have in this world. All right, now for a prayer. Lord, thank you for this time. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to share your word with other people, believers or non-believers. I pray that your word would work in their hearts, and that if there are any who are not saved, I pray that you would soften their hearts and that they would come to believe in you and to salvation. Pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen. Now may the Lord of peace himself give you peace always and in every way. The Lord be with you all. See you next time. I have decided to